Technology.
Let's go. Okay. Sorry for the hold up, man. I appreciate you all. We about to really go in today. We got a jam-packed show. Y'all thought last week's was heavy, man.
The following special presentation is brought to you with full stereo sound.
The whole point is that it's only science fiction until it's reality.
the scholar and the gentleman.
Thank you.
Okay. Peace and blessings to you all. We are back. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Wow. Listen, for those of you that are out there in the field like myself, you know things are definitely beyond weird. Things are very weird. In fact, it's amazing how everyone is just utilizing my terminology here, but I guess it's apropos. Is it not? You better believe things are weird. Yes. Have you been paying attention? Haven't you noticed the what I call controlled new alt media now all up in the news? Russia this, Russia that. Hey, it's happening. And listen, man, I don't take any of this stuff very seriously as far as these influencers and these podcasts, because it's all controlled. Period. And listen, I know I could be a little pessimistic when it comes to some things, but you're seeing it live. You are all seeing it live. This is the revelation of the method. I'm a little hyped today. I'm a little pumped up. Took a little time off. Been writing like crazy trying to finish this damn book. Been editing, working on all types of other content for other channels. We're going in this fall. Summer sessions are coming to a close. Fall sessions are going to be crazy. I'm hyped. I'm fresh off of a whole 2 weeks of grinding in the lab. And during this process, I've been paying attention to what's going on, and everything is unfolding, and it's absolutely bananas. And when you come from the position of, I guess, an understanding regarding how a lot of this stuff is controlled, algorithmic, leading towards one digital direction, it's easy not to get moved by it. Very easy. And what you're seeing now is even the content creation world getting involved, getting moved. It is a fascinating thing to see as we close this year and move into the next selection. They got something for everybody, every flavor, every creed, everybody, anybody can get it. And here we are. Woo! And we just had Pew Pew, Agent Orange, Clockwork Orange, MK Ultra right in time. Like the rest, nothing has changed in these regards. For those paying attention. I mean, wow. I just got to get a little bit of this off my chest before we dive in. I got a bunch of new things to present to you regarding the RFK Trump situation. I have a whole conceptual, systematic view of what we're seeing right now. And again, listen, this is my view. Comes from my work, research, and concepts. I'm always up for different perspectives. My way isn't the highway, but I spend my life doing this, and I'm here to present it to you. Not telling anyone how to think, what to think. I pray and hope that this work here gets you to want to think a little deeper and a little more, and think outside of these paradigms. We're going to jump into it. Yeah, of course, trans shooter, right? Every damn time. Well, at least lately. It's getting wild, weird, wild, all of that. W's all around. Fresh off the... Let me stop. Anyways, I appreciate you all. We're really going to get in here. So thank you once again for joining. Heavy show today. I'm going to try to keep you guys under 3 hours. We'll see how we do. Got so many clips to show you, so many tie-ins, visuals, breakdowns. I mean, we're about to go in. Thank you for being here. Episode 110 with yours truly on the FUTURESHOCK podcast. Things are very, very, very weird.
We live in a video game world, bro. Half of these niggas ain't even real people, bro. Watch this.
Welcome to FUTURESHOCK podcast. It's time to cook.
The whole point is that it's only science fiction until it's reality.
Peep the menu cause we serving hot plates. Please do not forget to tip your server. Check out the merch shop for fire gear, links in the description. We appreciate your continued support. All praises to the Most High. Let's get it.
Okay, so we're going to start off with a couple clips here, just briefly here on this pew pew situation, because there's so much other stuff to talk about. And like a lot of stuff you've been seeing in the news over the last week or two, it's really distractive. And as I do here, I try my best to show you some of the subtext, the goings on beneath the surface, and ultimately that foundation, that framework that's being built, technologically speaking, beneath the culture wars, the politics, the debates, and all the nonsense distractions. Okay, so let's hear this real quick. Someone had mentioned they weren't part of the transformer transitional tuner crew. Listen, man, I don't know. Honestly, I didn't really look much into this story at all, because it's just run-of-the-mill clockwork orange. So I don't mean to be insensitive, but I don't believe anything I see on these news programs that tend to show us these types of events. It isn't to say nothing is real, and it isn't to say we can't get any type of real information from these news sources. It's about, how do you read the news, right? How do you interpret it is a better way to put it. Okay, so let's look at this real quick. Quick little clip. Let me get this audio here. And, you know, prayers to everyone affected by this, right? Even if it's just emotionally. We always empathize with those that are legitimately affected.
But before we begin, I want to address the tragic shooting that occurred this morning at a high school in Winder, Georgia. We are still gathering information, but the FBI and ATF are on the scene, working with state, local, and federal partners. I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
Now, just to show you that this is what's happened, I know there's plenty that probably didn't even know this happened. Okay. Now, here a lot of people calling it an op. I understand that. A drill, FF. I'm sure people think it's completely legitimate. Is it another candy book situation? Hey, as far as I'm concerned, it's almost impossible to really know the complete story when it comes to these situations. It really is, because they're layered. And for me, let's just be objective here. Let's be objective. Hypothetically speaking, if things were on the up and up, and we always ask these questions, why is it that there seems to be a pattern narratives with regard to what they show us, what they tell us? Everything seems to be so patterned and structured. If these things were legitimate, and again, we're being objective and hypothetical, if these things were legitimate, how is it the case that there's so much clear patterns in what we see, what we hear, the rollout, the layout, the interviews, the timing of these things? It's weird. I'm, again, objective, like I'm some normie asking questions. How does any of this make sense? None of it makes sense. So again, I don't have a problem coming into these scenarios completely disregarding what they're saying. We never see anything. Now, again, I understand there's people that might live across the street and have a lot more information. I'd love to hear it. I'm not there. I don't see these things in the real world. A lot of the stuff we see on these screens are algorithmically sent to us to give us some type of messaging. So, you know, I'm open. I'm totally open. I don't mean to be insensitive when it comes to these things, but man, none of it makes sense. None of it makes any sense. And I'm not saying these are, you know, the H word. I'm not saying that. Who knows how these things are designed, but I just don't, I'm not buying any of what we're being told. So let's just get through that. Because, you know, these things are always very polarizing, controversial, and for good reason. I understand. Now, oh, this is another, to add to that, like every other situation here, and I thought I had the article here as evidence. Where is it? I must have misplaced it. But there's articles going around, like always, and some of you probably have seen this. Whether it be the FBI or the school, I can't remember who, but someone was tipped off hours beforehand or days beforehand, or they were watching this person for months. It was something like this. The same narrative we always hear, guys. I'm sick and tired of it. How can I be sensitive to things when it's clear that we're being lied to about stuff? Every single, they were tipped ahead of time. Every attack, every pew pew situation, we're always given this, right? You guys know this. Even with the Trump op, the whole ear thing. They were tipped ahead of time. It's what is going on with this stuff? I don't spend much time in that area of research. There's a lot of other people that spend their time doing that. But it just, none of it makes any legitimate sense to me, man. It's really strange. I'm sorry. Like, real things, organic things don't have patterns like that. They just don't. Reality isn't patterned like that unless it's an algorithm. But we'll say that for later. Here's an image here that is being passed around of kind of an aerial view. And, you know, they just pass around these same kind of shots and repeat it over and over again. People running. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't trust anything anymore. I hate to be that way when it comes to like these big events. Now, you guys have been paying attention. Doesn't it seem like all of a sudden all of this truth is being revealed, right? We've talked about this in the past. Earmageddon, that's funny. Earmageddon. Is this the revelation of the method, the externalization of the hierarchy, right? Why is it that it's all of a sudden completely okay to talk about the JQ, for instance, to even talk about, you know, the gas scenario, questioning the quantification of such events is now okay. All of a sudden, you got Candace Owens. I mean, you can't get any more generic and mainstream coming out, and though she's misrepresenting things and Fuentes put her in her place about that. Anyhow, coming out talking like this, it's comical. You got the new truthers. You got Brett Weinstein on Joe Rogan talking about the voting, and I'll show you guys some clips. It's just crazy. Everyone's some like edgy truther now, and it's all boilerplate crap, right? Recently, the big story, we're going to reveal the JFK documents. Interesting. Now we're questioning the legitimacy or the historicity of World War II. Yeah, I know those of you out in this world paying attention, you see it. It's weird. And in my view, of course, that's by design. There's purpose here, man. I'll get to it. I just got to build my case, as it were. So now it's okay to talk. We want to reveal the JFK papers. We want to question the historicity of World War II. We want to question the historicity of the big H word. How many people died, etc. Let me stop. What else? I got a list. It's crazy. It's like conspiracy is like the new cool thing. You got all the big funded corporate legacy adjacent indie podcasters talking about this stuff. It's just so fascinating to me. It's so fascinating. And anyhow, you guys have been paying attention, right? We're going to build this up. Now, people are saying, oh, this is weird. This is so weird, because it's been weird. It's beyond weird. Welcome. But now it's hit the podcasting and the kind of alt media world, you know, with the Tim Pools and you got this Russia thing. It's getting a little too close for comfort, I'm hearing around these streets. This is why I don't mess with nobody, because this place is weird. And people on the internet, especially these influencers, they're all weird as far as I'm concerned, and take it how you will. I'm just saying, I don't want anything to do with it. Holocaust, H word, Chris, sorry. I'm just, listen, man, I'm doing my work. We have our community here. We're fine. I don't want anything to do with this nonsense. And it's just getting too strange, and people are calling it out. And this has been what I've been talking about for so long. This is the synthesis. Everything being put through the meat grinder. The so-called alt media, legacy media. You got Cuomo talking about we need to leave the left and the right and form a unity, liberated party. It's like, wow, man. Wow. What else? Yeah, people are calling this out. It's super strange. Now it's the synthesis. You're seeing the alt media, YouTubers, streamers, podcasters now mixing it up with international affairs, corporations, statecraft. You see it. It's all coming together. And for me, it's like, man, I've been seeing this for years. We've been here since 2016, and since jump, I've been paying attention to this. And here we are. and it's all happening. So, and you know, we don't have a problem calling out people that are out here playing the role, right? And there's a whole lot of them. And these paradigms. So let me pull this up. Paradigms, right? So as we get started here, let's just dig into this. So I call it proxy info wars. Okay. In my view, right, and from my perspective, we're dealing with something I call proxy info wars. Proxy in that they're organized proxy, let's say induced conflict, agitation, propaganda by way of big tech, corporate media industries, social media, the PPP, private public partnership. When you see Google, when you see Twitter, you see intelligence. It's all intelligence, right? And you know, it is what it is. We've always known this. We were doing videos on InQtel like back in 2016. We're aware. Yeah, the spectacle. There we go. Perfect. The spectacle. Guy Debord, I think, would find this moment rather interesting. Now, proxy infowars. I have here a techno structure, techno state. That's what when you see Musk, when you see Palantir, when you see the United States government, okay, when you see the IDF, you see the techno structure, okay, the techno state, corporation, big tech, big science coming together, forming a techno structure. Okay, in my view, these are my things. Now, techno structure, techno state versus civilization, the public body. Okay, now, online social media, right here, online social media based proxy wars, funded, advertised culture wars based on fringe, controversial, mainline political views to foment diversion and division. Okay, now both of these things, diversion and division, right? So diversion in that these things are supposed to distract and derail and preoccupy the minds of the general population with little proxy wars and battles such that they don't see what's really going on, in my view. Again, always up for different perspectives, but this is my understanding of how these things have been working out. Now, let's see. Division in that we're constantly being separated politically, culturally, racially for different reasons, okay? So a lot of these, when we think of this kind of new debate circuit that's grown, when we think of the red pill kind of communities and this, as if it's supposed to be fighting the gender war, it's actually exacerbating the gender war, and it's exploiting kind of this inceldom. It's in a sense, there's this concept of like rage bait, where it's feeding the rage bait that men in the world are experiencing for good reason. It's an exploitation. It isn't as if there aren't real problems. There are real problems when we think of intersexual relations, right? Definitely problems. But these systems, these popular movements are distractive. They create division, and it's extremely problematic. Now, agitation propaganda, proxy wars between celebs, e-celebs, influencers, streamers, and grifters that ultimately become a reactionary system of entertainment politics with very little real world value. So I look at it as a type of hyper reality monetized, which is the social media commons. So what you see in a lot of these fights, these debates, these big controversial movements and disagreements and beef isn't reality, in that this stuff is happening on screens. People ain't out in the real world in the field mixing it up. This is social media stuff, right? It's not the real world. It's, in my view, hyper reality monetized, and it's the monetization that creates the, I guess, the growth, the development of it. Because what happens is people seek out these types of roles and they exploit these movements, they exploit these communities such that they can monetize them. And listen, I understand it's content, as everyone says, but I think people should pay more attention to the consequences of this type of model, right? It truly exacerbates the problems that already exist under the guise of seeking to heal them or mitigate or in a sense ameliorate all of these issues that socially and culturally we're dealing with here, hence the culture war. It's just say it, it's ridiculous when you see the people out there fighting the culture war. They tend to be propagandists, stuck in these false paradigms, and within these false paradigms they're debating issues that have nothing to do with what's actually going on. So it becomes distractive and it just creates more division. There's little understanding. There's no growth and development out of any of this. There's a lot of money being made, that's for sure, a whole lot of it. Pay attention. Examples of this hyper reality monetized, or this agitation propaganda: proxy wars between celebs and e-celebs, etc. Debate circuit, large corporate podcasts and orbiters, say networks. You know, you got all these networks of people like Daily Wire and, you know, these people that feed into the podcast circuit. You could call it every time. Like Tucker will have a rotating situation of all of these kind of propagandists. And it's very easy to see what's going on. I think Amazing Polly has this concept I've heard in the past. She was working on this. It was really cool. It's like the new network or something like that. It's a really brilliant idea, and I see it. I actually see it. So you get these networks, and then you get the red pill dating content, which really just is turned into a joke. You have a good example of this, like repetition, this copycat, boilerplate, kind of exploitation of a community or an industry. Is you get a lot of people now, I'm seeing this, everyone's like copying these models, whether it was the Fresh and Fit model, or now you got people reacting to that balloon stuff. It's just, I mean, I understand people aren't very creative, but it's just like, what is going on? What are we doing here? Like, what is this? And again, in my view, it just becomes diversion and division and distraction, unfortunately. And that would be okay if we weren't dealing with like real deal issues, if we weren't struggling the way we are socially and culturally and politically, if we weren't in the mess we're in, you know, if things were more chill, and it wouldn't probably be such a big deal if people want to have fun and joke around and troll and make fun of people. There's always room for that type of thing, but we're dealing with real serious issues here, man. I mean, there's little room for error at this point, small margin. I mean, we can't just be joking around and playing anymore, man. I mean, when it comes to these issues, and I feel like, unfortunately, we've had a lot of narcissists and opportunists, get into positions of influence and create markets out of them. And these are real people we're dealing with here, as far as the audience and the people being influenced by these things. These are real people that are really looking for some truth. And I know there's always the populations that are in it for fun, or they're bored, or they're being exploited, like this rage bait concept. I don't know. I just think it's unfortunate. And this is how I see it kind of developing, for what it's worth. So debate circuit, red pill dating content, though massively corporate funded, often self-perpetuated via general narcissism and opportunism of content creation markets, say like grifters, copycats, wannabe types, and mentally ill. I'm sorry, I'm sure there's quite a few people who are doing this work, these podcasts and this content creation, that are legitimately mentally ill. I mean, it is what it is. And so you get state, big tech, algorithmic, socio-political, cultural engineering out of it, right? So when you get the funding, the sponsorship, the collusion with the government, right? Big tech involved, and then you get algorithms. You create a type of engineering process that affects people's socio-political understanding, even their identities, and it changes culture, literally. I mean, look at MAGA. Look at what MAGA's done. You have full-on populations of people that base their identity on a man, a color, and a political party. I mean, look what the red pill has done to young men. I'm sorry, though, sure, it helps people out in different ways. The majority of that entire world online is extremely, I'd say, pathological. When you're actually 30,000 feet viewed looking down, it's pathological stuff. Right, so it's tough. So we have InfoWars, right, which is kind of the conspiratorial aspect of that. We have Timcast, of course. We have the Whatever podcast, PPD, Candace Owens, Lex Friedman, Rogan. Like, all of this stuff is just garbage. It's absolute garbage, man. I'm just, listen, man. What I think doesn't matter. I'm just saying. It's my opinion, for whatever it's worth. Trying to give some arguments here, if that helps. So it's like, on top of this, we're having something called miscommunication. I call it purposeful miscommunication, opposed to, say, disinformation or misinformation. I know, mom, right? The whole Tenet situation. It's comical. And for me, it's evidence of how all of these like big people on YouTube, I don't want to call them feds because that's kind of generic, but they're all like, in a sense, compromised. I mean, could you imagine being involved with that stuff? It's just, I don't know, man. I can't even fathom that. Like, I just can't. So, okay, miscommunication. All right. My point here, before I show you these things, is to give my view, my perspective on how we're having so much conflict. For instance, you see the racial issue, right? Now, it isn't as if conflicts don't exist. It isn't as if problems don't exist. They do. There's an immigration problem. There's clearly socioeconomic issues. There's inflation, hard to afford things. But from my perspective, I see a lot of these problems being, I guess, exacerbated through social media. And what you have is these different groups, these identity groups are formed. And they're all the same, whether it's the kind of Wignat identitarian movement is really no different from the progressive woke movement. They have different views, but it's the same paradigmatic function process. It's very ego-based. It's very victimhood-based. It's dealing with a reactionary spirit. And I believe we're being, in a sense, put into a position of reactionaryism. So we're easy to mold and influence and manipulate because we're constantly reacting to all of these things, opposed to putting them into a type of perspective that builds and paints a bigger picture of what could possibly be going on, right? From my view, I guess I could call it a type of, like, a humble architecture that I'm trying to build here. Now, Let me see what clips we have here before I really start diving in there. So let me give you an example. One of these big paradigms I'm seeing right now is this big talk about the deep state, right? The deep state. I think that's a silly way to look at things, because it suggests that there's a faction in the government that is causing all of these problems. It's completely ridiculous. You have people now that are talking about deep state. I'm hearing this concept about the State Department and the NSA and the CIA. And lobbyists, they're controlling and, you know, fomenting all of these international problems. It's like, it's so, I don't know, man. It's just so silly. It's so short-sighted, but that's big. It's a big thing right now. And I think this is it's a propaganda, in that it gets people to, it gives them a paradigm through which to think and understand politics. When your paradigm is rooted in this type of NSA, CIA, State Department, American government bad, it's like, whoa, bro, you're not going to see 90% of what's actually happening, right? And a lot of those views tend to completely disregard what's happening in Israel, or the ties Israel has to a lot of what we're seeing. It's just very formulaic, very structured, good propaganda, I'd say, very good propaganda. But it's really poisoning the well when it comes to truth, and it's affecting people on a grand scale. And this is all on Twitter for the most part. Twitter is a cesspool of political paradigmatic engineering. It literally is a mind control device that creates these proxy tribal hive minds that are having their politics, their identities, and their perspectives on the world designed for them through algorithms. It's so interesting to like actually see it all panning out. At least from my view, this is what's happening. And then you have people like Russell Brand. You know, he's saying, here, listen to this. Another one of these type of big influencers. And regardless of the personalities as people, who knows who they really are? That doesn't matter to me. That's why I don't feel any kind of way talking about this, because it's the messages they're putting out, right? It's the words and the ideas that matter. I don't think anyone knows who these people really are, and as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter. What are they saying? What are the ideas, right?
You know what our position is here on this show. We believe that the greatest threat to your freedom is the sets of institutions represented broadly by, for example, the Democrat Party or the Labour Party in this country, or Macron or Trudeau in Canada. Globalism. Sets of bureaucrats that want to usher us into technological dictatorship. Trump is clearly pretty far from perfect by many of your assessments, although I know there's a lot of MAGA people out there, and I welcome all of you, because now what we are focused on is the creation of an anti-establishment alliance. How can you argue that anything other than a Trump-Kennedy presidency will lead to further dictatorship, further technological feudalism? You know what.
Well, I got an answer for that. So I just wanted to play you that audio there to give you an understanding of what is being peddled, what is being promoted as truth, as the new anti-establishment movement. Again, within the false left-right Republican Democrat paradigm, though it's being a little more honest in that it's saying, hey, Trump might not be the best answer, but he's the only answer we got, right? It's this type of paradigmatic thinking that's extremely problematic, because, and I do understand these are massive audiences that are extremely diverse, right? What I mean by that is there's there's a lot of diversity in experience, in thought, understanding of the audience. So I understand he has to really create a generic kind of generalization of things to reach all of those people. But I also think it's a part of that design is to keep things so generic and so vague, and use terms like globalism and establishment. Though those are useful in certain instances, you have to break those down and describe what they actually mean. And you don't see any of that. So the problem with this type of paradigm, this deep state versus the independent politicians and populism, that's just, there's way more going on than that, right? And I'm sure this is not news to most of you, but I'm trying to build a case here. So again, we have the communism thing, right? This is a clip recently of Trump on Friedman, one of these massive propaganda podcasts. And aside from the deep state paradigm, we have the communism versus capitalism paradigm. And here's a good example of how this is being pushed extensively on the population right now. You're hearing it all around. You're seeing it all over social media. You're hearing it from all of the people on the right. Everyone's pushing this like it's a type of zeitgeist, like believe communism is coming through the left, as if the right isn't structuring a completely communistic type of digital feudalism. The thing is, it's so multifaceted, and I'll break it down here in a bit. It's a very mixed kind of what we would call techno-capital, in that there is clearly capitalistic aspects of it, socialist aspects of it, as well as communist aspects of it. So it's like this derailment. It's like, look over there at the bad communists, even though we're going to be bringing probably worse things, actually. But check this out.
I don't know that there'll be another election, and it's going to be a communist country or close.
And there's a lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
Well, she's a Marxist.
Her father's a Marxist.
That's right.
And she's advocating.
It's a little unusual, you know.
She's advocating for some policies that are towards the direction of democratic socialism, let's say. But there's a lot of people that kind of know the way government works, and they say, well, none of those policies are going to actually come to reality. It's just being used during the campaign to, you know, groceries are too expensive, we need them cheaper, so let's talk about price controls, and that's never going to come to reality.
It could come to reality. Look, I mean, she came out with price control. It's been tried like 121 different times at different places over the years, and it's never worked once. It leads to communism. It leads to socialism. It leads to having no food on the shelves, and it leads to tremendous inflation.
Now, what's fascinating about this is it makes it as if we aren't already suffering from all of these types of things to different degrees. You know, you have this whole argument that, oh no, the machines are going to kill humanity. Humanity has already been transformed biologically, psychologically, spiritually. It's already happened. And we're in the throes of its development and growth right now. So for me, when I think of these guys talking about communism, it's like it's such misdirection, as if those anachronistic political, cultural concepts fit the information age. It makes no sense. And that's how I could see that this is such massive propaganda, is because they want people to think in those paradigms. They want people to talk about Marxism. Marxism is useless at this point. His whole material view makes no sense in the information age. But again, it's part of a massive destabilization effort to get people to think in these controlled paradigms of anachronistic concepts and ideas that we'll get there. I got a whole thing written out here for you in a second. Let's continue here, man. So then on the other side, we have the right calling people communists, and then of course we have the left calling conservatives racist and misogynistic, just the basic back and forth propaganda, right? Basic stuff. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's this whole thing about World War II going on now, another really interesting paradigm. Here's a clip from Tucker. For me, it's very easy to see what the new propaganda, what the new kind of PSYOP paradigm is when you look at these big podcasts. Whatever topics are being covered over and over again, whatever type of guests keep returning, what the messages are, you could very easily see the patterns in the messaging, at least from my perspective. And now it's interesting how now we're just going to all of a sudden question World War II. And we know very well who was behind World War II. We understand that the main faction took out its own in that scenario and funded both sides. But see, you're never going to hear that. Now what we're hearing is, oh, it wasn't Hitler, it was Churchill. It's crazy.
I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko Willink, one time because he's a New England Dutchman whose his family, it's near and dear to, they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart, that Winston Churchill is a hero, right?
Well, everyone
thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, maybe, but I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did.
Wow. Wow. It was Churchill, guys. He was... I'm not even going to continue that. I'm showing you guys the ops, man. I'm showing you guys all of these crazy developments online right now when it comes to politics and history and the historicity of events. It's creepy. It's creepy to see all of this unfold. It's such deflection from what actually happened and what's actually happening. Now, to speak to that, let me show you something else that I found here that I think has something to do with why it's all of a sudden okay to talk about the JQ. And I look at it as a type of honeypot to get people to talk about this situation and to even become hateful towards this group, such that a new type of victimization, maybe algorithm could eventually come out. But check this out. I think you'll be able to put the pieces together.
The FBI says it has foiled a terror plot aimed at America's largest Jewish community. Federal agents say a 20-year-old ISIS supporter was arrested by Canadian authorities on Wednesday while trying to cross the border. He's accused of planning to carry out a mass shooting at a Jewish community center in Brooklyn. Michael George is here with details. Michael, good morning.
Jeff, good morning. The FBI says 20-year-old Mohammed Khan, a Pakistani citizen living in Canada, had one goal: to kill as many Jewish people as possible. And his plot was timed to the one-year anniversary of the October 7 Hamas terror attacks because he thought there would be bigger crowds at memorials and protests. Now, the FBI says they've had their eye on Khan for nearly a year. They say he expressed support for ISIS on social media, and just 3 weeks ago, he chose his target, a Jewish religious center in Brooklyn. According to a criminal complaint, here was Khan's plan. He wanted to pay a human smuggler to get him into the U.S., then he'd get a hold of an AR-15 and commit a mass shooting in New York. The complaint says Khan wrote, "If we're successful, this is going to be one of the largest attacks ever on Jews outside of the Israeli territory." Special Agent Rob Kissane of New York's Joint Terrorism Task Force spoke about the foiled plot.
Once we uncovered this threat, we worked with our partners in Canada to arrest Khan before he could carry out his deadly plot.
Now, authorities say they caught Khan using undercover FBI informants. Khan was allegedly communicating with them for months, asking for help getting weapons. And when Khan started heading to New York on Wednesday, Canadian police arrested him. Now he's facing federal terrorism charges.
Interesting. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just showing you guys these things, trying to build a case here, putting some ideas out there. You could come to your own conclusions regarding these things. But I personally believe there is a concerted effort at weaving a type of narrative that protects a certain class, a certain group, whilst dividing a lot of other groups up, presenting false narratives of the past, revisiting aspects of the past, in a sense to do this type of revisionist history, right? And they all play into a dialectic, whether it's Hitler bad, did A, B, C, and D, or Churchill bad, right? I'm not saying it. Listen, I have no dog in the fight. I understand that all of these wars have been controlled. All of these wars have been funded on both sides, and everybody involved are a problem and an aspect of what happened. But you're not going to get me to fall into these hive minds, these polars, these I guess what we could say, these proxy groups that want to take one side or the other. A lot of things are nuanced with regard to history, right? And most of the time, people fail to really consider, say, the technological aspects of things, the financial aspects of things, right? So I'm not saying I have all the answers to these things, but I can definitely see the inconsistencies. I can definitely see how people are being broken up by design to fall for a lot of false ways of thinking and seeing history. This is all a big project, in my view, to confuse and derail people from figuring out what is actually going on. Be careful, because I believe, especially truth speakers, are being, in a way, it's almost as if we're being baited to do and say certain things. Be wise, but gentle as doves. Don't fall for the paradigms and the dialectics, man, because they're heavy right now. And then I saw this, man, I almost fell out of my chair. Trump, and I think we got a good taste of this with the warp speed, but then it got even more comical with the whole ear situation, Earmageddon. Now Trump is saying he lost by a whisker. That is the election. When before that, the whole story was they stole the election, it's fraud, they cheated. Now, oh, I just lost by a whisker. Yeah, just a whisker. Just lost by a whisker. Imagine how his base feels. Complete betrayal. And I've been trying to tell people they're going to betray everyone. Conservatives. Let me just stop, because I was going to say something. Everybody can get it at this point.
What do you think you'll do in the debate coming up in a few days?
So I've done a lot of debating, only as a politician. I never debated. My first debate was the Rosie O'Donnell debate, right? The famous Rosie O'Donnell debate, the answer. But I've done well with debates. I mean, I became president. And then the second time, I got millions more votes than I got the first time. So I was told if I got 63 million, which is what I got the first time, you would win. You can't not win. And I got millions of more votes than that, and lost by a whisker. And look what happened to the world with all of the wars and all of the problems.
He jumped away from that topic real quick. Lost by a whisker. And then, all the wars and lost by a whisker. A whisker. What next? You won by an earlobe? Is that what we're going to hear next? I won by my earlobe. Goodness. It's just a joke. I'm sorry, man. It's all a joke. It's all a game. All of this. Y'all know, man. I got to tell you. And then I'm not going to play this clip because it's annoying. I can't stand some of these people. But you got Brett Weinstein on Rogan talking about a voting system is designed to be gamed. Duh. It's just now we have the new truthers, right? The guys that were telling everyone to get jabbed and wear a mask. They want to come out and tell us how the voting works. They want to tell us how politics work now. So ridiculous. Now let's get to free speech. Okay. Let's get to free speech. So we talked a little bit about. I'm going to tie all these things together, right? As far as communism, right? And this paradigmatic engineering, right? So we have the concept of communism. Now let's talk about free speech. Free speech is another one of these big topics right now. Now, again, it's not like there aren't real issues. It's not like there aren't these weird communistic features going on that would make people think this way. It's not that we haven't had a free speech problem. I mean, think about this though. Didn't we have a little more, save what's going on with Twitter, which I think is a design. It's a data mining project. It's a behavioral data project. It's training AI. So it ain't about free speech, though speech is somewhat more free on Twitter. That's not what it's really for. So aside from that, didn't we have a little more free speech during Biden's administration than we did during Trump, the recent one? I'm just saying. Now, I do understand that was during the whole COVID situation, but I think that proves it doesn't matter who's in office. It matters what's going on with the ops. It matters what are corporations and, let's say, non-governmental organizations and biosecurity structures. What are they saying? Because it seems like they're the ones that call the shots. Trump wasn't calling no shots, was he? Who was calling the shots? Pun intended. I remember we were silenced like crazy during Trump. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter who's in office, man. They can make anything pop off at any moment. Now, speaking of free speech, this is another one of these big, massive propaganda engines promoting Kamala as a communist. She's going to take away free speech. Oh, let's get into free speech.
And it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
Yes. That has to stop. Okay, sure. But guess what? Free speech isn't what people think it is. And again, just like communism isn't what people think it is, at least in 2024, neither is free speech. And I'm going to present to you some of my concepts regarding these things and why I believe these ideas, as pieces of really, really influential propaganda, are being diffused out into the ether algorithmically, right? This is a very massive social engineering situation. Let me go into it here with you, okay? Appreciate you guys' patience, man. Got a lot to say, you already know. So, okay, so miscommunication. What we're being told, this idea of disinformation, misinformation, right? This is the big boogeyman. This is the big straw man, right? That we see coming from the UN, World Economic Forum, all of the big bad guys. But what about the good guys? What are the good guys doing? Oh, well, you know, the best guy of the day, Elon Musk, just gave us our first free speech platform. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Now, it's what I see as miscommunication. Not misinformation or disinformation, but miscommunication. It's purposeful. I call it purposeful miscommunication. So we could think from a biblical view, confounding the tongues by a managed social media discourse. What do I mean? Just like in scripture, Tower of Babylon, confounding the tongues. We understand Satan can only copy, he can't create, right? We're seeing a similar dynamic here in social media, in my view. A type of induced, purposeful miscommunication such that we don't understand each other. This idea of we're speaking past one another, especially when we're debating concepts that don't fit the current moment. It becomes rigmarole. It becomes intellectual masturbation. It becomes ego-based. It's not fruitful. Very little value is gathered such that it changes something in society. If anything, it just creates tribes, right? Now, via managed social media discourse, that's of course what we see happening on social media. And then we can look at this as technique. We're going to define technique. We're going to go into technique, AI, all of that stuff in the next segment. So popular media content as algorithmically dictated networks of communication, right? Check this out. Miscommunication of free speech issue. That's what this is. Or should I say it's a misconception, I'm sorry. A misconception of free speech issue. So everyone's talking about we have a free speech issue. No, we don't. No, we don't. You might think I'm crazy saying that. Free speech is not the problem. See, free speech was a problem, say, prior to the third industrial revolution. Right? Free speech was a problem then. Hence the importance of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all of these things. They were meant to protect our free speech. Free speech is no longer the problem. What do I mean by that? Misconception of free speech issue is, we have to think of it as if X is a free speech platform, it's designing what people see. AI as a vision of reality. AI is artificial vision. Okay, in my view, it's not intelligent. It's artificial vision. A way of seeing the world. AI presents data organized such that it presents a vision, a worldview of the world through information. Big data. What is the data collected for? To have a vision of what's going on, a view, to see deeper into things through data. Okay. When what people see is controlled, what people say matters little with regard to censorship. Let's get into this idea here. I call it commandeering the dynamics of communication. Commandeering the dynamics of communication. Let me say this again. Pay attention for those that might not have heard it. When what people see is controlled, what people say matters little with regard to censorship, in that you can say whatever the hell you want. Say whatever you want. What matters now in the information age, going into the fourth industrial revolution, what people see is what matters. Because you could say what you want. If no one sees what you say, it doesn't matter. Now, let's continue. Let's go deeper into this. Actually, I think I have some notes on that I want to read you. Yes. Absolutely. I got to read this to you here. Okay. Now, freedom of speech. Technological means or technique via algorithm, okay, has afforded non-governmental corporations to circumvent the Constitution by innovating a new way to control the dynamics of communication. Not necessarily the act or agency of speech itself, because that's what the Constitution was about, wasn't it? People, individuals, are liberated and free to say what you wish, but your ability to be heard or to interact with an interlocutor is no longer confined to the material, spatio-temporal world. It is now subject to a virtual realm, a digital ecosystem that has completely new, novel layers within it that are inaccessible to the public, that are completely foreign to those who are communicating, which renders the subject, which renders the population, the public, those communicating, completely helpless with regard to communication. Do you understand? You can say whatever the hell you want now. Freedom of speech isn't a thing anymore because they don't have to censor your speech. Now they simply censor who you reach, who can see your words, who can see your ideas, hear your ideas, read your words. So now it's very easy and almost heroic to tout freedom of speech. I'm going to give you freedom of speech. Yet beneath the surface, the real issue is the controlling of those dynamics of communication. Communication, interaction. If they control the interaction, what you say means nothing. Because we say things to communicate to others. We say things to communicate with other people. What happens when you create technologies that can manipulate that area of communication? The power, the meaning, the purpose that was in the Constitution regarding free speech disappears. You know where I'm going with this, guys. This is not a pretty situation, and it's going to hurt a lot of these conservatives and constitutionalists. But this is what happens in the information age. This is what the technological society is all about, hence this channel and this show. While everyone's worried about all of this silly crap going on, big things are developing that are going to change life as we know it on an existential level. Now, digital information communication tech has introduced a new layer of manipulation between social interactions, and this creates a monopoly on communication. The layer is inaccessible and unknown to the communicating public. This is power, guys. This is full spectrum dominance. When people have the ability to control who you can even reach, who you can even communicate with. See, back in the day, say prior to this type of technology, you can't stop people from meeting in a physical space. Well, you could, right? There's definitely ways with law enforcement. They did that. When we think about a lot of the social liberation movements, what were we doing? I was there. We were meeting up in garages and basements, parks, basketball courts, late at night, talking about our ideas, strategizing, because we could do those types of things. Today, we do the same thing, but now that life, that physical, material, socially interactive world, that experience is gone. It's now been replaced by social media. It's been replaced by virtual communities, with all of the positives that came of that. When we think of international connection, we're able to communicate with people overseas. We're able to instantly contact people that are miles away from us. We're able to find little pockets of like minds all over the earth. There's many valuable advantages when it comes to this type of technology. But what happens when we realize, though we have this new connectivity, though we have these new type of technologically extending as far as our bodies and our spatio-temporal selves, these extensions into these new worlds, though these have given us new experiences and opportunities, it also binds us all. It binds us all to the power and the control, the manipulation and the management of those behind the networking systems. We are now bound by this new existence. Now, unfortunately, they can control how we communicate with each other, how we reach each other, how we find each other. Now, one good thing is we're going to have to go old school, and I'm saying this now. There will come a time, maybe not. I believe there will come a time where we're going to have to go backwards. We're going to have to create the speakeasies again. We're going to have to do the meetups and, all of that stuff one more time. Because once they get this Web3 up, listen, man, we're all going to be pushed into little silos of dark places with very little amounts of people hearing anything we're saying, because they have that power now. So free speech means nothing at this point. This is why they're promoting it so much. This is why they're using it to make Musk seem like some hero. Same thing goes for communism. This is why they want people to focus on communism, because it doesn't fit where we're going. This is why they want people to focus on free speech, because it doesn't fit where we are. People are so distracted by, we get free speech, yet they're not paying any attention to the fact that we're all algorithmically controlled with regard to communication. All of us. We're all subject to it. That's the problem. That's the big issue. Who allowed for us to be controlled by algorithms? Who agreed to this? Wasn't there a time when algorithms didn't control things as such? That's the issue. At least one of them. Let's see. Okay, we're not ready for this yet. Let me give you an example of this. The push of this communist propaganda. This is another really good one here. This is Musk. Not immediately, but firmly on that path. Someone says it's no longer Republicans versus Democrats. It's America versus communism. That's a battle America must win. I mean, this is complete, utter garbage. It's Republicans or America versus communism. Let me show you some things, okay? Now, again, this stuff is for the normies. This stuff is for the people who just follow. I understand that. I'm sure none of you here are falling for this stuff, right? Don't think I'm speaking to you. But when you see these paradigms, left versus right, Republican, Democrat, America versus communism, right? Free speech versus dictatorship or fascism. All paradigms, false paradigms, okay? Now, let's see. We're gonna have to talk about the Constitution real quick here. Let me make sure. Okay, all right. So, now, communism, free speech. We might as well go all the way. Constitution. You have a big push right now of people. Oh, actually, before I go there, let me show you a clip. Let me show you a clip. I think that, where is that clip? I gotta show you this because this sets it up good. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Rogan. Again, it's always on the propaganda platforms where you can learn this stuff. Here we go.
Look at this.
Oh yeah, of course.
The Constitution is sacred. Is it also dangerous?
Right.
One of the biggest threats to American politics might be the country's founding document. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
One of the biggest threats to America's politics?
Now, do you understand what this is meant to do? So what this is meant to do is to present to the public that communism is taking over, and one of its biggest goals is to remove the Constitution. This builds the paradigm even more. It infuriates the conservative right, who stand on the Constitution as this semblance of identity and safety and security and meaning and purpose as an American. Okay. So what these types of articles and what this type of propaganda does, in my view, is stoke that fire, right? And inflame it such that this communist left progressive communism is just more built up and becomes more of an aspect of people's paradigmatic thinking. So now people are, it's all about these damn communists, man. They're going to take away the Constitution. Let me show you something. Let's continue.
Might be one of the greatest documents that any country was ever founded on, if not the greatest ever.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a threat to America's politics. What politics are we talking about? Like how could you possibly gaslight me enough to go along with you on this?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's on the one hand completely predictable, right?
Right.
Because there's obviously an authoritarian force there that just grinds its teeth at night over the Constitution and the fact that it prevents it from doing things that it just wants to do last week.
There it is. There's an authoritarian thing over there. This is it. This is the dialectic. They're the authoritarians. They're the communists. They want to take away the Constitution. I'm going to present to you, from my understanding, how it's already gone. And soon enough, it won't have meaning. It won't have actual meaning anymore. Very similar to how communism, in the sense that it's being used, no longer has actual meaning, okay? Let's finish up this clip quickly here.
You know? And so, of course, they're like scratching their heads like, can we come up with an argument for why it might be time to get rid of that thing? And of course, if you're a normal thinking person, this is complete insanity. But if you're a New York Times reader, I'm sure that fits with the kind of ethos that's been cultivated.
Well, this is why a person like Trump is so important to them.
There's the dialectic. See, this is why Trump's so important. Because he's a wild card, right? He mixes things up. He allows them to create an environment or a climate of extremism because he's an extremist. You see the dialectic. Check it out.
Because if you don't have someone that is an imminent threat on the horizon in 3 months, it's very difficult to justify all this shit. So if you have Kamala Harris and she's competing against Ron DeSantis, if it's just Kamala Harris and Ron DeSantis and Trump doesn't exist, maybe he died. Maybe he died in the last few years, you know. How could you wouldn't be able to make that argument? You wouldn't. There's no imminent threat.
Right.
Let's say Mitt Romney. Let's say someone even more moderate as a Republican, even more palatable. You can't make that. You can't make that argument that we can't have a First Amendment, because the First Amendment is getting in the way. The First Amendment is allowing people to say things that aren't true, misinformation and disinformation, and we're right here. We're September 2nd. I think yesterday was the first day where Brazil banned Twitter.
I know.
So X is illegal to have in Brazil as of today, as of yesterday. And not only is it illegal, but you go through it through a VPN and they will charge you $8,000 a day.
I know.
We're going to talk about Brazil in a little bit here, because there's a tie-in to all of this, which is very interesting, man. Just sitting back, looking at all of these developments, it's like, wow, they're going to pull this off. They're going to pull this off. They really are, because everyone is just completely asleep when it comes to this whole idea of convergence, right? Now, Constitution. Its historical context is important, right? Just like communism and its historical context is important for it to have meaning. Okay. The Bill of Rights, based on its historical context as a key limiting factor, does not account for our new speech modifying feature, freedom of reach, just as an example. So when we go to the Constitution to gain some understanding of our rights, especially regarding free speech, it doesn't necessarily work when speech has been digitized, when speech has been, let's say, seized algorithmically, right? Managed, produced, and even controlled as far as the communication element. The Constitution doesn't have words, doesn't have anything to account for that. The same thing can be said for what we saw during COVID, the rollout of QR codes, the introduction of certain types of technologies happening on the back of a crisis, right? Honestly, our constitutional rights have been violated a long time ago. That's just a good example of it. My point is this: the Constitution, as it always has been, especially now in the information age, will be circumvented in every position, event needed through technological means, because the Constitution, as a very old, outdated, anachronistic document, is no longer suited for such an environment, for such a bio-digital relationship, for such a politic, right? For such a civilization as this. It doesn't fit, it doesn't work. And it is my belief that this will be reason to trash it all together or to rewrite it, to renew it. And you know who's going to be doing that? The tech industry, through the pen of the government. Hence 2030 AI governance and how everything is going to be transformed. Everything you understood politically is going to be completely uprooted if the people allow it to happen. I do personally believe that people do have more influence than they think. We'll talk about that at the end. Therefore, the 20th century conceptualization of communism, therefore, I'm sorry, my handwriting is horrible. Therefore, like the 20th century conceptualization of communism, the Constitution will not protect Americans from the encroaching, data-driven technologies of human command and control. This is the hard pill to swallow. And this is, in my view, at least in part, a big part of the distraction away from the real issues at hand. The real issues aren't communism. The issues are new types of distribution programs and systems that will be diffused out into the world by way of big data and government, corporation, tech, academia collusion, under the nose and over the head of the public. We're going to be given things we don't understand, this type of technosis, right? We are going to be opt into systems we aren't even aware of. We're already doing this now with the social or the smart contract layers. Blockchain is going to be so sophisticated the general population has no idea how it works. It's a completely new world when it comes to this type of all-encompassing technology. So all of these old ideas of communism, constitution, all of free speech, it's all deflection. If people were saying no, it's not about free speech. It's about the fact that y'all putting algorithms in everything, and you're able to control how we communicate with each other in ways we can't even see. It ain't about free speech. No, it's not about communism. It's about this new techno-capital system you have coming that's going to turn everybody into bugs. No, it's not about the Constitution. It's about the fact that you're circumventing it with your new novel technologies. But I'm just speaking into the wind, I guess. Communism, straw manning our future with anachronistic concepts like communism are good for techno-capital and the future. Why? Other than that, what is another reason they're getting people to rah about communism? Let's think about it. Come on, I know somebody's going to come up with it. Come on. Rah about communism. Communism bad. I'm not saying communism's good. But what this is, rah-rahing, focusing, preoccupation with concepts, old world concepts of communism and socialism is good for techno-capital. Communism bad. Check the dialectic. Communism bad, capitalism good. It keeps people from understanding how capitalism is changing. You see this, you see the dialectic. Oh, Democrats are crazy libtards, so I'm going to be a hardcore conservative Republican. You see how the mind control works. Focus on communism and allow techno-capital to flourish. And by the time it's too late, you're going to realize there's massive elements of communism built within the techno-capital system that is going to transform how people make money, how people interact and communicate and exist in the world. And by that time, everyone will feel so stupid about how they spent the past 5 years arguing with people on the internet about what's better, capitalism or socialism or communism. Completely idiotic, but by design. Absolutely, Mr. Magoo. And we've talked about this quite a bit. Crony capitalism is what we have here now. This is the interesting part. Not only are we going to be moving to this, well, we already are, with a lot of the new industries, to a type of digital capitalism. I call it next stage capitalism, not end stage, but next stage capitalism, because it's not changing in the concept of capital. It's a very Nicklandian type of future regarding capital, in that what we're dealing with now is the acceleration of capitalism under the guise of fighting communism. No, we're accelerating capitalism such that it collapses into this new type of techno-cap, whereby currencies are transformed forever. And it renders all things forms of capital, all things, whether that be your bioenergy, your biometrics, your psychometrics, materials of the world, environmental products, leaves, dogs, cats, wind, water, air, carbon. Everything becomes capital. See, this is what a lot of people miss. And this is the part of the deflection of communism, right? We're moving towards this new type of all-encompassing digitization, capitalization of life. Everything becomes an object to exploit for some type of capital gain. We see this happening now with behavior, with data, with attention. The attention economy really was as Zuboff in her Surveillance Capitalism describes, which is a good start into some of these ideas, missing a lot of points, but still a decent work, normie tier work. But this idea of the attention economy being this really first techno-capital kind of representation, where even your mind and your behaviors become elements of currency. It's about to get real hairy, man. That's all I'm saying. And this is why I get a little bit perturbed by a lot of the nonsense influencer mainstream kind of alt media, is because it's distracting people from what's actually going on. And forgive me if I'm being a little bit too much about some of those things, but I can't help it. It's kind of like going through COVID and quarantine and everyone's all afraid and you're sitting there like, what the hell is happening? It's happening all over again. And it's hard to deal with sometimes, I must be honest. Tokenization, there we go. Yep, programmable currency, tokenization. This is what I'm getting at. Web3, right? And it's not just money. I mean, we're going to get to a lot of these studies. It's just a lot of this stuff is very technical, very complicated, and complex, so I'm not going to throw everything on you guys. But listen, man, what they're building, people can't even fathom. It's way beyond even money. But we'll get there eventually. And X as this haven for free speech, actually it's a behavioral data mining operation that uses the resistance to standardize algorithmic capture and politically based algorithmic throttling of reach. Let me say that again. Alleged free speech, Twitter, Musk. Actually, it's a behavioral data mining operation that uses the resistance to standardize algorithmic capture, normalizing algorithms into our everyday online communication. We can't even communicate with each other without being manipulated, influenced, managed, controlled in some capacity by an algorithm. You post something on the internet, it's only going to reach certain people based on what the algorithm thinks, how the algorithm values what you're saying. This arbitrary value system, power in politics, that's built into the algorithm, creates your value for you. Your words have no value in the real world. They only have value insofar as the algorithmic sees it valuable. Does anybody realize this is how we're communicating now on these platforms? This is the problem. This is the problem. Not am I going to be allowed to say certain things, but how in the hell are you guys able to control who we even reach? And again, I know it's private companies. We're using their networks. We're using their infrastructure. I know. I shouldn't even be complaining. I know that whole thing. I get it. I just disagree. I think we can still complain. I think we can still say something. Actually, it's a behavioral data mining operation that uses the resistance to standardize algorithmic capture and politically based algorithmic throttling of reach. In other words, Musk and Twitter is a Trojan horse. Sneaking in the algo model. The algorithmic model for communication online, amongst other things, is a key problem. Do you see how they just usher this stuff in whilst pointing us to another problem as a red herring? No, it's not the fact that we're using algorithms to control who you even can speak to. It's the fact that there's free speech and we should be concerned with what you can say and what you can't say. None of that matters when the actual communication dynamics are controlled. Do you see the clever nature of that? It makes them seem heroic. It makes them seem like they're doing something for us. See, we're giving you free speech, man. We're allowing you to say what you want to say. Speak your truth. Yet you control the reach. and you design algorithms that throttle and limit people's ability to reach. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, let me stop. This stuff, it gets under my skin. You already know. Now, let's continue, man. Damn, we've been on an hour and a half, and we haven't even gotten to the AI health situation with the MAHA. MAHA. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I got 2 more segments. We're just getting rolling here. Okay. And we're going to talk about immigration, and I'm tying it all together. Everything will be tied into a nice little bow by the time we're finished. Thank you for following, keeping up, and being here. Okay? Because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you're here with us, and I appreciate you. Now, let's see. Let me make sure. Oh, let me check the slides here. Make sure, because I don't want to move on to MAHA until we finish up with this. Okay, let's go. Good to see you, Bari. Shout out to Mo Griff. Mo Griff in the building. B1 is with us. Good to see you guys, man. All right, so paradigmatic engineering. All of a sudden, we're able to talk about World War II, question the historicity. All of a sudden, people are talking about 9/11. It was an inside job. Legacy media calling it out. All of a sudden, legacy media is calling out the left-right paradigm and the failed politics of U.S. government. All of a sudden, everyone wants to talk about the JFK assassination. Oh, I call it 20th century historicity as derailment. Check it out. Keep the public's mind and political ontology fixed within the frame of anachronistic political, economic systems that do not properly interpret the supermodern machinations of the 21st century information age / technological society. Their zeal, concern, and preconceived notions and false presuppositions will inhibit their ability or capacity to truly understand the massive existential transition that is occurring behind the political noise. That, in several sentences, describes what I've been trying to build here. This idea of 20th century historicity derailment. Focus on these old world anachronistic concepts that really don't tell you at all what's happening. We will hear endless spats and proxy battles over the significance of communism, free speech, corporate accountability, we're going there next, safe and effective technologies, and the Constitution. Oh, you will hear endless spats and proxy battles regarding these things. And it is all in order. It is all in order to keep this type of frame, right? This framing, this political framing of anachronistic political and economic systems that do not properly interpret the supermodern machinations of the 21st century information age and the technological society. In other words, this keeps people completely blind to the world that is surrounding them. And it is predominantly done through screens, virtual. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised, as of course Gil Scott Heron had said in the past. In fact, no, the revolution will be live streamed via algorithm. The revolution will be posted on social media via algorithm. The revolution will be experienced through small devices of technology brought to you by the Big Five, amongst others. Yes. The revolution won't be televised because the television is an anachronistic device in 2024, just like communism and the Constitution. Now, what we find here is media politics. Let's talk about it. The debates and the perspectives. Oh, I know more about politics than you. This whole thing. It's choice architecture and identity programming. What do I mean? Shaping the public's worldviews through amplified messaging and symbols, images that engineer and modify their understanding of environment. That's the political and social environment. This mediated force via algorithm and repetition and duration influences the formation of the individual's knowledge, judgments, and self-construct. What do I mean by knowledge, judgment, and self-construct? The things you know that are gathered algorithmically, gathered through these communities online, that you interact for long durations in heavy repetition every single day, shaping what you know, your epistemology, data-driven, by the way. Judgments, how you conclude what you're seeing, the judgments you make, and of course self-construct. People's identity is formed through these systems, which you have the Wignat identitarian movement, you have the Black liberation movements, the Pan-African movements, the ADOS movements, you have the progressive leftist wokeism movements, you have all of these hive minds that are algorithmically constructed through this very designed knowledge, judgment, self-construct dynamic, right? Most people do not read outside of legacy information and social media, all algorithmic structures of knowledge engineering, by the way. Now, this isn't to say some of these people that believe these things aren't reading too, but it's not an intelligence thing. It's an emotional attachment to, say, identity, race, self-construct that is projected onto a group, a political party, some type of dynamic of concepts like, I don't know, troonery, right? Hence, with all this being said, and media politics as choice architecture and identity programming, hence the absurdity and unreliable nature of polls and public opinion, conventional wisdom, mainstream view, and of course populism, and of course voting. All right. All these ideas are aggregates of a paradigmatic engineered population. When you think of polls, when you think of populism, what's popular? Do you think what's popular is what's good, what's right, what's authentic, what's relevant, what's accurate? What's popular is just a representation, a mirroring of the hyper-real. So this undermines polls, public opinion. The whole concept of conventional wisdom isn't wise anymore. It's filled with trends and memes. The conventional wisdom today is memes. And you think voting means something aside from its fake structure in politics? The people out there making informed decisions to go out and vote on a ballot, do you think that's actually valuable when the majority, not all of you guys, I'm sure many of you are very intelligent, very wise and knowledgeable and know how to, articulate and dissect political issues. I'm not saying you guys. I'm speaking to this like general kind of slob Borg population. Because if people think they're going to be involved in politics and don't really understand them, I mean, what's the point? And the first part of understanding politics is understand it's a lot of BS. And what we have here are three key issues. Anachronistic framing, okay? Capitalism versus communism as an example. Red herrings, right? Like, oh, let's talk about the historicity of World War II. Who was the bad guy? Was 9/11 real? Did it really happen? Let's get into the JFK documents. Really get behind what's going on with the CIA and all of those bad intelligence agencies. The Holocaust, what happened? Deep state governments are really controlling everything and Trump's the good guy. These red herrings. And then, of course, from an esoteric view, there's this type of what I call subconscious workings, right? A type of esoteric mental association. What do I mean by that? I think I got some notes here on that. And this is something that's more spiritual. It's something that's a little bit more metaphysical, abstract. But I find it interesting. I guess it's the irony of this, right? I've written down here. World War I and World War II. There's all this new talk about it right now. It's kind of been brought to the surface, right? And its dependence on the World War I, World War II, and its dependence on the Industrial Revolution, right? It wouldn't have been what they were without it, right? When we think of chemical or chemistry, mathematics, computer engineering, with regard to, say, the atom bomb, Manhattan Project, as well as the computer technology that was used in World War II. It's clearly it's a, I guess it's an element of industry, right? As does World War III, quote unquote, that we're kind of developing at the moment. It relies on fourth industrial revolution technology. So I find it interesting how we're all of a sudden talking about these old wars, but in fact, we're experiencing an updated version of those times as far as technology is concerned. And the same organizations, people groups, factions are involved. It's very interesting to me. So for me, there's like a subconscious esoteric workings, almost like we could look at it like a strange type of association where we're digging it back in the past, but it's actually, and what we're dealing with now mirrors it in a very strange way. There's something deep in there that I think is happening on a subconscious, almost unconscious level, at the spiritual level, I'd say. Interesting. It's just an interesting idea I have. And when we think of this fourth industrial revolution as far as World War III, especially what's going on in Gaza, and we've done several shows on the Gaza situation, it's aside from genocide and ethnic cleansing, it's very similar to what we saw in Hiroshima, right? Very similar to what we saw. Let me just, I don't got to go into that, but this same concept of mass ritual sacrifice on the back of technological development. So what we're seeing in Gaza right now, aside from ethnic cleansing, is a type of pervasive AI development and Web3 technologies. Okay, this a complete group of people are being removed from the face of the earth in order to develop new types of technologies that will create a whole new existence for humankind, as well as, of course, garner some type of world power by a certain group that shall not be mentioned. So with that, we have AI predictive analytics, sensing capabilities, mass network connectivity and communication systems, and drone technology, all being developed on the back of death and murder. The power to kill at will. Right. So it's also what we're seeing now is the capturing of the conspiratorial sub-community's mind, right? We have JFK, 9/11, World War II, Holocaust, Deep State, this LaRouchian kind of like conspiracies coming back, John Birch Society, like all of this stuff is coming back. Very interesting. Fascinating, actually. Now let's get into some of the deeper stuff. All right. I appreciate y'all, man. Listening to me babble over here. Man, we got a full house. Welcome. Let's continue, man, because we just beginning to cook. Just beginning to cook.
Technology.
All right. Now. All right, artificial intelligence, are we ready for this? Are we ready to go into this? MAHA, are we ready for this? Are we ready to go into RFK? Let me pull up we're ready. Okay, all right, let's go. Now, all right, miscommunication. Did we finish this? All right, engineered preconceived paradigms of political thought. Political paradigms. Okay, we got through political paradigms as algorithmic engineering, mediated social engineered. Okay, we got through that. All right, boom. Now, thank you guys for being here, man. Put a lot of work into these shows. It means a lot that you're here with me. And if you enjoy this is value for value, please support the work. Right, I really appreciate it. Keeps us going. Now we're gonna get into acceleration. in my view, what we're seeing is a massive accelerationist movement, right? Whether it be from the left or the right. And I'm going to tie them all together and show you how they're converging and the synthesis is happening. We're going through an acceleration of capitalism. We're going through the acceleration of technology that seeks to break down to build back. And part of the breakdown is what we're seeing socioculturally, what we're seeing economically, right? This is a massive kind of, it's unfortunate, right? This is a massive operation that is happening from multipolar international organizations that are all in on it together. So it's not about China, Russia, they're all part of this. Like everybody's working on their own little group, and we're all being, in a sense, transitioned into transhumanist, post-human societies. It is a bit overwhelming, I must admit, Daiwell. But this is what I do. So, all right, now. All right, so let's start off. Get my outline here so I don't. We're gonna go into Palantir as well. I got a whole lot of Palantir stuff here. Big player in this. Okay, construction for the job. Alright. Just want to make sure we're good. Okay, so now I want to pull up some. Haven't you guys noticed? Or maybe you haven't, but ever since we did that show, and this has to do with the fact that I did that last show right after this unity party between Trump and RFK started, so it's still pretty fresh. But right after that, you saw Shanahan making the circuit, right? Like you always see this, whether it be on Tucker or Rogan, the circuit, right? So she's going all on all these shows. All of a sudden, she's like this new character, right? And she was the vice president candidate for, you know, third party independent, but there's a lot of meaning to this. Aside from the technological part, it's this aspect of a third party, third way, this, in a sense, new way to address politics such that people maintain federal political support and belief, right? Don't worry, we're going to fix the two-party system problem with a third option, that op. So now, here's a recent clip of Shanahan on Fox concerning the new medical industry they're working on. Now, I'm going to really dig into this because it is my belief, though good things are definitely going to come of this, right? Especially addressing aspects of food and the food supply. Just getting the idea of living healthfully and being responsible for your health in the real world. These types of things are going to be good aspects of what these people are bringing. But there's strings attached. Okay, so check this out.
We're going to make America healthy again. Tell us what that means.
So making America healthy again is admitting the fact that we have the highest chronic health disease rate of any modern nation. We spend $4.6 trillion on healthcare. It doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. So it's really asking the hard questions of why is our healthcare system not delivering healthy people?
First off, the healthcare system isn't supposed to deliver healthy people. This is a type of medical paternalism, and I understand we've been driven to the point where we're very just chronically ill and sick, so there's reason behind this. But the point is, they're just shifting authorities. We're going to be the nice authority now, basically. The ultimate point is they want you to rely on the health system, which is corporate, which is leading us towards a new type of biotechnological industry, right? So this is still part of the ultimate operation. Even though they're changing things up and saying good words and considering some new paths, it's ultimately the same biodigital convergence.
We know that there's a huge amount of collusion and a huge amount of corruption in our agencies. We're going to decouple that. We're going to decouple big pharma from our government agencies that are responsible for delivering healthy results to people.
Accountability. Follow me here. Another one of these sleight of hands, these very, very clever movements that's happening. Just like we see the sleight of hand with algorithmic dictation of communication dynamics on the back of free speech. Worry about free speech, but we're just going to control who you reach. They're also sneaking in the algorithmic medical industry. See, we're going to hold Big Pharma accountable. See, let's focus on them screwing everybody over, and it's all their fault. We're going to make them accountable, and we're going to fix this thing, opposed to addressing the ultimate pseudo-scientific paradigm of the health industry, period. Instead of calling out the fact that we're going to algorithmically assess every human being through connective technologies that are owned and controlled by corporations and act in a way that is completely inaccessible from everyday people. Let's avoid all of those future things, and let's just get the bad guys and make them accountable for what they did. But let's still continue this type of pseudoscientific paradigm, because this is just the way things are. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
We're going to stop censoring scientists that are telling us the causes of these diseases. We're not going to just whack-a-mole with these diseases anymore. We're going to get to the root causes of them.
We're not going to whack-a-mole. No, we're not just going to spit all types of chemically based pharmaceuticals at you. We're going to actually granularly dig into your biometrics and figure out exactly what's happening through AI. That's what we're going to do. We're going to map you out biologically. We're going to map your whole damn biogenome, everything.
And we're going to be honest with people, and we're going to help them guide themselves into health. We're going to fix our food supply chain once and for all. We're going to fix dirty water once and for all. You know, Robert F. Kennedy cleaned up the Hudson. He's cleaned up a whole river system. And there are many other systems in this country that we know that if we had an opportunity to, we could clean out all of the PFAS and toxins that we know are making us sick. And we're going to see those health results turn around in a matter of, I think we could do it in 6 months.
I'm sorry. I mean, she's just so friendly and she just has this dainty cuteness about her. She just seems so innocent, though she cheated on her husband with Elon Musk, by the way. She a 304 for the streets, and we already know that. But the point is, she comes across as she's just such a nice girl, and that's the hard part, man. And JFK or RFK too, likable, man. You want to get behind these kind of people. I understand that, trust me. There's emotional things working here. But damn, the deflection, the derailment is deep, man. It's crazy. It's 11D chess. It's like, wow, you're saying all these beautiful things. Sweet nothing's in my ears right now. Smooth talk. Yet you bring in this system. You're bringing biodigital convergence. And you're trying to give us all of these great things you're going to fix, because, you know, you're just going to come in and fix what everybody else screwed up. No. We want you to fix what everyone screwed up by changing the paradigm. Getting away from digitization, electrification. Turning humans into digital twins and virtual proxies such that you can manipulate things in a way no one has any idea about. That's a crazy amount of power that they're just completely omitting. Fascinating. Stuff pisses me off. I'm sorry, it does. Pisses me off. His rough talk, Scoville, yeah, man. It's hard to listen to him. I know, and I got a couple clips here. I know. Gaslighting is a good term, very good term. And that's the thing, man. They say a lot of good stuff. All right, come on, man. We need to fix the water. We need to do a lot of these things. But it's kind of like, okay, we're going to fix A, B, C, and D, but you got to take this whole paradigm that's going to screw everybody over in the long run. And the thing is, once they have these things built, once everybody is biologically in these systems, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's done. There's no going back. You think we could go back from what devices have done to children? Do you think we can just go back from social media? Think we can just get rid of social media? Nah. People are... This stuff has re-engineered how we operate in the world and think about ourselves and each other. I mean, it's... Okay, so techno... All right, let's see. Big Pharma focuses on the trees. Yeah, so... Proxy wars. Yeah, we're going to get into proxy wars. This is, well... we talked a little bit about proxy wars already. What she's saying is a proxy war. It's another one of these proxy wars. Free speech is a proxy war that brings in digital reach control, dynamics of communication control, and management via algorithm, right? Focusing on the accountability of big pharma, focusing on the accountability of corporations, says, no, we're going to keep the system, but we're just going to bring more security. We're going to make things more transparent. What is required for more transparency? Blockchain. So the reason a lot of these people are talking about, we're going to make the government accountable. I got some clips about that in a minute here. We're going to make the government more accountable. We're going to make big pharma more accountable. Corporations are going to be accountable to the people. We're going to do this through pure transparency, zero trust architecture, aka blockchain technology, digital slavery. Okay. This is the proxy war. The proxy war is to get the big bad corporations, but actually they're building digital prisons for us all. Now, she's talking about waste, and there's another aspect here. She says the corporations and the big pharma, there's so much waste and there's so much failure. What does that speak to, guys? The need for efficiency. So everything I teach here over the years, you guys are going to see how I'm showing you real world examples developing over time as evidence that these concepts, efficiency, instrumentalism, electrification, transhumanism, are baked in and built into everything we're being presented. No one has to make stuff up. I just try my best to be rational, use reason and good evidence and receipts, and synthesize my ideas such that I can present them in a way that people can understand. And I don't always succeed at that, I know, but I'm trying my best. So I hope you guys are seeing this here. When they're talking about waste, especially when we think of capitalism, too much waste, too much failure in the processes. We need better what? Efficiency. Getting back to one of the foundational terms when we think of Jacques Ellul and the importance of efficiency as the ultimate goal in, say, a more techno-deterministic view of technocracy. Right? And then corruption. Oh, it's the corruption of the industry. It's the corruption of big pharma. Well, that's accountability. How do you account for accountability? Surveillance. How do you make people accountable through surveillance? Collect data. I'm sure you're seeing the picture build, right? Now, healthcare systems don't make people healthy. People, lifestyle, environment make people healthy. Now, I know they're planning on addressing some of these things, but I'm just putting it out there. Let's not focus on the health system. Let's take health back. Take your life back. Save genetics, of course. It's not just people's behaviors, their diets, their lifestyle, and environment. Genetics play a role too. Gotta always put that in there. Some things people just can't help, okay? And I understand that. So what we see here is, well, you know what? You've been screwed over by the big pharma. They've destroyed the earth. But guess what? We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it with what? With our new technologies. They're gonna be efficient. They're going to hold people accountable. But there is a cost, and it is your humanity. It is your dignity. It is your autonomy. And more than anything, well, I guess they're all very, very important, but your personhood. Okay. Human personhood through this kind of transhumanist, post-humanist, digital, biodigital convergence on the back of industry and help, security. It's removing personhood. You know, we're going to remember there was a time when you were a person with an identity and a life and purpose and meaning and ambitions and wants and desires and goals and experiences of subjectivity. All of that turning into pure data. Just like Twitter manages and controls and values what you say based on its power, politics, arbitrary design, it will do the same thing regarding your personal data. Not just your words, but your virtual self, your digital twin. Your real world material personhood vanishes. And then a new value is created for you through these algorithmic systems. How up to date are you on your juicy juice? What are the biometrics saying today? What are the psychometrics saying now? What does this program tell us about your mental state? And we don't care what you tell us about your mental state. We have the data. Our objective analytics tell us things you cannot. We value the data, data-driven epistemology. We value the data far more than your own personal opinion, your own personal experience, your own personal subjectivity. Those no longer hold value in this new digital world. The only value that's important is that which the data says, and that value is completely designed by those in power politically. Power, politics, industry, technology, state, corporation. We become pure information. This is the system these people are bringing. I don't care what they say about the children. I don't care what they say about the water. It's the absolute paradigm, the scientific paradigm. We think of Kuhn's work, right? Great work to read to really understand the importance of paradigm, especially in science, technology, right? It's the scientific paradigm that's flawed, whether it be immunology, virology, all of these things, germ theory, the epistemology, the ontology of the body, the ontology of humanity, the epistemology of data regarding biological functions, the disregard for the human subjectivity and experience. All of these things are inherently transhuman, leading us towards posthumanism that removes what we would call today as human. Okay. Thank you, truth seeker. And I didn't even get there yet. She said, we're going to fix this in 6 months. 6 months. Word? Word? 6 months? You're going to fix 100+ years of industrial revolutionary fodder and destabilization in 6 months? I wonder how. Yo. Yeah, right? Come on, man. Let me continue, because man, 2 hours already. Goodness gracious, we got so much more here. All right, let me get moving here. Yeah, half a year. Come on, man. Come on. Now, let me remind you of this. We played this last show, but you gotta remember this. This is very important what she's saying here.
Days, I developed, in my tech days, I developed AI-powered software to automate affordable legal services. Well, guess what? The CDC and research institutions have the data we need. We can apply technology to figure out environmental factors. We can figure out what's making us sick. We just have to ask the right questions, do the right research, and apply
the right questions and research. Yeah, we just need data. That's her point, and she says it in the name. Basically, we just need data.
the right tools. So here is
the right tools. That's the bioeconomics and biosecurity of Biden. Actually use the same terms. We got the tools, guys. We got the tools. We just need the data. And you know, unfortunately, with that, we need your bodies and we need your cooperation.
So here is how the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket is going to end the chronic disease epidemic. While Bobby is focused on ending the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, I am going to assemble the best technologists and scientists in the world, and we will use the latest in AI and computation and examine the health records databases of our nation and those other nations who are also on a quest to solve chronic disease. We will find the answers to our most pressing health concerns with.
Listen to the language. We will find the answers. Find. We will find them through sifting massive amounts of data.
In weeks, not decades. We can, if we have access to those databases. It is time to move out of the dark ages of medicine. We can solve the mysteries guarded by corporate influence. We can move from Band-Aid solutions, and we can end this chronic disease epidemic once and for all. I believe it.
Yeah, I love the purple comment too. Yeah, we've been noticing that. Yeah, purple, fusion, synthesis, left, right, blue, red, purple. She's the embodiment. Just saying, maybe. What do I know? Is she the symbolism? Is she the symbolic embodiment of the synthesis? Woman, brilliant AI engineer, mixed with something. She's literally a synthesis of ethnic. Just saying. All right, let's continue.
It's really interesting.
Here we are here with another one of these tribal PSYOP propagandists, but let's continue.
Before I took the offer to do this job, I spoke with some of Bobby's family members. They reached out to me. One of them, we had a mutual friend, and then the other reached out through a mutual friend. And these are individuals that are in DC, so they're part of. They're on the payroll,
right?
And they reached. I'm showing you this to show you the dialectic, right? The buildup. See, they're on the payroll. They're the bad guys. It's the left. The Democrats are the bad guys. They didn't want me to come in because they knew I was going to save the world. It's such a great buildup with all of this. It's so clever. But the sad part is people are eating all this stuff up, man.
Reached out and, they're like, what is it going to take for you to not take this offer? And I said, and I'll be totally honest and let your viewers know, I said, look, we've got to bring back product liability for vaccine manufacturers.
There it is. There it is. Accountability. Accountability. See, we don't have to revisit and reevaluate and completely remove the entire platform, the pseudoscientific paradigm. No, we just need to make sure they're accountable. See, so clever. So clever. It allows them to continue the debilitating and I would argue enslaving technology. They're able to sneak it in by righting the wrongs and appearing heroic in the process, appearing honest, truthful, altruistic, presenting this aura, this air of good. Fascinating.
Got to bring that back. He said, okay, let me see if I can get this done. Back product liability for vaccine manufacturers. We've got to bring that back. He said, okay, let me see if I can get this done. Reverts. 15 hours later, I hear, I can't, no, never going to happen. And I was like, really? Like, who would I even talk to? Like, who did you talk to have that conversation? Like, where does one go within the organization to have that conversation? And he said, it's unclear to me, but from the people I talk to who claim that they know, it just can't happen. And so they're sheltering the individuals that are ultimately making the decisions. And, even Bobby's family, I would say they don't really know who's making the decisions, but they acquiesce to the structure.
Now, she's not talking about the structure we're talking about, the actual scientific paradigm. No, she's talking about the business model as far as structure. See, we need to get the bad individuals. You see the red herring? It always goes back to Scooby-Doo. Remember the character Red Herring? Wasn't his name Red Herring or Red? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was a different cartoon. But I always get this memory of this little redhead dude that was always blamed, yet he had nothing to do with what was going on. Was that Scooby-Doo? Yeah, I'm dating myself, man. I'm an 80s baby. Come on. Anyhow, yeah, voice fry is a bit yeah, see, individuals, I've written in my notes somewhere, focusing on the trees. Let's focus on the individuals, the particular business or corporation. Let's all go for Pfizer. Okay. Now they play a role, but there's a bigger system that's working out here. Shaggy. A pup named Scooby-Doo. So that was the pup one. I used to watch that. I actually really liked a pup named Scooby-Doo, honestly. I liked that when I was a kid. Captain Caveman. Let's not get started on the nostalgia. We'll be here for hours because I watched me some Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman. Come on, don't even get me started, bro. Let's go. All right, man. What's next? Now, check this out. We're continuing with the medical health. We're going to fix America. We're going to make everybody healthy again, okay?
Went up on stage with Donald Trump a little while back about making America healthy again. And he's deputizing you. And you're going to make America healthy again. So when you get in there, if Donald Trump is fortunate enough to be reelected, how are you going to strangle the food industry so that it can't poison the children? And how are you going to strangle the pharmaceutical industry so it can't poison the people? Because I don't know, RFK, I'd rather go up against the CIA than take on big food and big pharma.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah.
I mean, that is not going to be easy. What's your plan?
No, it's not going to be easy, but, you know, the regulatory agencies were set up to do exactly that, and now they're doing exactly the opposite. And, you know, I've litigated on these issues, Jesse, against NIH, against CDC, against FDA. When you litigate against these agencies, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. And I understand exactly what we need to do. We need to take the $42 billion budget of NIH, which is now being used to incubate new pharmaceutical products.
Do you guys see the derailment? I mean, come on, man. Is this the problem? Is the money the issue? You see, we need to focus on how the money's working and who's responsible for... Sometimes I wish I was wrong about some of this stuff, because I can't help but feel like, gosh, why are these people like this, man? Why are y'all lying? Come on, bro. That's not the issue, man. Of course, that's a problem. Sure, corporate capture, you know, just the basic flaws and elements of crony cap, bro. Like, duh. But no, that's the focus. See, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to clean up the industry. No, man. Stay away from our bodies with this crazy science, man. With this crazy technology. But see, no speaking of that. Now, this is the thing. I pray I'm wrong about these people, but let's pay attention and watch. When their solutions are on the back of blockchain technologies, AI systems, and mass data collection mixed with devices and all types of new sophisticated technologies, then you already know.
Products to treat chronic disease. And instead, we need to figure out what's causing it. We need to name names. We need to say, you know, whether it's high fructose corn syrup is linked to the obesity epidemic, establish the science behind that. And once we have a good science out there, the litigators come in and we'll solve the problem.
So you are going to tackle root causes. That's interesting. I remember someone else was responsible for root causes and didn't really get to the bottom of it. I like that plan. I hope the plan works.
Yeah, man. Yep. All right. Got one more. I know it's kind of hard to get through. I got to play the clips as evidence as I build up this case. We're going to break all of this stuff down. I got concepts. I got visuals. I got other clips. I got cultural elements to tie it all in. Thank you for your patience, man. We're going into a lot right now. Now, this is about the uniparty, okay? I just want to show you guys what they're telling us. Uniparty, synthesis, also third way, third option, getting people to still buy into federal politics. No longer the two-party system, but it's a three-party system. Trust it this time. And this whole idea of synthesis, unity, bringing libertarian, independent centrists with the rightist conservative technocrats. But really, it's no different than a neoliberal neocon convergence, which we talked about years ago. It's just a bunch of neoliberals, a bunch of neocons getting together with the technologists and transhumanists. All right.
He's going to give you a real position, and what do you know of what that position might be?
Oh, yeah, I'm not, you know, we're not talking about a particular position for me in the government. What the agreement was about, what our agreement about it is about a unity party, about unifying our party over certain objectives. And this will allow me to continue to disagree with President Trump on issues that I don't agree with him on, and him to disagree with me. The issues that we agreed on We're ending the war, ending the censorship and the surveillance state, and ending this war on our children. The chronic disease epidemic, which has now disabled about 60% of American children. When my uncle was president, Chris, 6%.
I don't want to hear anything this guy got to say about children until he says that he wants to completely eliminate the schedule. And I know he ain't going to say that, but that's why I will never believe anything he says. Because he wants to talk about chronic disease. Chronic disease does not require cures. Chronic disease requires management. Chronic disease requires surveillance and therapy and scaling of technologies, man. Miss me with this.
% of American kids had chronic disease. Americans. Today it's 60%. When my uncle was president, we spent 0 of our budget on chronic disease. Today we spend $4.3 trillion. It's the biggest budget item. It's the biggest cost to our country, and it is. And 77% of our kids.
See how it's always about money. It's always about corruption. It's this waste and this and that. And it always gets back to accountability and efficiency that will be solved by way of more data, and that will be managed and understood through a type of vision design, because AI gives you vision of things you can't see outside of the data. Those are the solutions. We just need to organize all of this and then make it transparent through blockchain. These guys, and again, man, I hope I'm wrong. And I'll admit I'm wrong if such happens. But these guys are literally bringing in AI-based blockchain, biodigital convergence, full spectrum dominance technology on the back of safety and security, man. It's so wild to see this happening.
And are not eligible for military service because they're so sick and so disabled. This is destroying our country. There's no other nation in the world that has this chronic disease burden. We've got to end it. We know what it's coming from. It's coming from toxic foods. It's coming from, we have 1,000 ingredients in our foods, Chris, that are illegal in Europe.
True. A lot of it is from the toxic foods. So let's just get back to old traditional ways of growing our own food and, getting it off the land and being healthy and working out and doing things how we used to do. Without any blockchain, without any biodigital convergence technologies, without AI. If he was talking like that, I'd probably put an ear out there a little more. But again, it's all coming with strings attached. Virtual, digital strings that you cannot see.
And we're destroying our soils. We're
You got a
destroying
good
small
issue
family
there.
farmers.
You got a good issue. I just hope he lets you do
President
something
Trump-
about it. And I know that I've heard your speeches and the agreement. I haven't heard Trump say otherwise. So.
And you see how they're already building up the future. Let's come back to this in a year or so and see if this is correct. But it seems like they're already building a type of very maybe disagreeable relationship between the two in the future. And what we might end up seeing is just a long drawn out debate and conflict and drama between the two, such that they never get to really make anything happen because they're just disagreeing about this and disagreeing about that. And it just creates this whole political milieu of people arguing about who was right, Trump or RFK, and nothing ever gets done. Could that be what happens? I don't know. We'll see.
If it pans out, it's a good thing. I still remember when I was a kid, you telling me, hey, that chicken you're eating, you're not supposed to be able to cut it with a fork, it's meat. And it really, really opened my eyes.
All right, bro. So you guys see it, and I was really excited to see these clips because it's like everything I'm kind of working on, I'm seeing it happen in real time. So it's great because it really helps me build these cases here. Everything is just kind of rolling out as I would think it would if this is happening. Again, guys, I could be wrong, man. I would love to be wrong, actually, because then maybe we'll be better off. But listen, man, I can't help but see these patterns. I can't help but spend hours every single day putting this stuff together, man. So we'll see, man. But check this out. This is from just more evidence, man. This is Sam Altman of OpenAI, his work on AI-driven behavior or AI-driven healthcare. So as we see the federal government start to present us technologists and AI people, we all talking about health, we also see big tech engineers and billionaires and elitists also moving towards that direction. This is Time Magazine, guys. Time Magazine, one of the biggest propaganda pieces, not as popular as it used to be, but yeah, this is Time Magazine, right? We don't have enough time to actually go through this, but it's all happening. So I'm gonna keep this moving. Now let me show you this here. Now let's go to this. Check this out. Speaking of Time Magazine, guess what Time Magazine cover reveals to the population this month of September? It's almost freaky how all of this stuff is just rolling out. Freaky. Yeah. Time 100 AI, the 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence. They're telling us right now what's most important. They're showing us right now who are the future movers and shakers and engineers of our political society. Yes. Artificial machine learning as technology and technique. Now we got to get into some theory. We got to get into some definitions so we can understand these ideas a little better. Now this might be no news to many of you, especially any mods in here, Axiom, Rob, all you guys. I'm sure you guys are all very well aware of this. But the audience, I want to provide some stuff here so we can understand some of this a little better. Now, a way of relegating the life world to matters of efficiency and a way of actually being in the world. So as I've been showing you these different real world political examples of rhetoric, ideas, and messaging that's in a sense getting people to focus on concepts like efficiency, right? With efficiency comes artificial intelligence. For transparency comes blockchain, and with both comes a type of interconnected, all-encompassing mass data collection system, right? But what changes in that process is the way we are in the world, the way we experience each other, the way we experience our environments, and the way we even experience ourselves. Say if we start daily interacting with a type of personal AI on a phone that's just giving us information, right? That changes our experience day to day. For those that grew up prior to the internet, did we have some little machine with all this information that was literally giving us ideas and talking to us? No, we didn't, man. So people growing up in that kind of world are going to be different. Okay, now, so hence this idea of being in the world. Now, I'm using these two main concepts to define what I think is most important with regard to technique in this AI technological arrangement. So one, in that AI renders life to efficiency. Efficiency is mechanistic. Efficiency is inhuman in this regard. It's not like we can't be efficient beings in the world, but what I mean is we are turned into system, like a type of process of systemization of computation. Okay, it's the computation. It's turning us into computers, in other words. And what this does is it changes us being in the world. So we must refer to some philosophers to get a little better understanding of this. And I want to first start with a good example for efficiency. Probably the best at it is Jacques Ellul from his work, The Technological Society. And when we think of technique, we won't define technology today because that could take me an hour, okay? Because there's many different ways to describe what technology is. So today I want to focus on technique, in that we could, in a general sense, we could consider technique being means, right? The means to a thing, the means to an end, the means with which one arrives at a goal, right? The process, okay? But also, that's generally speaking, but I would like to look at technique as a way to understand efficiency as well as a way of being, right? Very what is this, Merleau-Ponty, Merleau-Ponty's kind of idea of how we're in the world, bodily speaking, right? So technique as efficiency, Jacques Ellul says, the totality of methods rationally arrived at and having absolute efficiency for a given stage of development in every field of human activity. And this is what AI is turning into. In every field of human activity, AI is intervening and imputing a type of efficiency into life itself and all processes therein, whether that be in our industries, in our education systems, on our damn cell phones, or in our communication through our social media communities. AI is intervening. AI is stepping in and creating pure systems of efficiency based on its rules, its value judgments, not ours. Okay, very important to consider. Now, Monte Carlo. Monte Carlos are pretty cool, actually, the older ones. Kind of strange looking, but they're fun. Now, for Ellul, technique is not just about machines or technology, but encompasses all rational methods aimed at efficiency. It's a broader concept that permeates society and behavior. Okay, so it's not just about the way our society functions. Okay, it's not just about how our behavior is turned into efficient processes of mechanism by way of data and algorithmic capture, algorithmic influence. What you're doing on your damn phone is being influenced by an artificial intelligence algorithm. It's not you organically, naturally, of your own will and volition going through what you're going through. As an example, it's beyond even that. It's beyond even the device that you're holding. It's a broader concept that permeates these things. In fact, it's a rational method. It's a way of like agency in itself. All movement, all activity, all action, whether they be human agency, ideas, structures, material, metaphysical structures, all working for efficient modes of existence. This is where AI is taking us. To where human aspects of us, like I mentioned earlier, personhood, subjectivity, lose meaning, lose value in the virtual world, not in your real physical world, at home with your family. Those will always be meaningful. That's why I tell people, love your kids, man. Spend time with them. Spend time with your family, your friends, if you have them, your physical environment, your home. Like, embrace the physical world. Don't just touch grass. Actually be present in the physical world as much as you can. Because the more these efficiency systems come into our life, whether it be through healthcare, medical industries, work, education, it's going to destroy what we've always known as humanity. And we won't even notice, because it's an incremental process that will happen over time slowly, just like the introduction of the smartphone. We're seeing now the introduction of algorithms into everyday aspects of life. Hence the example of Twitter and the control and management of communication dynamics. We were never prepared for this type of manipulation that we don't even see, that we can't even control. It's very sick. It's not human at all. And it makes sense why someone like Elon Musk is behind it, a transhumanist. Pay attention. Now, let's go to technique as a mode. I really like this here. This is more phenomenological, more metaphysical. This is Gilbert Simondon's perspective. Technique as part of a broader technological reality, being in reality. Okay, technique is not just a human activity, but a universal mode of existence that includes both natural and artificial processes, say like an algorithm, which is an artificial process, the processing of data that influences behavior, gives one a vision of things that weren't there before, right? Say you have an algorithm that, tells you different things that happen when you're sleeping. Prior to that access to that data, you had no idea. You had no type of vision to see through actual data to see what's happening while you're sleeping. That's an artificial process that's giving you a rendition of actual biological processes. This is the problem here. You don't know the extent to which that data is accurate regarding those sleep things that are happening. We just have to trust the data, right? It could be completely flawed. And this is the problem with AI in general, is this happens to be the case wherever it's used. Now, the problem is we're starting to live through this data, say with your wearables and informing you on how your body's working and all of this stuff. You don't know the distance between what's actually happening biologically and the data that these algorithms are presenting to you as a vision of what's happening biologically. You have no idea. This is a type of blind faith. Hence the introduction of the golem and godhood with these technologies. Blind faith in these things. Now, this isn't to say they can't have some level of accuracy, and maybe very accurate in certain ways. It's an aesthetic of objectivity. This is the problem I have with AI. It's an aesthetic of objectivity. It's actually flawed in one way, but it's purely political in another, because the algorithms are designed through a worldview, and a worldview contains a political position. So if I design an algorithm that's supposed to, say, manage a social community, my worldview is going to help me design what I think is fit to be in that community, what's fit to be said. So my politics, my worldview are going to be infused into my algorithmic design. There is no such thing as a purely neutral algorithm. It doesn't exist. These are all very problematic things. I'm speaking to these ideas because I'm trying to make the case against universal algorithmic capture in life. And this is what's happening. And it's way deeper than it's going to take our jobs, or it's way deeper than that. And I'm trying to give examples here. And this, from Gilbert Simondon's perspective, is a good one, in that it's beyond even the tech. It's a phenomenological thing. It's an experiential thing about being. How we actually be in the world changes when we're now sharing being in the world with a type of artificial processor. Yeah, imagine the level of PSYOPs, Michael H. Good to see you. Imagine the level of PSYOPs that can occur with this type of influence and connectivity. Oh, I'm going to show you some clips in a minute here, man. Ooh, whoa. You know, I'm not the only one talking about this stuff, but more people need to start realizing what's happening, because this is moving fast. And this election situation is just burying all of these ideas, burying it. And everything we talked about in the first segment, media politics and debate and stupid internet communities on YouTube and Instagram and Twitter. All right, let's continue. Now, technique is not just a human activity, but a universal mode of existence that includes both natural and artificial processes. And this is from his work on the mode of existence of technical objects. Simondon puts focus on the ontological aspect of technique, viewing it as a fundamental way of being in the world. So technique, the means by which we accomplish things, the means through which we experience everyday life, defines our ontology, what's real, what exists, the nature of our experience, the nature of our environment changes when certain technologies are introduced into it. AI is being one of those technologies that's being introduced into our way of being in the world. And the technique of AI as a means to meaning, as a vision of the world, is transforming our ontology of the world. In other words, AI as a source of vision through data is changing the way we see reality. This is huge on an existential level for those that are actually paying attention to what I'm trying to break down here. And as we see politicians, technologists, futurists, and grifters on the internet obfuscate, distract, and derail people from understanding these things or even knowing about them, they're built every day more and more beneath us all. Every month that goes by, AI is more sophisticated through its data collection on social media platforms. Biodigital convergence is spreading like wildfire due to all of the Internet of Bio-Nano things developments. So many of these technologies are growing and growing in their funding in their development. All right. Now, artificial intelligence as technique, and this is my view. Artificial intelligence as technique. Before, technique more had to do with how we operate in the world through our own knowledge, our physical bodies, and the machinery around us. This all changed once electrification, of course, and computation came into play. This created an idea that academics would call cognitive distribution, or extension of mind extension, where now we're not just what we can think and remember and do in the physical world, but we're what we can think and remember and do in the physical world plus high data collection, memory, and distribution, networking, electronics, all of these things. We're now a cyborg of sorts, right? If we think about Donna Haraway's work. Now, what I'm saying is we've gone from that to now adding artificial intelligence that now has become the technique through which we live our lives. Now, maybe not all of us, okay? Because I know some of you aren't even on social media, but trust me, if you're online, if you're using anything that requires computation, there is some level of, and when I say artificial intelligence, I mean machine learning. There's some level of that. Now, some machine learning is very basic, very innocent, very simple. The problem is artificial intelligence as technique, as the way we interact with each other and the world. It's a new component of life. That's problematic. Artificial intelligence as technique, as an integrated life mode. A life mode. It's a new life mode of production, relation, right? Production in how we work, how we learn. Relation, how we relate, how we communicate, and agency, how we get around in the world online. What we do online, algorithmically controlled, algorithmically defined. Okay. A lot of people are doing almost everything through AI. Oh, I want to go on a trip to San Diego. Hey, GPT, tell me what's cool to do in San Diego. Buy this for me and my plane tickets. And I'm just saying, people don't realize what's actually happening. Convenience will be the death of many. Relation and agency machine learning flattens, this is the problem. It flattens the human experience in the world to forms of arbitrary values of measurement, systematic functions of efficiency, and socio-environmental detachment. As we interact more with AI, as we trust more on its data to give us vision of what's real, what's happening, as we rely more on its efficiency opposed to our own volition, our own agency, our own will, our own commitment, right? Our own dedication to living and acting in the world. As long as we keep relying on this, we become detached socially and environmentally from each other and the physical world around us. I know this is a bit heady, philosophical, but it's so important. And I'm trying to be as basic and simple as possible. Values. Okay, when I said the human experience in the world to forms, it flattening of the ontology, of post-human kind of idea. Okay, so to flatten ontology, I'll give you an example so this makes sense. If my ontology as a human is that of the Christian worldview, in that I am above beast, I am to multiply, right? I'm to be fruitful in the process. I am to subdue the earth under God's righteousness, not under capitalism or market concerns or personal narcissistic gain. I am to subdue the earth under God's righteousness and his love. And his love for his creations, beasts, land, field, all this, okay? If my human ontology is Christian, in that I am separate and above the beast, I am to subdue in righteousness the earth. My ontology is hierarchical. I am of a hierarchy given by the Most High God, creator of all things. This is logical. This presents difference, provides the opportunity of meaning and purpose. It's perfectly logical, and pure and right and true, by the way, hence the only truth. Now, if I want to flatten my ontology, which you would find in secular, not secular humanism, but in post-humanism, flattening sovereign, another good point, Mo. We're going to touch on that in a minute here. Flattening on when we go into data sovereignty, that's going to be wait, we got that coming. The removal of human sovereignty under this ontology being replaced by the sovereignty of data. We'll get there. If I want to flatten that ontology, take the hierarchy and flatten it, I'm no more valuable, different, or more superior than an ant. I'm no more valuable or meaningful or significant than a palm tree. Flattening, everything is equalized. This is what AI does, and it does this through rendering all things to data. The only value that would create some type of hierarchy is arbitrary in that it's a political position of power. It comes from a corporation. It comes from whoever's running the country. Whatever corporate governmental industry is in power decides what values are placed into the algorithms. It's no longer under an objective hierarchical truth, an all-encompassing truth of the Most High God and his creations. It's now subject to man. It's now subject to politics. This is what AI ultimately does, amongst many other things. It flattens our ontology, so we become not even plants or ants, we just become ones and zeros. But this is what's going to fix healthcare, guys. This is what's going to fix, thus communism, right? And that was my point I was trying to make earlier. Communism is going to be baked all up in this stuff, man. Just because you think the left, and I'm not speaking to you, because you're making a great point, good man. I'm not speaking, I'm not, it's not that the left are communist. No, this idea of everyone being equal is going to be in the conservative digital technocracy because it's flattening the ontology, not just your economic status. That's what I'm saying. It's beyond Marxism. It's beyond labor. It's a phenomenological aspect. It's an ontological aspect. We're not just going to be equal regarding how much money we make or our resources. We're going to be equal in actual objective value to math. We become mathematical representations, man. When you really dig into it, especially the philosophical foundations of it, it starts to appear as if this is an insane route to go as far as humans are concerned. But again, who's leading all of this? Transhumanists, of course. And again, Claude, I'm not anti-technology. Maybe you're new here. I always have to address authentic questions and points, right? Because this stuff means something to me. I'm not anti-technology. There's a rational way to use technology and there's an irrational way to use technology. Technology is not neutral. It's non-neutral. So with this understanding, we must be very careful on what types of technologies we introduce, one, and to what degree we allow that introduction of technology to absorb certain aspects of life, like culture, like industry, like institution. So, I guess we could say one of the biggest problems here is computation or computer engineering, but then no, we'd have to go back to humanism. And then we'd have to even go back further than that to make some long drawn out argument of why technology has turned into what it's turned into and how these problems happened. Personally, it's all about the heart and the flesh. It all comes back to the one, the individual, and how you're living in the world. Now, aside from that, the more spiritual stuff, we have to think of the technology. Are computers evil? No. Is technology evil? No. Is it just how you use it? No. All technology is not equal. A bicycle is a technology. A bicycle is not artificial intelligence. A computer is a technology. A computer isn't necessarily artificial intelligence insofar as we understand this direction. Okay. So my issue is technologies can exist, sure, but they have to exist in a way that accounts for ethics and actually has a transparent, true, consistent, and justified worldview. So that would only be in a perfect world. We're not in it. So I'm not an idealist. So the realist in me will understand that technologies will be used to destroy mankind, no matter what. Doesn't mean I'm not going to use them. It's about understanding nuance, but having a broader perspective of how all of these things come about and work together. So I just wanted to address that. I do believe artificial intelligence is a specific type of technology that probably shouldn't exist in many ways. It isn't to say it can't exist at all, right? Like, for instance, if we use artificial or machine learning just to, say, assist in certain aspects of accounting and certain industries that had to do with things, not people, possibly there could be nothing wrong with that, but that's not the case. This is a type of universal introduction of artificial intelligence such that it becomes a technique. And when I'm using this term technique, I'm talking about how it addresses the world all times. It's a new way of being. It's a new way of business. It's a new way of industry. All right. So, as an integrated life mode of production, relation, and agency, machine learning flattens the human experience in the world to forms of arbitrary values of measurement, systematic functions of efficiency, and socio-environmental detachment. Values become arbitrary structures of power and politics translated into code. Okay, this is my issue. I studied machine learning long enough to understand what data actually is value-wise. It's a detached, secular, completely arbitrary value system that can only have value if it's given value by a certain element of power, politics, people in control. Might makes right. Arbitrary structures of power and politics translated into code to define value. Now, artificial intelligence as technique, continuing here, I say, fundamentally, artificial intelligence as technique fundamentally revolutionizes human capacities for interpersonal, inter-environmental relations, that's the social and the spatio-temporal. It redefines epistemology through data-driven epistemology. It redefines and revolutionizes governance, justice systems, industry and institution, religion and faith, personhood and identity, the family, culture and politics, even our understanding of nature, our bodies, and our minds. This is technique. Fully encompassing, transcending borders, nations, ethnicities, persons, industries, all of these things. This is not the way to use technology. Not the way. Technology of this sort. In my view. Okay? In my view. Yeah, sounds like a nice solution, right? Seriously. All right. Now, we're going to get into Palantir. Let's see. Okay, we got through that. Boom, boom. Okay. Let me give an example here of a new industry that's coming up now that will be relating to this new, we're going to fix health through AI. This is the Internet of Bio-Nano things. We don't have time to really dig into it today, but I just want to show you guys the evidence of this stuff. You all can look it up. It's extremely disturbing technology. Okay, this stuff is not a game. This stuff is legitimate. And when people start talking about AI health, they're not talking about AI health without the Internet of Bio-Nano things. They're not talking about AI health without the biodigital convergence technologies. Now, I know it's even further than these types of material things. It gets much deeper when we get into the element of data, when we get into the Chardin's concepts of the omega point, when we get into these very supernatural, esoteric, but more metaphysical goings-ons of frequencies and essences and economy. That's a whole other, that's a higher order discussion. We're staying safe and low right now because there's only so much time in a show. But trust me, it goes way deeper than this stuff. Okay, I'm just laying it out in a way that can be accessible to everyone. Now, let's be real here. They can call Kamala a communist. I've already showed you how communism is baked in technocracy, period. Okay, at least this concept of leveling, of flattening, of equalizing, right? Now, the Democrats are on board with this whole direction. It's just from a different direction, or in a different way, we'll say. Now, check this out. Peep game.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century.
That is techno-nationalism. I've already showed you the techno-nationalism propaganda of the right. Now you hear it from the left. They're both going the same direction, guys.
America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership.
Very important. Very important to consider, okay? So those of us aware of what's going on, we're not moved by hey, the leftists are the real racists, they're the communists. None of that stuff moves us, okay? Nah. Now, let me show you another leftist propaganda. No, I don't know, man. Mark Cuban, he's clearly a progressive, we'll say. All right, following suit, transhumanism, biodigital convergence, technocracy is the goal, no matter what political faction you're debating. Period.
Am I optimistic about the future of America? Yes, absolutely, positively. I see what's going on with Gen Z, and I love it, right? I think they're entrepreneurial. I think they're inquisitive. I think they're different than their parents and their grandparents. In terms of American government, it just depends what happens these next 4 years, right? The jury's still out. Generally, no, but I think, we need to get to a point where we have technologically literate candidates, or at least strong technological literacy in the top of government.
There it is. This is the new technique. Technological determinism and algorithmic exceptionalism, if I want to borrow Crawford's idea. Technological exceptionalism in that algorithmic exceptionalism in that algorithms are the objective source of truth, in that they collect more data and have more understanding than any human could.
Because, we need to be able to introduce AI in order to make government more efficient and productive, so that it's not just about, okay, you got to spend more money to get more, but you can get more and spend less. And I think there's opportunities there.
So as you can see, they're all on board. And this is kind of a general thing. This isn't news to any of you. I mean, I'm sure your friends and family are kind of operating in the world this way too. Like, everything's technology first, technology forward, right? It's this kind of what I call the culture of futurism that has been integrated into our lives through or should I say through movies, Marvel. I mean, they're all transhumanist kind of ideas. Science fiction, and again, it's not new. This goes all the way back to H.G. Wells, right? So War of the Worlds, all of these things, shapes of things to come. So it's just, and again with I'd say the inflection point of William Gibson and Neuromancer. So it's a long, drawn out, and then we get the video games, right? And then video games have taken over the lives of young people. So there's just this constant exposure and conditioning of futurism. So it's not just these oligarchs and elitists and billionaires and politicians who want to get some skin in the game and capitalize. It's also the general public and the culture that is just absorbing all of these ideas, and it shapes worldview. It shapes your perception of reality, right? I'm going to show you a really good example here from a film that I watched recently, and I'm late to the party. I was blown away, but it's a perfect example of what I mean here. We'll get there in a second. Let's got a couple more things to get through here. Now, quickly here, I want to address Palantir. Everyone's saying you know, on the left, Trump's bad. On the right, you know, Kamala's bad. Though we have Palantir as more of a conservative company, if you will, really, that doesn't mean anything because they're international. They transcend all barriers and borders in that they operate with companies, nations overseas. They operate with our government, but they have government contracts, but they also work with local communities and municipal I guess levels, right, where they're dealing with law enforcement in local communities. They have their technologies because they are a technology company. They're actually like a startup, like a Silicon Valley startup, yet they're like a government contracting superpower. It's so interesting, this company. And you find them they're in Walmart, right? Walmart uses the technology. They're all types of law enforcement companies or law enforcement organizations are using their software. They're everywhere, and it's not just Palantir. There's Microsoft, there's Google, there's Amazon, there's Apple. They're all doing the same. They're actually all competing. So it's not like we want to do a red herring. Oh, Palantir's evil. It's like, nah, bro. Amazon's doing the same thing. If you look into their company and look outside of just, you know, their market where they're selling you goods, they're neck deep in so much stuff, and we can't escape any of this stuff. I mean, Google, Microsoft, they're all fighting for these contracts. It's really interesting. Yeah, the glowing orb for sure. And I'm showing you this here to tie in Palantir amongst other groups. Microsoft is another example, and the relation to the AI health transition into a new medical industry. Okay, so when we hear Shanahan, RFK talking about we're going to fix the industry, they're not going to fix the industry without these companies. And let me show you an example here. So if we go back to COVID, Palantir expands long-standing CDC partnership for disease monitoring and response. This is very important because what does Palantir do? It gives vision. Palantir collects data, it creates algorithms, it gives visions to reality. What is this vision? It's giving you a vision, a perspective, an eye to see disease. We got to get back to the concept of the algorithms being insufficient when we think of accuracy, when we think of objectivity, when we think of truth, right? It's a semblance of truth. It's an aesthetic of objectivity. It's not real in that objective sense. So what happens when, say, Palantir starts to show these bell curves and, you know, all this nonsense we saw 4 years ago? What are you going to say? Oh, that's inaccurate? It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you even see. It's all about what the data says. So we can see this type of monster, this type of architecture, right? This type of machine learning architecture being implemented into the medical industry that is going to give us a new vision to see health. We're no longer going to be able to rely on our own subjectivity, our own volition, our own health decisions and concerns. We're going to have to deny our own eyes, deny our own experience, and believe what the data says. And we very well might have access to money, to jobs, to experience, contingent on this data, which is the frightening part. I'm just showing you guys the receipts, man. Here's another one. CDC launches the new forecasting center for future scamdemics. Okay. It's all here. It's all here, man. CDC and Palantir partner to deliver common operating picture to advance public health preparedness. There it is. Public health preparedness. This type of system is exactly what Shanahan is going to be using. I don't know if she's going to be using Palantir, but it is precisely this type of algorithmic architecture. Common operating picture, vision, what you see. Visually through data defining the ontology of health. The epistemology, the meaning, the knowledge, the knowing of health. Crazy. Crazy. And when you see how much money is behind these people, billions of dollars. Because with this technology, they have the entire population of humanity in their hands. And then when you consider that, the billions don't even seem like it's enough. Now, of course, we have to tie in the tribal aspect to it. Here we have Karp, Palantir, CEO, Peep Gang.
Almost everyone in America is horrified by the dramatic rise of anti-Semitism, which does not receive the reaction it deserves. And most Americans would like to see leadership on the Middle East, on bringing hostages home, especially American hostages, and clear statements about discrimination, even discrimination against Jews. I feel, though, I think part of the reason why leaders need to stand up is this is a very, very, very small
look who's sitting right next to him. Well, damn.
Minority of America. They succeed in having an outsized impact simply because the rest of America thinks they're so idiotic that this can't actually be dangerous or true. But it is dangerous, and they do believe these things. And if we do not speak up, they will continue to tell themselves this, and there will be a sense on their side that it's okay to push the boundaries and push the boundaries and push the boundaries. And so, as heinous as what these people are saying is, it exists in part because there are not enough people saying this is really dumb, this is hatred, and it will not be tolerated. Again,
it will not be tolerated. When he says it will not be tolerated, he's serious. Because they control the dynamics of communication. These algorithmic systems, these architectures, have that level of power and influence. Now think about what we've talked about thus far. Now add in some of this sentiment here and considering the power that certain groups have on the earth. Add in the AI architecture. Add in communication, free speech, communism, or accountability. Add all these things together and what do you see? I don't have to say it. I'll show it to you. Now, let's continue. Now I have a clip here of to follow up on that. I'm just trying to expose some of the worldview. That's why you got to pay attention. What's the worldview of the people in charge of these systems? They tend to be secular, sometimes Satanists, sometimes of the Rainbow Brigade, and many times of the tribal affair. It's important because the power and politics of these people in power are going to be integrated into the algorithms. They will not be neutral, and they will not have our best interests in mind, man. Period. Sorry. We have enough evidence to at least think this way. Now I have a clip here of what's his name? Goodness, Peter Thiel, and I'm not gonna play it because it's a bit long. It's like 4 minutes, and he just babbles. It's hard to even listen to the guy. You can't even get words out of his mouth. But basically, he says he doesn't think MK Ultra is happening anymore. I'm just trying to show you that all these guys, man, they're just all setting us up, man. Anyways, it's like, yeah, sure, buddy. Now let's listen to another one of these types of influencers, at least in the intellectual world, in the mainstream, that is, Harari, and listen to what he says listen what he says, and then as you hear what he says, think about all the things I've been laying out for you today so far.
In 10 years, algorithms and AIs will be running the world. I'm not having in mind some kind of Hollywoodian science fiction scenario of one big computer kind of conquering the world. It's more like a bureaucracy of AIs.
Bureaucracy of AIs. That's what I'm referring to as technique. Okay. The new technique of the world, the new bureaucracy that runs life.
That we will have millions of AI bureaucrats everywhere, in the banks, in the government, in businesses, in universities, making more and more decisions about our lives. That everyday decisions, whether to give us a loan, whether to accept us to a job, and we will find it more and more difficult to understand the logic, the rationale, why the algorithm refused to give us a loan, why the algorithm accepted somebody else for the job. And, you could still have democracies with people voting for this president or this prime minister.
Wow, okay.
But if most of the decisions are made by AIs, and humans, including the politicians, have difficulty understanding the reason why the AIs are making a particular decision, then power will gradually shift from humanity to these new alien
intelligences. Now, they purposely use these concepts of alien and sentience to create a boogeyman, right? To give a more powerful type of even supernatural element with purpose, for sure. But this is an example here. And I do understand a lot of these guys are fear mongers. But at the same time, we have to consider these things, especially when we see the propaganda that I try to show you guys that's developing. We see the derailment, the obfuscation, right? The omission of such systems that are going to be incorporated in some of these new health directions, etc. But on top of that, I think we also have to consider that this machine learning, just very basic, even low-level machine learning, is bleeding into, as far as creep is concerned, mission creep, function creep, and technological creep, all three are bleeding into all areas of society, whether that be in our personal experiences on our phone, in our schools with our children, or in our hospitals. We just can't deny these things. So they can paint a scary picture, but you know, there's potential for this, we'll say. And until regular everyday people start figuring out what the hell's going on, this stuff will happen. It will. It will just develop. And before we know it, we're going to be looking around like, what the hell happened? What do you mean I can't do A, B, and C? What do you mean I can't get act? Whoa. And it's already happening. Now, I want to give an example here of, as we mentioned earlier, predictive programming, especially with regards to AI. And I want to add to this robotics, because we can't consider blockchain and AI independent of robotics. They play different roles, but they all are within the same convergence of technologies, as well as transition into a new industry, right? A new revolution. And robotics tends to absolutely have advantages and positive aspects in very, very meager places. But ultimately, one of the biggest issues I tend to have with robotics is the embodiment of artificial intelligence. Okay, it is going to be, and it's already turning into the embodiment of these massive architectures we're talking about here. There's that film with Matt Damon that shed some light on that, right? What is it, Asylum or something? It's like crazy, right? Now, I really want to get to this idea of children and the importance of, and we've all been through this. We all had our programmings as kids, whether it's aliens, sci-fi, robots. I mean, I love Short Circuit. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I got the VHS over there, sitting right there. Okay, this robot stuff has been around, but it's different now. It's escalated. It's far more advanced and sophisticated. It's more real than it's ever been, in a way that these things are actually possible. See, when I was a kid, there was no way I could go buy me a Short Circuit robot. Okay, it was just complete fantasy. It was pure entertainment, right? Or Elysium. Was it Asylum? Elysium? I don't know. You guys know. Yeah, Johnny Five. Shout out to Johnny Five, right? So, but even that, it was pure fantasy. Now it's different. I mean, there's already robots. They're expensive, but there's already robots that exist that can be companions. And there's small, lower level ones that can be companions. And I saw something recently that hurt, and it made me sad. You know, I saw the effects of these things on a child, and it almost brought me to tears, because I saw this child falling in love with this, like bonding with this robot. And the thing is, I've read about this. A really good source is Sherry Turkle's work, Alone Together, where she goes into a lot of the research of how kids, and we've talked about this in the past, I've covered her book at length, this idea of how kids are susceptible to forming loose bonds with robots just based on their emotional and ontological immaturity, as well as elderly, right? But I saw it in real time, in the real world, and it almost brought me to tears, man, because I know what this stuff is, and I study it every day, and I saw it happen. Like, I saw this child like really bonding with this robot and considering it being a part of their life, and wanting it around them, and wanting it as a companion. It was just crazy to me. And the problem is, this can happen now. It's possible. It is. And 10 years from now, guys, there's going to be these little robots walking around knowing you better than you know yourself. Anyhow, I don't want to get too into it, but I saw this movie here and it really set some things for me. I want to show you some clips here. I pray I don't get hit for them. I'm going to try to shrink it, make it small so you can see it, but I have to show you this because it's just a perfect example of predictive programming. And that's from this film here, Big Hero 6. Okay, and I was sleeping on this film, you know, I stumbled upon it, and bro, it's, oof, man, it's just very similar to WALL-E, you know, falling in love, empathizing with robots, you know, humanizing the robot, you know, creating this new type of flattened ontology where robots are just like humans. Very, very disturbing stuff. I'm going to show you some clips here that are going to speak exactly to what I've been showing you here, especially regarding JFK, Shanahan, and this idea of a new health and AI health. But the next step, and this is already happening in Japan with the Project Moonshot, is embodied AI as health assistants and even doctors. Okay, so let me show you this here. All right, I'm going to try to do this. I have these clips here, and I gotta show you this, man. And if they pull the show, I'll try to edit it and get it put back up. They do this to me every time because right when the show's done, I mean, people are watching and the numbers are just climbing, and then boom, they pull it down for copyright. I have to go through all of this crap to get it edited out, and they put it up, and that stifles the development. This is a way that they keep people from seeing your stuff, is they just do all these little things, and it cuts the viewership in half. It stops the momentum, right? At least that's what it appears like to me. Let me see. Let me pull this up here. Okay, check this out now. So there's a clip here, okay? There's a clip here, or a scene, where they're trying to locate they're trying to get this bad guy, right? He's like a bad guy. They're trying to locate him, right? Now, I fell out my seat when I saw this. So he's like, we got to find this guy. And the robot steps up, and look at what the robot says. This is wild. Anything about him? Gosh, it's the volume is so low, and I really want you to hear this. Let me see. I'm gonna boost this gain. I'm gonna boost this gain so you guys can hear this, man. And then I have to remember to turn it off after because I don't want to like blow your eardrums out. All right, let's see. I'm sorry. I appreciate the patience, guys. This stuff is important, though. I know this isn't the most exciting show, but this stuff's important. And I appreciate the 1,300 of you still here. I can't even believe this. There's that many people that are interested in this stuff. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Seriously. All right. Anything about him? Oh, damn. That was too loud, huh? I'm sorry. That was too loud. Oh, man, dude. I'm sorry, earphone folks. Earphone crew. My bad. Hold on, let me get this right.
His blood type is AB negative.
All right, so he's like, we need to figure out how we're going to find this guy. What's his blood type?
Anything about him. His blood type is AB negative.
And the robot's like, oh, his blood type's AB negative. They're like, huh, what?
Cholesterol levels. Baymax, you scanned him? I am programmed to assess everyone's healthcare needs. Yes.
Now, I saw this. I like jumped up. I was like, you know, that one meme of you know, the dude from Titanic, and he's like, I was me. I was like, yo, he scanned. He said, oh, what do you mean? I scanned the whole population. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm getting too excited. Check this out.
I can use the data from your scan to find him.
I can use the data from your scan to find him. Do you understand that this completely breaks all HIPAA laws? This is a human rights violation. Via data collection, this imposes, or should I say, infringes upon personal autonomy, bodily autonomy. This is illegal. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up and the reason I think it's in this film is because it's showing a time where that's not even considered. Hence the idea I was trying to make earlier about through this technological transition, we lose our human personhood. We lose our subjectivity, our value, our intrinsic value as an individual, as a person with meaning and goals. No. We become just a source of data that can be scanned at will without our consent, without even our knowledge. Wild. Let's continue. I got 3 clips to show you to build this idea. Check it out. Let me run it back. Great predictive programming here.
Type is AB negative. Cholesterol levels. Baymax, you scanned him? I am programmed to assess everyone's healthcare needs.
Yes! I can use the data from your scan to find him.
You'd have to scan everyone in San Francisco, and that might take, I don't know, forever.
No. I just have to look for another angle.
She's like, oh, in order to do that, you're going to have to scan the whole San Francisco. It's like mixing San Francisco with Tokyo. Check this out. I got 4 clips here for you just to build this, man. This is just a great example of stuff we're getting at here. And the disrespect of human personhood, human nature, privacy,
No.
all that. He's like, man, I want to fight this dude. And he has a robot that just can find anybody based on biometrics. And he could just utilize that anytime he wants, as if this is some new type of service. Check this out.
Forever? No. I just have to look for another angle. Got it. I'll scan the whole city at the same time. I just have to upgrade Baymax's sensor.
He'll scan the whole city at the same time. He just has to upgrade what? His sensor. This speaks directly to the Internet of Bio-Nano things, the biosensors that are already being put in people's bodies. This is the perfect example. How is he able to sense these people? Of course, this is a movie for children. They're not going to go into the science. The only way this type of thing is possible is if there's some type of transmitter or some type of sensor in the bodies of every individual. Just a perfect example of this type of future, this post-human future that has no respect for personal human dignity and autonomy. Very interesting. Now, hold up. Next clip. So I wanted to show you that, okay? Now let's go to the clip where he actually scans the city. This, for me, was almost a little scary to see this and then realize this is 2014, by the way. Think about that year. Think about what happened after that. Think about the process since, okay? Predictive Programming 101. Now, seeing this scene of the scanning was almost creepy. It was like, yeah. Yep. This type of technology is already here. Is it in use yet? Not sure, but we know the goal.
No, I don't want you to deactivate. We still have to find that guy. So fire up that super sensor.
Show you. Hold on. Let me just bring him up.
We still have to find that guy.
We have to find that guy. Fire up your super sensor, it's called.
So fire up that super sensor.
Functionality improved.
See everybody popping up? He fired up his sensor, and now there's going to be this entire web, this networking web, that's sifting through every individual trying to locate a particular biometric marker, a biomarker.
1000%.
Yes, this is probably like 12G or something, way beyond 6. But yeah, good man, spot on.
Increasing range.
Look at this.
I have found a match.
Boom, got him.
On that island.
Biomarker, found him. Now, think about this. Full spectrum dominance. You want to say panoptic surveillance, biometrically? Disney example. Disney example. That right there. I like showing the cultural aspects of this. I like showing the the cultural programming stuff too, because it all fits, because this is aimed at children. This is to normalize this type of future. It's also to expose the direction of things like robotics, like healthcare. This robot in this film is an AI healthcare robot. For those that saw this, you know what I'm talking about. He was built to be an artificial intelligence embodied like nurse, if you will, or no, doctor actually, because he's diagnosing people. I'll show you another clip here. And he just goes after him. He's like located him, got his biomarker, found his nanoparticles. And by the way, in the film, the kid's like a brainiac genius. Again, it's STEM programming. They want everyone to be these little quirky, STEM obsessed computer engineers. Like they want everyone buying into this future instead of growing up being an athlete or growing up, being an artist or, something that we're normally used to. It's like now everyone is being engineered to be a futurist and to in a sense, like lionize this type of person. And also it's a type of worship of intelligence, right? Worship of intelligence. Now check this one out. All right, that was 3, 4. So this is when he scans the boy. I just want to show you a clip of him actually scanning the kid. Now this is what I didn't get to say. The kid, he's a prodigy type, and he makes an invention. He invents this technology. And guess what the technology is called?
Levels indicate that you are.
Guess what the technology is called? It's called micro robots. But for those that know about this technology, when you see the actual tech, it is an enlarged, kind of like reified, materialized in the physical world rendition of nanobots, actually of self-assembling nanoparticles. So when you look up self-assembling nanoparticles, it's precisely how they designed his invention. It's so interesting. Like from a predictive programming perspective, I'm just watching this like, damn, this is deep, dude. And they've always done this predictive programming stuff, but it was just too on the nose for me. Now he's diagnosing the kid right here. It's a quick little clip here, but he's diagnosing the kid right here.
Experiencing mood swings, common in adolescence. Diagnosis?
So he's like mapping out his biology here. And he's like, oh, you're experiencing mood swings. Like you see, he's like kind of like analyzing his brain. He's like, oh, you're just going through puberty. So he like diagnosed him. Oh, you're fine. You're just having, symptoms of puberty. It's just a very good example of your own personal robot AI friend, companion, buddy, but also doctor. It's just a great example of this type of future. And I saw a child kind of like really enthused about this and even like wanting to get one for themselves. And that hurt me, dude. I was like, gosh, no. We want to make people friends. We don't want to get a robot to replace that. No. Gosh, man, these movies are destroying the minds of children. Now, again, some will say, oh, we watch bad stuff too. It's innocent. They'll get over it. I don't know. When you see how the fabric of a lot of what people are seeing now have themes, ongoing themes that I believe engineer a type of worldview towards this type of empathy and bonding towards robots and towards machines. Really, it's like the machine aspect of it. It's very problematic. Oh gosh, I've been keeping you guys too long. We have the whole immigration thing. We're gonna do it. I can't stop now. 1,300 people here. I can't give up on you guys, man. We're gonna continue. So we're done with the AI health. Now we're gonna go into immigration and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. All right. This is like a damn workout, man. I'm telling you. All right. Let's go. Okay, we did misconception. That's done. We did the proxy wars. Now let's go into accelerationism real quick here. Yeah, I'm not stopping then. I'm going. I'm doing this for y'all, man. Please support the show. We need you. All right. Okay, let me get through some of these notes here. Palantir, some of the breakdowns, so we could go into immigration, because I have a view of what this immigration stuff is about, how it's happening, and I'll share it with you. Now, check this out here. So we have Palantir, right? Palantir as applied algorithmic technique. This is just an example in a company. It's not just Palantir, right? We're not demonizing Palantir. They're demonic, sure, but hey, so is Microsoft, so is Google, right? They're all in this industry of human capital, right? Through data. Now, Palantir as applied algorithmic technique at home and abroad. So we'll find Palantir and others like them in other countries. We'll find them at home, okay, in our own communities, because law enforcement are using a lot of their technology. Now, I want to get to this idea. Someone earlier mentioned sovereignty. Human sovereignty, in any kind of way you want to describe it, is no more. And we're now moving towards an era of data sovereignty, right, where AI and data provides the vision through which we now see the world. It's like God. I appreciate that, Divine. The likes and the shares mean a lot, man. It's the only way we actually get people to come check it out. So I appreciate you. Now, when the social, political, and existential milieu is defined, dictated by databanks owned and managed by private public technostructures, a monopoly of sorts occurs. A monopoly on the human domain and paradigm. Ontology, epistemology, identity, and personhood. Okay, I have these visuals to kind of like really kind of consolidate the ideas that we spent a long time talking about into a visual, but also a set of sentences. Okay, now unfettered power, and this is speaking to Palantir and those like them. Unfettered power of command and control technologies, because that's what cybernetics have brought to us, and AI is a child of cybernetics. And cybernetics, if we want to define it in the most simplest way, is the art of command and control. Okay. Unfettered power of command and control technologies that transcend national boundaries, public-private parameters, and communal, human, personal rights and autonomies. I can't remember the sociologist, but he calls it the informatics of domination. Why? I want to give you 3 reasons, and there's more. Okay, these are just to keep things simple, and some important reasons. Why? Well, algorithmic exceptionalism. There is a really good article by Kate Crawford, and I forget the other sociologist, but they did an article or a research paper called Algorithmic Exceptionalism. And it's the perspective that believes since machine learning displays superior computational abilities, it is de facto more intelligent, objective, and trustworthy than fallible human beings. Okay, so this is what's getting us into a lot of trouble. This is the perspective, right? That ML is superior and it's objective, which is wrong. It's not objective at all, actually. It's very misinformed, in fact, and it doesn't even understand the data, for one. That's why it's important to have a political position to give it values, right? Techno-capitalism, okay? We were talking earlier about communism, how it's such a silly conversation because techno-capitalism is way deeper than any of these 20th century concepts of culture and social dynamics and economy, right? Next stage capitalism that renders all materials and essences to forms of programmable capital, where profit, efficiency, growth, and control outbid ethics, human dignity, and human autonomy. Okay, these are all my arguments against this stuff. Now, I'm working on a book. I'm going to be going into many chapters of this, really getting into the nitty-gritty. Okay, but I put this stuff in bite sizes together on these shows to present it to a broader audience, because most people probably won't even spend the time to actually read my work. But it's on the way, trust me. Working hard. Now, continuing human evolution, so transhumanism and posthumanism, right? If we want to get into a philosophy of what we're dealing with here, aside from futurism, technocrat, aside from all that, there's a philosophy behind this. And that is continuing human evolution, right? By way of converging technology and forming the omega point through bio-virtual environments with ambitions of human 2.0 emergence, post-humanity. Okay, now that's loaded. I could do a whole show on that. If you guys have been here a little while, you already know what that kind of means. But this is a big part of this. Big part of this. Now, Palantir as government contractor and local community service of authority, right? So this is from Sarah Brain in her work, Big Data Surveillance. She says, the shift from traditional to big data surveillance is associated with a migration of law enforcement operations towards intelligence activities. This is very important because what we're seeing and what she describes here is how it's not just the government and government contracts utilizing this type of sensing architecture on other countries, like say in Gaza or Ukraine, but actually this same type of architecture is being used domestically, essentially in her example and others, by law enforcement. So what's actually happening is law enforcement now at the local level, you know, when we get into municipalities, are turning into intelligence agencies, because what they're grounding, forming, and in a sense, their entire operations function on intelligence technologies. So she makes this really great argument about how even law enforcement are becoming intelligence agencies because they're gathering data on their communities. It's creepy, bro. Like, it's creepy stuff. Now, the basic distinction between law enforcement and intelligence is as follows. Law enforcement typically becomes involved once a criminal incident has occurred. Legally, the police cannot undertake a search and gather personal information until there is probable cause. Very important. Very important. Pay attention to this. We're going to also see a change in law, a change in function, and let's say jurisdiction, right? Let's say a change in rights, even in law enforcement. Just like we are seeing now and going to see more in the future, a change in the Constitution. Just like law enforcement at one point required probable cause, technology and essentially big data and artificial intelligence is changing that. Just like the Constitution says we're supposed to have free speech, but through circumvention, AI and the control of communication dynamics is changing that by introducing a new unseen layer of reach management. So now whatever the Constitution says about free speech doesn't matter, because now there's this new technological innovation called reach management, where now who you contact, who you communicate with can be throttled, but you can still say whatever you want. Now, similar things are happening in law enforcement. The basic distinction between law enforcement and intelligence is as follows. Law enforcement typically becomes involved once a criminal incident has occurred. Legally, innocent until proven guilty as an example, right? Legally, the police cannot undertake a search and gather personal information until there is probable cause. Intelligence, by contrast, is fundamentally predictive. And this is the element of change, the predictability of this data, right? Intelligence, by contrast, is fundamentally predictive. Intelligence activities involve gathering data, identifying suspicious patterns, locations, activity, and individuals, and preemptively intervening based on intelligence acquired. So they have this different level of power, of vision, through predictability. What is it? It's more efficient, isn't it? Now. Yeah, Minority Report. Exactly, Rob. Good to see you, bro. Shawana in the building. Thought crimes. There we go. You see? Shawana's ahead of the game. You're already... There we go with Reg. I'm on too. Shout out to brother Reg. You guys already see where this stuff is going with pre-crime, etc. Exactly. And I told people this, and I'm going to show you a clip. That whole defund the police, I did a whole video on it. I think it's still on YouTube. They took it down. I tried to put it back up. I did a whole video on that. I think it was 2020. We were going through all these riots and all this stuff, and I was telling people, all these BLM people, progressives talking about get rid of the police, there's purpose behind that, because the police are going to be replaced by algorithms. They're going to be replaced by new levels of surveillance. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of different programs here in a second. They already exist. And in my view, the goal is to replace major aspects of law enforcement with these systems. And guess where these systems are going to be? It's more of a classist thing, but then we think of distribution and class and poverty. They're going to be in the hoods. They're going to be in the barrios. They're going to be in the impoverished communities that are of all ethnic groups, by the way. But that's where they're going to be first. Ooh, wait till we get into immigration. We're about to go in. Let's continue because we got a lot to cover here. Now, community services of austerity. It's not just law enforcement. Guess what, guys? It's our own personal use on applications. Yes, we are complicit. We are. Let's talk about it. Voluntary, self-perpetuating surveillance networks for your safety and security. What am I talking about? I'm sure some of you have them on your phone right now. Crime reporting apps. Guess what technologies and architectures they use? It's all connected. Just different ways to get into your home, your body, your community, your country. Crime reporting apps, Neighbors, Citizen, and Nextdoor. Palantir tier sophisticated surveillance architectures like, say, Treasure Map or Fox Acid, right? Connect cameras and virtual sensing technologies to people's homes, inside and out, their neighborhoods, and personal places of human relating. Here, public communities appear no different than foreign war territories from the vision of pure data collection, similar to how small crime becomes no less traceable than terrorist activities overseas. Do you see how it's happening? AI as the great equalizer, flattening the ontology of human beings, of human experience. We become pure data. Are you seeing the convergence? Whether it's terrorists overseas, government contracts, or petty crime thieves, etc., in local communities, through law enforcement and even the community itself, utilizing these architectures on their personal phones to stay safe, to feel secure. It's my argument that safety, lack thereof, and insecurity has been amplified, accelerated, such that these systems are more rational. Yes. And do you think immigration has something to do with it? Indeed. Let us continue. Now, what we're seeing here is the constructing the fourth industrial revolution into the fifth, of course, through fifth generation warfare. We've covered this in the past, but I always got to kind of present it again to give us some foundations for what this stuff is. Now, I have these three things here that I think are very important with regard to how this is happening, right? Reactionaryism, rationality, and stealth. What do I mean? Well, reactionaryism speaks to what we talked about in the first segment when I covered media politics, internet podcast shillery, and all of this stuff, right? Reactionaryism speaks to that derailment process of getting people wrapped up in political debate, political paradigms and different types of paradigms of thinking about politics and society, getting people wrapped up in a position of pure reactionary behavior. So they're constantly just reacting almost like a robot to different stimuli. Okay, oh, we're going to poke you with this story, then we're going to poke you with this op, and we're going to poke you with this. Guess what so-and-so did? Guess what he said? Guess what she said? And then you already know. All right. Political and social conflict, debate with false paradigms, within false paradigms. Right, so that keeps a lot of people distracted and just preoccupied, so they can't even see what's actually happening. And then there's rationality, okay? And the rationality is technological solutions for a broken social order, aka a dying democracy. This is why we're constantly getting fed this idea of we're losing our democracy. It's a war on democracy. We have to fight for democracy. Because the social order is collapsing, and it is. It isn't as if it isn't, but it's an orchestration mixed with some real actual systemic fallout that has been happening since Woodrow Wilson. Okay, so there's that there too. It's not like it's all some big organized thing. There's nuance to it. But a lot of the acceleration has to do with propaganda, in my view. Okay, and this is done through screens. This is done through social media communities. And of course, it's done through content. Now, so the rationality is, well, guess what, guys? We got these technological solutions to this broken social order, and those solutions tend to be AI, blockchain, right? Now, stealth. What do I mean by stealth? Achieving universal power dynamics through clandestine convergence. And this is what I've been talking about, this idea of convergence. All these things coming together, whether these technologies be in other countries, killing people, or in our own communities, spying on us, or in our own phones, changing the way we see reality, changing the way we see our peers, changing the way we even feel and define ourselves, our self-construct, okay? What stealth is, as we're distracted by the reactionary kind of world, the culture war, all of this nonsense, we get further away from God, we get more into our flesh, we rely more on the governmental systems and their technologies and their politics. And through that whole diversion and distraction, there's this stealth movement of clandestine convergence of state, military, corporation, tech, industrial infrastructures that are transforming and revolutionizing every industry and institution in our experience. Right? Examples are Palantir, NVIDIA, Google, Bio, and Tech as examples. They cover all borders, whether it's health, education, labor force, doesn't matter. This is the universal kind of AI, applied AI. Now, this is a transcending societal boundaries, the social, the environment, the personal, creating a gestalt characteristic. I'm borrowing Don Edie's concept. It creates a gestalt characteristic. It's almost a ghost, right? Very similar to this ontological argument we made earlier. It just changes the way we are in the world by encompassing everything around us. And this is the thing. A lot of people don't even notice and realize how much artificial, or should I say how much machine learning is impacting everyday functions, everyday processes across all of these transcending boundaries, social, environmental, personal, health, all this stuff, education. I mean, that's part of the stealth. People don't even realize how all of our industries are changing. Protect your spirit. Amen, created. Amen. Very important. Now, let us continue. Constructing the fourth industrial revolution. So there's two outcomes here, at least amongst many others, but I'm trying to focus on some of the more important things. Digital feudalism, right? Subverting moral fabric of society. Actually, let me save that because we're about to get into the immigration now. Okay. Let me save that. Let's go into the immigration here. Yep. All right. We're ready. We're ready now. Okay. Now, here's some clips from this thing in Aurora. Everyone's talking about this thing in Aurora. I can't help but remember the Aurora Batman scenario with the Batman movie. You guys remember that, Op? Wasn't that Aurora, Colorado? That's like some old school truther stuff for those that remember that. That was a big deal. Anyhow, so here's a clip from one of these apartments. Again, a lot of this stuff happens on screens. It's very isolated in certain cities in the United States. It's not like this is happening everywhere. How realistic is it? How orchestrated is it? I don't know. But from my perspective, I know the solutions. I definitely see the solutions for this stuff. So we'll talk about that. But here's a clip. Check it out. I guess this is one of these apartments. Actually, I forgot to turn. I'm so glad I remembered. Let me turn down this gain on the. Wow, I don't want to blow your eardrums out. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely turn that down. Man, okay. All right, cool. Let's go. It's kind of crazy though, like to see this. What is actually happening with this stuff? It's so crazy to me. It's being allowed. I mean, that's obvious. I'm going to show you proof of it too in a second here. So I guess this is one of the apartments. It's like wreckage. Now, just as some evidence that this is what's happening. Now, there's a clip here that states, police officer admits on camera that they are releasing illegal aliens into their cities who have committed double homicides because it's a sanctuary city. So I guess this leads to the sanctuary cities of progressive cities. It makes sense. I can't help but think a lot of this stuff is propaganda as far as these videos that get released. He says, I've arrested double homicide suspects in the city and let him walk out the door because we're a sanctuary city. We're not going to call ICE to come pick him up and deport him. I'll play the clip here. Sorry for the resolution's horrible here.
Can you please collect the information? He said that he's already illegal. He already said that he went to...
Okay, hold on. Let's back up a little bit. First off, we're a sanctuary city. Even if he is legal here, we cannot call ICE. Okay, but you still have...
Wow. Okay, so this is really interesting. So even if they are illegal, the fact that it's a sanctuary city, they can't call ICE on them. So I guess this could speak to why we're seeing this type of behavior allowed because of, I guess, the policy measures within the sanctuary city. I haven't done much study at all in that area, so I can't really speak to what those entail. But it doesn't surprise me at all because I'm from California. I've been all over, especially I'm from the Bay Area, so spent most of my time in Berkeley, Oakland area, and honestly, it's crazy what's allowed over there. I mean, it is insane what's allowed over there. So I'm not surprised at all by this. So let's continue.
To report that, right?
No, we don't. Because it's a sanctuary city. We do not report illegal undocumented.
So you're going to let a person who went to prison, he committed a crime in America, who's illegal right now, you're going to let him go free right now to this elevator?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because we're a sanctuary city. I've arrested a double homicide suspect in this city before and let him walk out the door because we're a sanctuary city. We're not going to call ICE to come pick him up and deport him.
He came to pick up $320,000 from your, him, or mine grandmother and grandfather, and he's walking away freely right now, right? That's what I'm understanding right now.
I understand that, but you're asking me to call ICE or the...
I'm not asking you to call ICE. We're just asking you to take seriously that he's trying to repeat offend when he's already illegal.
He
repeating what he's already been doing.
He said, I'm in Chinatown in New York. They pay for his...
Wow, it's crazy to think that people can commit crime and behave these ways and are protected due to this policy. That is crazy. And then, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. They have these new systems, at least in the West Coast, where they're offering hundreds and thousands of dollars to illegal immigrants to get homes. I mean, it's crazy. Like, to me, I look at it, this is intentional. This is beyond progressive empathy and altruism. This is intentional. This has a lot to do with acceleration. This is accelerating all of these processes we talk about here, at least maybe in part. I'm sure there's like more things going on, but I know there's something about that here as far as it's an accelerant, right? And I'm going to show you some reasons why. And looks like my light, that damn battery, the thing never lasts. Looks like one of my lights went out. It's okay. Let's continue here. You pay all these money for lights and stuff, and the crap don't even work. I mean, 3.5 hours, that's all the juice I get. It's ridiculous, man. It's planned obsolescence with everything now. It's just like, good luck. Anyways, here's another one. Oh, let's go back a little bit. This is 2020, and this is Kamala Harris regarding the BLM situation I was describing earlier, just to show you that the Democratic left, the progressive left, quote unquote left right doesn't really exist anymore in a true sense, but this faction is playing a part of a dialectic. It's an accelerant, right? As the right is an accelerant as well. They have different ways of accelerating, and I believe this is one of the key ways to accelerate from the progressive left. Here, check this out.
So then, if you're for overhauling, where do you stand on defund the police?
Look, right. So here's the thing: defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
Safety, how we're creating safety. Reimagine. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the princess. Actually, these two lights behind me are incandescent. Actually, all of my lights, opposed to my what are these things called? Like my main lights, I guess I forget the technical term, but all my lights are incandescent. The only thing, it gets real hot, you know. But I love incandescent. Most of my lighting is warm incandescent bulbs. Anyway, sorry, let's continue.
And when you have many cities that have 1/3 of their entire city budget focused.
Key light. That's what I was trying to say. Key light. My bad. Okay, let's run it back.
Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety. And when you have many cities that have 1/3 of their entire city budget focused on policing, we know that is not the smart way and the best way or the right way to achieve safety. For too long, the status quo thinking has been you get more safety by putting more cops on the street. Well, that's wrong. This is an important conversation, and not just a conversation, because to your earlier point, can't just be about talk. It has to be about forcing change. And this is why, you know, I was out there with folks and we'll.
Forcing change, very important terminology there. Forcing change, hence acceleration.
Any movement, any progress we have gained has been because people took to the streets. We can fight and be optimistic. In fact, some of our best fights have been born out of optimism, right? Born out of knowing what can be, unburdened by what has been.
Oh my gosh, this woman, I swear, if I hear her repeat this one more time, I'm a spit.
And that's what we have to carry to keep us going, because we don't want this to just be a moment. We do want this to be a movement. And by the way, Black Lives Matter has changed the environment in such a substantial and beautiful way. Their activism has allowed.
Okay, what? I had to shut her up there. Like, come on, man. What is going on? We saw what happened post BLM. I mean, I'm not surprised. Party liner. You're done. You're done, Kamala. You're done. Now, check it. The U.S. wants to use facial recognition to identify what? Migrant children as they age. Okay, now let's get to some of the possible things going on here. Migrant children. Oh, facial recognition. Oh, well. Yeah, she definitely talking ish. Now, let me show you another clip here of DEI hire and see what she has to say.
We continue to call on Congress to do something. We need universal background checks. We need ban assault weapons.
Ooh, great question, 2K Films. Yo, Noah, once this one world system come into play, what types of thing are you doing to fight the system? How do you think the people that know what it is knew what it was? I'm fighting now. I'm fighting before it happens. I'm presenting understanding, education, foundation. I'm creating a community of like-minded people that might be there for each other when that day comes. We're already fighting the war. The future is now. I hope you're ready.
And high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough. And I cannot say this enough, which is enough is enough. We cannot allow this to happen in our communities.
Now, let me run this back. She makes a key point here. That's very important.
To do something, we need universal background checks.
Universal background checks, that's data.
We need ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law.
Prevention programs, digital surveillance architecture. I'll show you some right now. Now, along with that is, of course, an attack on people's ability to protect themselves through guns, etc. Enough is enough. Yeah, it's that card, right? Illuminati card. Yeah. You already know. Now. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to 2000. I want to say 14 when this started. So this concept of immigration, crime, and the degree of surveillance technology is pretty crazy, right? So I want to take you guys back to a Palantir application technology called Falcon. Okay, now I'm showing you guys this to show you, and this is old tech, but we have surveillance technology to quell all of these things we're seeing. And it is my belief that the evidence of this, in my view, suggests that possibly these things are being allowed as different forms of acceleration. Okay. Now, Falcon is a Homeland Security Investigations customized version of Palantir Gotham, a relationship mapping and predictive tool that provides search analysis, geospatial referencing, reporting, and connects multiple data sets. Falcon, like other Palantir tools, maps relationships between people and events, can organize information temporally or geographically, and creates data visualizations, vision, linking addresses, people, or organizations, along with geographic and chronological data points. Falcon makes visible and accessible its targets' phone numbers, email addresses, residential and work addresses, identification document numbers, social security numbers, criminal associations, and family relationships. Falcon contains purported gang information collected through both ICM and EID geospatial data, A numbers, social security numbers, and conviction records. Falcon receives records of call transactions and of ICE criminal investigation targets, potential targets, associates of targets, or any individuals or entities who call or receive calls from these individuals. Falcon's subcomponents include a tip line for snitches and a mobile system that is capable of instantaneously checking against government records, including NCIC scanned body biometrics like tattoos and irises taken by ICE officers during raids. Now, that's one program, one application. I got all types of applications and patents here that we don't even have time to get through. I'm gonna just show you some of the good ones. Listen, guys, this is why I am so pessimistic when it comes to these pew situations, especially what we just saw or what we saw with Trump, and how they're just never able to find these people or know anything about them. And we got to break into their home and see what we can find, and finding handwritten manifestos when they have technology that can map out people's existence just based on their phone alone. It's just so crazy to me that people, and I guess they're not aware of the degree of technology surveillance, but I mean, didn't you learn anything from Snowden, who was a controlled opposition and part of the propaganda as well? But didn't you guys learn anything? I mean, Fox Acid, I mean, Treasure Map, I mean, come on, man, these are old architectures. I mean, they can get anyone, literally. It's just crazy to me how people fall for this stuff. It's like, wait a minute, you do realize that they can pinpoint people, very similar to that Big Hero 6 clip I showed you when he scanned the biometrics. Instead of maybe scanning biometrics, they could scan just for data footprint. They call it signature, human signature. This is the technical term for it. This is at least what you read in the literature. Palantir is very known for this, creating one's human signature where they can locate you anywhere and eliminate you if needed. The tech is there. The reason they're not using it in all of these scenarios we're introduced to suggests that maybe these situations are supposed to happen. Absolutely not, Antoine. Please share the work, man. It's the only way people understand what's going on, at least from my view. I know a lot of other people do great work too, but I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely share it. Now let's continue. So that's Falcon. Now, here's just, this is a white paper, or no, this is actually just an article here on breaking Palantir's technology used in Mississippi raids where 680 were arrested. Okay, let me show you. All right. So this is a 3-page article on this. Let me read you here. And this, they use the Falcon app for this. And this is in Mississippi. As of July 19th, Palantir had at least 29 active contracts with the federal government with over $1.5 billion in total. These contracts are primarily with different law enforcement and intelligence agencies. So this is local, municipal, and governmental or federal, like ICE, the FBI, the Army, the Navy, the U.S. Special Operations Command. The current Falcon contract signed in November 2018 will see Palantir receive $42 million from ICE. It's up for renewal on November 27th, 2019. Now, they've been trying to fight it. It's interesting. I find this so interesting. The Democrats have been trying to fight this renewal between Palantir, or should I say between ICE and Palantir, and they've kept extending it. But what I find interesting is, well, it's a progressive position where they're saying, and there's truth to this, but mind you, and we'll be talking about this more. I've been writing about this lately, is the idea that this architecture, this machine learning is actually oppressive in many ways. We won't have to get too deep into it, but this is the progressive argument against it. It in a sense discriminates because it's pattern recognition. Of course it's going to discriminate. Of course it's going to see patterns in certain behavior of certain groups, right? This is just truth. And unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with AI. But their thing is like, it's discrimination. We got to get rid of this. The problem is, as they try to get rid of these types of technologies that maybe could quell some of the immigration problems, we see the immigration increasing. So it's like an accelerant. It's like, let's avoid using the technology. And I'm not saying I support the technology, okay? I'm not saying we should be using this technology, because I understand, at least from my view, it appears as if these immigrants and these different situations are being forced in. It's not an organic situation. I do understand organic entrance happens, but this seems to be extremely orchestrated. By the way, ICE still does have this technology. So what does that mean? How is it that ICE has this technology, yet these guys are still getting in? Well, apparently it's the sanctuary policy. So it's not like we don't have the tools. It's that they're allowing, through policy, they're allowing these people into these communities and these cities, and it's absolutely insane because it's just horrible, man. Here's an example of this recent situation with the Pew Pew. Check this out. I'm just showing you that this is so, it's just all BS. Where is this? GPS data reveals that an FBI special agent previously linked to multiple other shooters was within 1,000 feet of Georgia school Pew Pew Colt Gray on 11 separate occasions over a 14-month span. This is not a coincidence. So it's like, here we go, guys, with the rabbit holes and the inconsistencies, and we know they got tech to get these people. Man, what's going on with this, man? Come on, dude. Like, listen, and I don't know if people are really being sacrificed. I'm not going to spend time digging into that type of stuff because I don't think it matters as far as what's actually happening outside of it by way of reaction and solutions and stuff. But it's like, yeah, GPS data reveals. I wonder where they got that data. Turn on your big sensor, right? And then we see stuff like this. I'm building a case here. Check this out. Check out this clip.
The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here.
11 million, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. I wonder why. I wonder why. Some of y'all know where I'm going. Some of you guys see it being built as I present these clips to you. I wonder why. Let's continue. I want to just show you a bunch of other articles just as evidence as we get through this. Palantir won a $823 million U.S. Army contract for data and analytics software. Okay. Meanwhile, Palantir could lose an ICE contract, and this is speaking to the progressives trying to take away this technology. Right. Funny thing is, they're not using it, and the sanctuary cities are barring any type of activity anyway. So it almost doesn't matter that they have this type of technology. Now, feds are using Palantir tech to root out immigrants. This is 2017. So they've been using this stuff, man. They've been using this stuff. I've heard of the Kalergi plan. I'm very familiar with it. I think it plays in. I think it's, put it this way, it's just one amongst many of similar kind of I guess, operations, right? There is this forced diversity as an accelerant. This is my argument. And the Kalergi plan, I think, plays into it rather well. But there's many versions of this. There's a religious aspect, there's a racial aspect, an ethnic. It's really crazy, but I'll show you here in a minute. So feds are using Palantir tech. So we have all kind of data, you know, and this is actually a legitimate scenario where they were rounding up immigrants from, I think it was 7-Eleven data, and it was all through Palantir. Like, this stuff is all out there. The information's there. You know, I don't want to spend too much time. I just want to show you guys these pieces of evidence. Database systems and user interfaces for dynamic and interactive mobile image analysis and identification. Okay, so this is the patent. This is the particular Palantir technology that these companies are using and contracting. Okay, it's a type of database system. It's a mobile image analysis, so it utilizes devices. Okay. Embodiments of the present disclosure relate to systems, techniques, methods, and computer-readable mediums for one or more database systems. It's actually very technical, but I'm just trying to show you guys these patents. And all of this stuff is here. Anyone could look this stuff up. Palantir provides the engine for Donald Trump's deportation machine. So the progressive left, progressives in general, are, you know, using that racism, you know, bigotry kind of argument to quell the conservative Palantir relationship. The problem is, even if they might make that big tiff and quell that whole organization, it's not as if Palantir, with the help of conservative politics and policy, aren't implementing these exact types of architectures in other ways. Right, in Americans' homes. So it's like all these conservatives are like, yeah, Palantir, we're going to get these immigrants with all this technology. Yeah, it's in your home too, bro. It's in your backyard too. It's in your phone too. They're going to use it on you too. That's the thing. It's like, that's why a lot of this like ethnic stuff, they're dividing everyone. It's like, no, this technology is going to be used on us all, on every single one of us. This is a domestic warfare here, man. And they're dividing us. And no, there's rationality, there's reason behind the division. I understand that there, but at the end of the day, there's purpose behind the division. There's purpose behind this type of bifurcation, balkanization, should I say, this type of balkanization, and getting ethnic groups to be against each other and to adhere to identity through race, etc. It's nuanced, right? There's realistic elements of it, but there's also a design to it, and it's almost as if they're exploiting rational perception or rational positions and real world scenarios. They're leveraging them to usher in and accelerate different forms of technology that are going to be implemented in everyone's lives. Now, here's another type of facial recognition system that's in a lot of local communities, big time. This is mobile vigilant solutions. Okay, so there's another one. I'm just showing you guys some of this tech. It's just as evidence here. Vigilant solutions. Okay, investigate. This is for investigation. So what you do is you get contracts with these companies, and they investigate for you through their facial recognition system. So really, this is similar to the Big Hero 6, where they're like, hey, we have these AIs that have Palantir level facial recognition systems, and you could hire us to find whoever you want. You know, it's like this is the circumvention of human personhood and human dignity, even, right? It's really messed up. the information you can get on people through different types of technologies. It's really unfortunate, man. But again, all of this stuff is going to circumvent any type of rights people thought they had. And I just wish more, especially conservatives, would wake up to this stuff, man. Because they're the ones that are actually really being deceived here. Democrats, progressives are done. Their whole movement's ending. We're going into a completely different scenario. You'll see. ICE Inc.'s contract for license plate databases. All right, so not only does Vigilant do faces, but also license plates. This is another type of metric that's being used to find people. All your data, you have all of it, even your bodily data. So ICE is also working with Vigilant Solutions. Okay, so it's not just Palantir. And Vigilant Solutions, their architecture is based on I believe it's Palantir architecture. I'm not sure. So I get kind of like mixed up with some of these different companies. But yeah, this stuff, it's like they can find anybody, man. And this is their facial recognition, identity matching and verification from Motorola Solutions, man. Analyze over 350 vectors of a suspect's facial image and take a responsible policy-based approach to facial recognition-based identification to generate immediate leads from matches to a highly controlled booking image gallery. So like they have all these biometric technologies where they could just impose their will on people. Now let's go a little further, shall we? Shoot, we still got 1,200 in the building. Let's go a little further. All right. Shoot, let's keep going, because I got a whole other segment here. We might be here 5 hours, damn it. Hey, man, let's go. Y'all, if you're here, I'm here. Let's go. All right, now let me see. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go here. All right, we're ready. Now let's talk a little bit about Trump and his connection to this. We're going to talk a little bit about Brazil, Elon Musk scenario, and then I'm going to go into, we're going to wrap up this whole kind of case I've been building into the ultimate goals of this and the real tech of concern, the real synthesis, the real convergence, okay? Bringing it all together. Now, okay. Let's watch a little bit of Trump and see what he says here. Now, let's keep in mind what we've discussed regarding AI, architecture, infringement on human rights, personal dignity, autonomy. Let's think about this type of Palantir architecture. Let's think about JFK, Shanahan, AI health, all of these things we've been breaking down, and the imposition on what we understand to be real, what we understand to be human, and what we understand to be of value. Okay, all of this, keep all of these things in mind as we now take a look at Trump and his, because it's very possible, if there's election, that he will be the next president. So it's very important to hear what they got to say, because a lot of these things will make sense, especially concerning Elon Musk. And with Elon Musk, we have to consider AI. We have to consider his very manipulative campaign of propaganda, pretending as if he's a free speech hero, yet he's introducing, standardizing, and normalizing manipulation of reach, which is a new type of novel, inaccessible digital layer of communication dynamic control that we've never experienced in life. It actually steals a freedom of speech for us in a different, it's like an indirect way. It's like, no, say what you want, but I'm going to manipulate who you even can talk to. Right? So he's bringing that in. Let's think about that. Let's think about his use of Twitter as a type of AI training system, behavioral data collection system. Let's think about all of these things. And then we're going to think about the future of government. Then we're going to think about how, interestingly, everyone's trying to expose how incompetent government is, right? How we need to replace people in power, possibly replace them with machines. And who better to be a part of that than Elon Musk? But first, we must listen to the potential next president of the United States of Transhumanism.
To stop this onslaught at lower prices, I'm pledging today that in my second term, we will eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. We'll be able to do that quite easily, actually. And instead of attacking industries of the future, we will embrace them, including making America the world capital for crypto and Bitcoin. Fourth, at the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it, but he's agreed to do it. In 2022, fraud and improper payments alone cost taxpayers an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months.
Oh, guys, are you paying attention? Let me pull myself up here so I can speak to you. Who's paying attention? What does this sound like? Think about some concepts of the show today. Accountability. Avoiding waste, efficiency. See, we're going to clean up government spending, waste. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to increase efficiency. No different from what RFK was saying regarding Big Pharma, regarding industry. It's the same program, because the solutions are of a digital, artificial intelligence nature. And who does he have to do the job? Elon Musk. Are you paying attention here, guys? It's all here. I want to hear him say this again.
He has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it, but he's agreed to do it. In 2022, fraud and improper payments alone cost taxpayers an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars.
Waste. We gotta hold the government accountable. How? Transparency. How? More data, more oversight, more surveillance. Blockchain.
As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months.
Corruption. We're gonna fix the corruption. It's everything RFK was saying, guys. This is all, in my view. And listen, I hope I'm wrong. From my understanding, from my research, from the way I'm putting these things together, this is all a big walk. We're all being walked down this digital transition through synthesis.
This will save trillions of dollars, trillions.
We're gonna save money. See, we're gonna end waste. See, this is a good thing, as if we're gonna get a little bit of that. And maybe we will, actually. UBI payments, but those will be contingent on your biodigital convergence, right?
It's massive. For the same service that you have right now, trillions of dollars is wasted and gone, and nobody knows where it went. Further taming.
Nobody knows where it went. Are you guys reading through the subtext? How do you correct for not knowing where things went? Surveillance, transparency, holding people in charge accountable. Don't forget, man, they are going to turn around and point this transparency right at all of us. And there you go. Done. Mission accomplished. I'm sick of hearing these cowards talk, man. See right through him, man. Been through it. I see right through you. All right. Now, we got this op going on. The new op, the latest op. Brazil's president says world doesn't have to put up with Elon Musk's far-right ideology. Here we go. Right, left, far-right, extreme left, crazies, fascists, communists. I mean, wait till you see what Brazil got going on. Problem, reaction, solution every time. Wait till you see what Brazil got going on. Aside from the whole, BRICS situation, they're steeped. Actually, they're leading the charge in biometric transition. Digital panopticon. Shout out to True Keys. You better believe it. It's all by design, guys. That's why Brazil's coming into the fold, because they're making big moves. I'll show you something in a minute here. There's a reason we're showing all of these countries, because they're playing a big role in this massive international multipolar technical digital transition. They're all playing a role, and these dialectics of opposition are just ways to confuse the population and keep them from seeing that, wait a minute, all you guys are building a massive web. What gets caught in a web? Food, right? All right, let's continue. Oh, well, Brazil strengthens DPI and digital ID push to boost economic growth ahead of G20. You don't say. Yes, big time. It's happening across the board. I don't care where you're at, what country you're in. This is it's an international thing. The world is controlled by transhumanists, futurists, technocrats, ultimately objects of Satan, in my view. Here's I'm just showing you guys the receipts, man. Brazil is making big moves. So what we're going to see is this war between Brazil and Elon Musk, but they're both bringing the same object. Elon Musk is going to do the exact same thing through Twitter, through his X app, just trying to model China's WeChat thing. They just have to make characters and heroes and villains to gain trust and to keep people thinking in paradigms such that they don't see how everything's actually working. And I'm not saying I know how all of this is working, but I'm seeing different things add up. And so I'm sharing them with you guys. I don't want to make it as if I have all the answers, because I don't. But I'm seeing something here. I really am. And I spend hours talking about it because I spend weeks and months and years researching it and thinking about it. And I can't help but see how all of this stuff is coming together, and it's kind of creepy, man. Especially when you see how everyone is just so blind to it. It's really unfortunate. Nuclear bomb of privacy or easy entry. MLB, check this out. You guys got to see this. Oh, you won't let me look at this. Hold up. Stop it. I just watched this earlier. I want you guys to see this video. So we talked about the NFL recently. And this has been going on since, I think, January. It's not just the NFL, it's also the MLB. Man, I really wanted you guys to see this video. Here it is. Well, this isn't the one, but this is an example. Check this out, guys. I mean, it's happening, dude. It's so crazy because people don't understand what this is. And I think that's why I'm so passionate about it, because I understand where it's going. And I also understand that the majority of people are just completely clueless to what this entails. Like the ultimate logical conclusion to it. It's just not, oh, I open my phone with my face. That's how they got us in the first place. Why can't I just do it to go into a baseball game? I mean, it's no big deal. All right.
A live look at the ballpark tonight as the Phillies open a crucial series against the Giants. And fans at tonight's game, they were in for a change. Forget needing a ticket to get in. All you need is your face. Chris, some new technology is being used for the first time in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, that's right, guys. It could be the beginning of the end of those dreaded long lines getting into the ballpark.
There it is, sales point of convenience. Comfort. Oh, guess what? We're going to speed up the process. Efficiency. Every single time. Relegating human processes. The technique of efficiency. Now, your experience out in the world and entertainment will be rendered efficient. Comfort. Convenience. This is how they get us.
Right? Remember those paper tickets you used to have? Well, then came the smartphone tickets. Well, now, all you need is your face. It's bringing a whole new meaning to putting your game face on. Tonight, fans at Citizens Bank Park were the first ever in Major League Baseball to be admitted with the go-ahead entry facial authentication technology.
You don't have to stop, you don't get your phone out, you don't stop to scan a ticket. You literally just walk straight in.
It's just, oh, it's so great. I'm able to get my beers and my hot dogs and sit down and get ready for the game. I love it. It's just so convenient. I swear these people, and Father forgive me because I know they know not what they do, but damn, these people really infuriate me, man. Wake up.
Using the MLB Ballpark app after a one-time sign-in and a selfie, your mobile tickets are then tied to your mug. The opt-in system under development for the last 2.5 years is designed to make entry into the stadium faster.
I think everybody needs to do this. And
it's so hard to be patient and understanding in a sea of blatant ignorance. Oh, goodness gracious. Lord, help me. Please, Father, give me strength. Give me patience. Give me understanding. In all humility, I pray in Jesus' name.
The stadium faster.
I think everybody needs to do this and utilize it. It was so simple, so easy. It was easy to sign up, and then it was easy to just come right in. It already recognized me as I was walking up.
That was great. I think
it already recognized me as I was walking up. Can you believe or imagine being recognized from a distance by technologies you don't even know exist?
when they open up more lines, it'll really move faster, but I think it's the way of the future, so I think it's great. Although we did see a few glitches when a crowd approached, for the most part, fans breezed right through the gates. The Phillies say it's the wave of the future for stadiums.
This is the way that people are learning to operate, right? Everything from the airlines to shopping, like the frictionless transaction is
learning to operate. From travel, shopping, do you see the technique? And if we understand AI, or if we understand facial recognition, it is just an aspect or element of artificial intelligence, of machine learning. So when we're talking about biometrics, we're talking about machine learning. Now, when we talk about more massive, transparent systems of zero trust architecture, that's including blockchain. So all of these things are coming together. And as you can see here, people are being conditioned into accepting this like everything else. This is the technique I speak to with regard to machine learning. It is the means by which we experience the world, whether we shop, whether we travel, or we experience entertainment. It's now an efficient process of machine learning data analysis, giving value judgments, defining who you are, really giving you your identity, a new identity.
all part of the sort of expectation of society.
MLB says the system relies on unique digital tokens and fans' images are not stored.
This is exactly what happened to me. I told you guys this a while back. I had a big argument with one of these airline dudes as I'm getting on the airline, and they had these facial things, and right away I'm like, what is this? And he's like, oh, you don't have to use this. It's just, it's for convenience, it's a little quicker. Hey, and I'm like, listen, I don't want nothing to do with this. He's like, oh, why? It's safe. It's fine. I was like, no, I don't want my data in these systems. I don't know anything about these. He's like, oh, well, we don't save it. We don't save this information. I'm like, well, it's invasive. He's like, no, it's not invasive. It's, you know, we just use it to recognize your identity, and then that's it. We don't store the information. I'm like, then where does it go? He's like, well, you know, actually, and he just went off to something else. And I'm like, all right, bro. Anyways, I didn't use it, and I refused to use it. There might come a time where we won't have a choice, and then that's when we're going to have to make some decisions, just like we had to make some serious decisions in 2020 regarding rolling up our sleeves.
The Phillies say it's the wave of the future for stadiums.
This is the way that people are learning to operate, right? Everything from the airlines to shopping, like the frictionless transaction is all part of the sort of expectation of society.
MLB says the system relies on unique digital tokens, and fans' images are not stored.
MLB nor the Phillies store any images of fans. So there's no image that's stored in the app or anywhere else.
And this is, again, this is another aspect of sleight of hand, this derailment from the real issue. Just like it's not about free speech, it's about algorithmically controlled direct or algorithmically controlled communication dynamics of reach, right? It's not about keeping big pharma accountable and keeping jabs safe. It's about completely revolutionizing what we know as health and completely removing the pseudoscientific paradigm of, say, juicy juice, etc., schedule, all of that. Here we're having the same thing. Oh, see, it's not saved. Your privacy is safe. No, it's not about if my privacy is safe. It's more about the infrastructure itself. Should we be subjecting ourselves in toto to this type of all-encompassing digital architecture? Should this even be used? Is it even necessary? 10, 20, 30 minutes of convenience isn't worth this level of data collection, and I would say invasion on one's personhood. And again, this speaks to what I said earlier about how we're transitioning to a transhumanist, posthumanist future where personhood will be completely denied, such that your subjectivity, your personal experience, your personal values don't mean anything, because data is all that matters. You are a liar until you are proved honest and innocent by data, and that will be decided by algorithms that are designed through a particular type of arbitrary politics and power that we have nothing to do with. In a sense, it's like completely robbing you of your self-identity and giving it to someone else to define it for you. If that's the goal, if that's the conclusion, it would make a whole lot of sense why we should be saying no to this stuff from the outset, because it's going somewhere, and it ain't about privacy. It's about the infrastructure itself.
Although the technology was easy, some longtime fans say it'll take some getting used to.
It's
The new abnormal.
tough to get on board with technology. Some of the other ones sometimes seem challenged, but hey, I have a young son. He wants me to be hip.
You see? Hip. This is the cultural futurism I was mentioning earlier. It's hip and it's cool to be technologically forward, techno forward. It's hip and cool to have the new devices, the new wearables. It's hip and cool to be tapped in and tuned in and plugged in to everything and anything virtual. Again, speaking to the big hero and kids playing and loving and bonding with robots. It's all part of this. I've been trying to break down today. Nudged. There we go. A great book by Cass Sunstein. UN stooge, helped behavioral modification processes during COVID. But that book is good to see how these social engineers work. Nudge. Great one there, Karen. So yeah, you know, this is it. It's cool. See, my younger son wants me to be hip. It's hip and cool and expedient to be technocratic. Hence the love and just almost worship of Elon Musk being the quintessential embodiment of the futurist, mad scientist. So here we are. I got more. We're just gonna really go for it tonight. I feel like really going for it, man. We're 4.5 hours in. And here's just a MLB advertisement for your digital prison sentence. Go ahead entry. And of course, they always got to put one of us on here, man. I swear we be the poster children for everything, man. Got a black face on all of the propaganda, every damn commercial. Like we're at 70% of the population, man. Get out of here with that patronizing garbage. I'm sick of it. Here we are every single time. They got us. All right. Here's another one. I'll show you different. Let's just see this. More than 6,000 fans use new facial recognition entry into Minute Maid Park for 2024 MLB opening day. Here it is, man. 2024. Go back to the first video we did of 2024. I said the year is 2024. It was a long 5-hour show, but everything we covered has been laid out this year, as we discussed. And here we are.
Now, before the game, some Astros fans actually navigated a new way to get into the ballpark.
Really interesting here. ABC 13's Chance Miller was at Minute Maid Park today to see the first day of facial recognition and how it went.
So yes, beginning this season, you can now use this, your face, to get into Minute Maid Park. And you don't even have to have your cell phone with you upon entry. Now, a lot of people like it, but some people, well, they're not so sure.
Walk in and walk on through. Walk in and walk on through. That's the
walk in and walk on through. See how they play with kind of the cultural aspect of it, it's heavily marketed and cleverly designed. This is big wig marketing, sales, social engineering here. This is clear behavioral sciences mixed with the sales industry and of course big tech. Fascinating, and it's working, guys. It's happening.
The promoted benefit of MLB go-ahead entry, now in use at Minute Maid Park.
You can just come in, you get scanned as you're walking in. It's a great way to kind of expedite how quickly we get fans into the ballpark.
Here's how it works. You have to take a photo.
Sure, buddy.
Photo of your face on the MLB ballpark app. Now, that's the same app where your traditional digital tickets are stored. Once that photo is in their system, you're good to go. You don't have to use it, and one woman we spoke to said she didn't want to.
I love the Astros, but I'm not comfortable with giving my face to just any kind of program,
Hey, okay. Well, damn it. Somebody got some damn sense. Shout out to whoever this young woman is. Somebody got some damn sense. Like, it don't feel right to me. Probably ignore me to the roof. Like, it just doesn't sit right with me here, giving my face to some type of program. There we go. Hope. Glimmer of hope.
Major League Baseball's website says the photo you upload works. You have to take a photo of your face on the MLB ballpark app. Now, that's the same app where your traditional digital tickets are stored. Once that photo is in their system, you're good to go. You don't have to use it, and one woman we spoke to said she didn't want to.
I love the Astros, but I'm not comfortable with giving my face to just any kind of program,
Major League Baseball's website says the photo you upload is used to create a, quote, unique numerical token associated with you.
Oh, man, did you just hear that? Damn. I didn't watch this clip. I had it in queue. Yo, that's a digital identification, like, file. Yo, is this? Yeah. I mean, amongst others, we got a whole bunch of other ways, but this is another way. They're normalizing digital identification, man. And you provide the photo, which makes it easier and probably less invasive for some people. But again, people with some sense are going to be like, well, maybe I don't feel comfortable putting my picture in this massive database. I don't know, man. This is crazy. Man.
Major League Baseball's website says the photo you upload is used to create a, quote, unique numerical token associated.
Token, that also relates to digital currency as well. Unique numerical token. That's a biometric. Man, this is
With you. And that once that token is created, any footage of your face is deleted. Jake LaPerouse is with the Center of Democracy and Technology, a nonprofit organization in Washington, D.C.
These are the people that are behind this stuff, man. Just
studies surveillance and security.
As technology like this becomes more common, it's worth asking, well, if I give my profile to this, is it going to be just used for this, or is it going to be sold somewhere else? I don't think.
As if we even could trust people anyways. Oh, you deleted. Okay. How am I to know you do that? And how am I to know it's really deleted? I mean, come on, man. What about metadata and all of these things? Smart contracts, all of these different types of digital layers we have no idea about. We're just supposed to believe you. And unfortunately, that's just what's going to happen, man. That's just what's going to happen. Oh, we deleted. That's not the issue. There's a bigger issue than that. Sure, privacy matters. But there's a bigger issue they're hiding. And that's the infrastructure itself. Why should we have to have this kind of stuff, man?
Going to be sold somewhere else. I don't think it's something that's inherently bad. It might make things easier.
I don't think it's something inherently bad. It might make things easier. Who the hell are you? And whatever you think about it means nothing to anybody else because it's a subjective, personal thing. It might help what? Speed things up? Efficiency every single time with these people.
The lines we saw this afternoon were still long for both traditional digital ticket holders and those who opted to use MLB Go Ahead. The latter appeared to move quicker, but there were also far less people using it. The Astros told us 6,000 fans used the new technology today. Keep in mind, Minute Maid Park holds more than 40,000. In downtown, Chaz Miller, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
So what they're saying. Muted. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for that. We have to make some type of culture against this. There has to be some cultural movement that seeks to go against this whole thing. Like, I know the culture of cool always tends to work. If we can make it uncool to use this stuff, and of course, it always takes some celebrity or something like that, but. Man, dude, it's just too close for comfort, guys. It's just happening all too fast. Biometric authentication. What's this? Bioidiom. Okay, so this is a different. Oh, this is NEC. So this is one of the, say, designers of architecture for this type of technology that these entertainment companies are using. So this is by NEC. You guys are all familiar with that company. Here we go. Here, NEC, biometric authentication, realizing a safe and secure every time. Safe and secure. I'm going to get to this concept of safe and secure and why this is so important right now, and what immigration has to do with this too, with regard to this implementing this technology through acceleration. Okay. Yeah. So this is the company, man. Face recognition, iris recognition, fingerprint, finger vein recognition, voice recognition, ear acoustic authentication. All biometrics. See, we're all moving forward towards multimodal authentication. This is the biodigital convergence, guys. This is exactly how they're going to get people plugged in to the Web3 through your biomarkers. And the thing is, regular people think this is just general technological evolution, but really this is all going towards a type of like transhumanist virtual ecosystem where we're part machine, part human. And it's just it really pisses me off, man. I want to say some things I can't say. Man. And then we have Clear. You guys are all familiar with Clear. They're all in the airports, but they're another one of these companies involved. Clear partners with Major League Baseball and Tickets.com to introduce biometric ticketing. Right. So here we are with ticket purchases as well through Clear. I swear, man, there has to be some type of movement against this, man, because this is the way they're going to lock us in. This is how they're going to do it. Now, let me show you this clip here. This is from an engineer, and this is the type of code. Okay, this is a visual example. I'm giving you a visual example of the power of interconnected device technology with regard to populations. There's a visual representation of this. I want you to see the power of this visual here, and then extrapolate that out and consider what we've talked about today. Okay, this is at a stadium, and this is a certain type of code, device code. Check this out. As a visual. Look at that. Sorry, that's actually kind of distracting. I should have gave you a trigger warning for that. That could probably mess with people's vision. But as you can see, this is, from my view, a very good visual representation of not just interconnectivity, but the all-encompassing aspect of such technology. As we see here with all thousands of people, this unison operation, this kind of coding, visually it's powerful in its mass, right? It's just, whoa, dude. Look at that. I mean, that can light a whole city. I mean, it's just, it's a powerful visual. It's like an aggregation of the devices of the world and how it can produce a singular, a centralized representation of that data. In this example, we're seeing a visual representation of that data through light and color. This reminds me of the breakdown I did on my documentary Disastral World, when I was trying to go into the dynamics of group and how the individual, once aggregated enough to be in a massive group, the individual disappears and the group becomes the object, the subjects of a mass meld into one massive object and begin to move in unison as a particular thing. For instance, in a very big concert where there's tons of people, and you start to see waves that almost looks like water, and the individuals, once in a big enough group, they start to form an entire material, a fabric, right? This reminds me of that, but it's a digital representation of that. And it shows the interconnectivity of every single person, and it represents it visually. I just thought this was a really cool thing. Oh, then there's optogenetics. We've talked about optogenetics in the past. That's actually a creepy road of research to walk down, but it's not a game. It's literally on and off switch of neuro functions and neural processing with light. Optogenetics. That's a whole wow, yeah, that's a whole other area. Very important to mention, though. We've talked about it in the past. We'll be returning to it as well. So yeah, think about it. Think about the power of numbers and how all of these people are being controlled. Well, let's just say this. All of these people are connected such that they form a massive beam color show. It also reminds me of WALL-E, when everyone's, looking at the screens and they're doing like an alarm emergency thing, and everyone's screen is flashing the same thing. And it's such a powerful social engineering example, because if you have everyone looking at the exact same image, you can control the entire population's perspective and perception of reality. This is what I mean by technique. This is what I mean by changing technique, not only being a means or a type of efficiency, but also a way of being in the world and changing your ontology, your perception of reality can be changed when everyone is seeing the same type of screen. Yeah, it's so wicked. It truly is, Shawana. Hence Twitter, hence social media. Our screens that we're all looking at, seeing the same psyops and stuff. It's mass social engineering on a mass scale. This is a good visual example of that. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit quickly here. I got a few examples here of what we talked about robotics. We can't talk about AI, machine learning, without blockchain consideration, and of course robotics, an embodied aspect of that. And then we were talking about the influence of streamers, the influence of podcasts and all these propagandists. And what we discover is a lot of their funding tends to be rooted in governments, tends to be rooted in massive corporations who are also part of governments. It's pretty disturbing stuff, especially when you look at the agencies that are signing a lot of these streamers. Now, check this out. Probably one of the biggest propagandists, and maybe without his knowledge, he's a young kid. He probably doesn't even know what's going on, but he's being used, and he's definitely negatively impacting the younger generations. And he's probably one of the most famous streamers that exists right now. This is ishowspeed. Check out what ishowspeed is showing to the youth. And I want you to remember what I showed you with the Big Hero 6 with regard to young people in relation to robots.
Do that! Oh! Bork! 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 Oh! Ah!
Oh, that's so funny. that's entertaining. Oh, that's content. Anybody here, you know exactly what this is. It's like dark. It's like this weird dark comedy where they're like, yeah, laugh it up. Do you really know what you're seeing here? Apparently, this is his robot. I mean, he probably got it for free. He's used as propaganda to normalize this type of technology and make it seem funny. Comedy is always used for social engineering. Some more.
Bork! The fuck?
Oh, I think I already showed you.
Watch out! Relax! Relax! This Bork! I want to see you.
He's such a degenerate. I mean, he's just such a degenerate. A horrible example for young people.
Bork!
Absolutely.
Say Bork! Bork! Ah!
Wow. That's funny, huh?
God damn it! Hey!
Forgive me for the language, guys. These people.
Stop! Hey! No!
Yeah, this is like viral content, man. This is what all the kids are watching.
No, hold on. I'm about to call the police. Kill them.
I mean, it's hard sometimes. I mean, damn. This really pisses me off.
Guys, this right here is a $100,000 robot from China. Now we about to go test it out, and let's see what it can do. Okay, now sit. Good boy, good boy. Give me your paw. Give me your paw. I spent the 100. Good boy.
This is he spent $100,000. This is what young people should be looking at, man. You see the level of prestige, right? The popularization of wealth, of fame, converging with transhumanist technologies. Guys, it's just. And I guess what affects me the worst is that this is aimed at the young people, man.
100K robot, backflip. Do that.
Yeah, we've already seen this. It's hard to not be emotionally affected by some of this stuff. Especially when you involve children and young people, man. That guy's viewership is like, what, maybe like 10-year-olds to 16, like 10 to 16-year-olds watch this guy, man. Now, another aspect of this, and this is a whole, influencers. Shout out to Valar Margulis. Good to see you, sis. And Melody's child as well. Okay, so another aspect of this robotics, and this has to do with a lot of other transhumanist technologies, which is a whole other angle of the biodigital convergence, and something we've been covering here and there, especially when we did the show talking about trees and the internet of trees by way of fungus. But this is a robot controlled by fungus. So fungus and bacteria, nanotechnology, and all of these things integrated are another part of this future. And I'll show you a quick example here of the robot actually walking that's controlled by fungus. And then I'll show you the actual research. It's creepy tech that's working on a level the average person could never even fathom. I mean, this is what they would call biomimicry. So we have different technologies that are integrating and mimicking natural biological functions like fungus, like the human body, cell processes, cell function, building nano machines that mimic cell behavior. I showed you recently, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife are working on mapping the cell through AI. And I mean, it's just the level of transhumanism at this point is, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Here's the Science Robotics paper on this. Sensory motor control of robots mediated by electrophysiological measurements of fungal mycelia. Yeah, robot coffee table, yeah, right. It doesn't look very impressive, but it's the actual its functioning is pretty impressive, right? So I'm just showing you guys evidence of how deep and vast this type of transhumanist biodigital type of technology goes. It even goes beyond, say, digital things we're familiar with. It even taps into things like fungus. Right. Now, and then there is of course the financial aspect, right? So we see a lot of people pushing towards Bitcoin, crypto. I'm not optimistic at all about Bitcoin. I do understand people have different arguments for it. My biggest concern is blockchain, really. I mean, and here we have HOK2A girl who's interestingly at a Bitcoin or a blockchain convention in Korea. I'm starting to really think this girl is a psyop. She's at a blockchain. Well, it's virtual, but it's still kind of like, what the heck, dude? Yeah, so here's an image. Someone says she is a CIA asset. I totally believe that at this point. So she's like live at a South Korean blockchain convention. Like, what the heck, dude? And I showed you guys videos or clips of her promoting crypto. And here she is at a blockchain convention. It's so weird how all these people are like coming out of the woodworks, and then you find that they're directly connected to all of these technologies. And then maybe some people will say, oh, well, they're young and this is the new direction. There is the cultural futurism. Maybe this is just what people are into now. I understand that point too. There could be that actually authentic, or should I say organic aspect of this too. But I can't help but consider the fact most of these people are extremely amplified through algorithms and become very, very popular in a short period of time, and then become spokesmen for a lot of these technologies. Here's another. I think this is the actual flyer. Founder of Paws Across America. Oh yeah, that was that dog thing she was doing. Why is she on blockchain? I have to do more research on this. You know what, man? She's working with dogs. She might be creating some type of database, blockchain database for dogs or something. I got to look into that. And then again, you could consider that, hey, you know, maybe people are in this for the right reasons. Maybe they think it's advantageous to use these types of technologies because of the level of transparency And because of the level of high security, they could be useful, say, for safety and security. The problem is, what happens when everything is running on this stuff? We become pure information, and we're judged by what the algorithms say we are. That's not cool, man. It's not. And I'm not going to stop talking about it, because every day it gets a little deeper, and hopefully people start realizing that, you know, maybe we should start going against some of this stuff. All I can do as one person is present to you the arguments, the data, the evidence, the connections, the development of it all, and with real world cultural, political, and social examples. I mean, all right. Now here's another example of blockchain regarding biodigital convergence. This is a paper on DNA-based network model in blockchain. Biological cells can transmit, process, and receive chemically encoded data in the same way as network devices transmit, process, and receive digital encoded data. Communication protocols have led to the rapid development of computer networks. Therefore, we need to develop communication protocols for biological cell networks, which will lead to significant development, especially in medical applications where surgery or delivery of drugs can be performed using nanoscale devices. Blockchain is a peer-to-peer network that contains a series of clusters to make a valid and secure transaction. Blockchain technology is used in many areas such as e-commerce, public services, security, finance, internet stuff, etc. Although blockchain has a major impact on internet technology, it suffers from time problems and scalability, as well as energy usage. DNA computing is the execution of computations using natural molecules, especially DNA. Are you guys paying attention? This is the type of future digital health technology that I believe Shanahan, through RFK, will be assisting in normalizing in society. I'm just giving you different examples. I hope I'm wrong about this stuff, but I have to show you the technology that's out there. All right, so blockchain for DNA computing. This is not cool. Yeah, Internet of Bodies on steroids. DNA computing is the execution of computation using natural molecules, especially DNA. DNA gaps above silicon because of massive parallelism, size, and storage density. In this paper, biological cells and DNA are used to create the necessary protocols for networks to be used in performance of cell-based communication systems. The proposed hybrid solution involves DNA as well as calculated on an enzymatic basis, where each contributes to the function of a given protocol. It's pretty technical, I apologize, but I'm just showing you the evidence. This is the type of stuff blockchain is going to be used for. Though it could be valuable maybe in certain scenarios regarding safe and secure transactions, just like AI is universally being introduced, just like smartphones have been universally introduced, just like all of these new converging technologies are being implemented to every walk and facet of every single person's life, blockchain is going to be no different. The good thing is, it hasn't happened just yet. Again, it's going to take a whole lot of energy, man. I don't have time today. We're gonna have plenty more shows on this. I got 2 videos I'm working on where I'm gonna be dropping a lot of this information into them once I finish these damn things. But what these people are doing is demonic as hell. It's because a lot of this technology requires more energy than we even use today. And it's crazy how this whole sustainability thing, carbon thing, save energy, you can't put gas in your home, you know, they're limiting all the energy we use because they need the energy for these machines, man. And they're making it as if we're the ones that are using up the energy, when in fact, what they want to bring into the world requires 10 times more energy than we're even using. It's so demonic, man. But again, it's going to be sold on the fact that AI is objective. Right? So there's this moralism, there's paternalism in that we're going to bring safety and security through these technologies, but then there's this moralism, this type of moralization of the effort process that says, you know what, we're doing the right thing. This may cost money, this may cost more energy than we've ever used, this may destroy cultures, this may invade social traditions and norms, but you know what, it's the moral thing to do. because it's going to bring people security and it's going to bring people safety. We're going to fix the industries, right? We're going to unbank. We're going to bank the unbanked. We're going to close the digital divide. You guys know all of the rhetoric. I've been doing this a while, man. And I've never been genuinely so surprised at how quickly all of this has developed since 2020. I really imagine this taking longer. But again, they're accelerating this. We're going to get to acceleration in a minute. I'm sorry. Let me continue. Now, here's more evidence. This is Yale news. Okay, Yale news. All right. Blockchain not just for Bitcoin, it can secure and store genomes too. Yale researchers have found a new use for the digital security technology. They've leveraged it to give individuals control of their own genomes. You get control of your own genomes, like you understand how blockchain even works, but you got control. It's just so stupid. Wow. So here we are, okay? More evidence. I'm trying to get through a lot of these things because I've been here long enough. We're on 5 hours. Damn, we did 5 hours. I'm not going to hear the end of it. I am not going to hear the end of this one. What? 5 hours? Who has time? It's always the same. You guys know. Anyways, let me fly through this. Okay, we'll be returning to these in more depth in other shows and other videos and stuff. But I gotta show you guys the evidence, man. I got to. Now let's talk about. We talked about Palantir. We talked about a lot of these biometric systems. Talked a little bit about blockchain with regard to Bitcoin, crypto, and the new digital currency. It's not just about money. This is about Internet of Bodies, right? Internet of Behaviors, biometrics, psychometrics, social metrics, okay? Biophysics, etc. All of these things creating a new type of post-human representation of life virtually. It's a way to digitally twin the environment, people's bodies, but also people's interaction, hence the importance of the social dynamics, because this creates a visual web, just like I showed you the visualization of those lights, and it presented to us a visual, a type of a light show, right? Same process with behavioral data. Once it's viewed from a far enough position, it starts to encode actual movements and activities, just like 5 people who turn into 50,000 people go from individual activities and behaviors into a wave that looks like water. What they can see with this level of social data and behavioral data is waves, virtual visual vision, visual representations of social movement. This can be put into computer systems. This can be manipulated. There's so many different things that they could do with this type of this vision through data, but also I think they're really trying to discover something that makes humans essentially human. This is a part of posthumanism because they're trying to create the post-human through transitioning humans into a type of essence that's now being presented to us through data. Now I know this might sound a little woo-woo, but I'm telling you guys, this stuff is legit, and over the next months and several years, I'm going to be presenting all of this evidence. And for me, I see that being a hand of power over mankind, where they can predict populations' behavior just by these aggregates of data and information. Now let's talk about Microsoft. Check this out. Microsoft. Here we are, patents, new cryptocurrency system using body activity data. Man, I wish we didn't take so long. I'd love to go through some of this and read it with you. But man, we just don't have time. I'm just going to show it to you at least. So we have Microsoft involved with this. Let's talk about Microsoft. They're just another one of these big 5 players. And I've showed you guys these before, but it's part of the case we built over the past 5 hours. Microsoft patent describes tracking brain activities to mine cryptocurrency. So what does this remind you of? Of course, this reminds you of Melanie Swan and Crypto Cloud Minds, a transhumanist who wants to create bioeconomies using brain processes over blockchain to mine cryptocurrency. This is the exact same type of thing. This is Microsoft, and in fact, I believe they're using they're coming from the same technological understanding, I guess, paradigm. The patent suggests using body heat, fluids, or brainwaves to validate blockchain transactions and award users with digital currency such as Bitcoin. So now I want you guys to legitimately and sincerely understand why I am so against this development of blockchain, because these are the ultimate goals. And then when you consider transhumanism and posthumanism and all the things entailed there, this is how we get there. This is the stuff. This is it. This is the full biodigital convergence. This is completely creating the human machine, but also human virtual like atmosphere, this kind of metaphysical omega point of Chardin. This is how we get there. And that omega point of Chardin, where we leave our bodies and we become one with, as New Agers would say, the source, which in his view is this more virtual digital thing, what Zuckerberg describes as the metaverse. Once we become one through our virtual digital twins, we'll be able to operate through our bodies by way of this type of biodigital blockchain technology. Do you guys see this here? No one's over here making up stuff. It's here, okay? It's here. All right, now I'll show you more. Microsoft obtains patent for use of human body as power and data transmitting medium. So the body becomes a medium to transmit power and data. Remember bioelectricity, turning the body into a wire paper we discussed in the past. Different types of transhumanist technologies that incorporate the biology, your body, with AI, blockchain technology, nanotech, Internet of Bio-Nano things, as well as ICT communication networks. Okay, so this is communication, computation, human behavior, human biology. And ultimately, what does this do? This completely destroys anything we understood to be personhood, anything we understood to be a human. This turns us into something else, something different. All under the guise of safety and security. You got to know who you are, and the best way to know who you are is to be tapped into your literal body, because you are the only person who is your body. Okay, hence why people want to get into stuff with your face, because you only have your face. So there's logic, there's reason behind it. It's the ultimate way to secure something, but it imposes a type of new vision of humanity on the human. It forces us to make a decision on are we individuals? Are we subjects with value? Are we images made in God? Or are we just subjects and data of machines? Which one is it? Computerizing the body. Microsoft wins patent to exploit network potential of skin. Fact or fiction? Carrying a keyboard on your arm. Okay, so this is from 2004. Okay, this stuff been around. I just got to show you. I have to show you how all of this stuff comes together. Now, DHS outlines foreseeable biometric agenda, but will it have the funding? So this is a recent Department of Homeland Security, right? They're already considering the biometric agenda, so we're getting it at the federal level. It's not just entertainment, it's not just private, it's also public. Gosh, I really wanted to read through some of this stuff, but all of these things are going to come in handy in future shows and videos. And then there's the Global Digital Compact. This is something we're going to spend some time talking about because it's happening now. And this is this international effort to bring the biodigital convergence to every single country. It's through the UN, okay? It's called the Global Digital Compact. We'll be talking about this more in the future as it develops. And guess who's kind of a big player in this? Brazil. No wonder Brazil's in the news right now, especially with Elon Musk. They're both doing the same thing. Now, let's go to what we can expect for digital public infrastructure in 2024. World Economic Forum. Okay, this is a perfect visual of what they want. This here, what we're seeing here, this is the web. This is the biodigital architecture. Let's see, I wanted to go down to the bottom here. Actually, I wanted to show you this clip. I'm going to save this. Basically, there's a clip here, a part here in this clip that she talks about how they're now using AI to hire people. And this relates directly to what I was trying to describe regarding healthcare and how we're treated as data, not individual people with unique bodies and unique genetics, and how AI is supposed to kind of wade through that diversity by getting so much detailed data and information about that person that'll be able to understand certain particular personalized forms of medicine and therapies. We're seeing the same thing happening in hiring, and she's talking about how now we're using AI to hire people. And I had a whole segment here where I was going to describe how inhuman that is, and how dangerous it actually is for the future, where we're our value is created by the algorithm. You know, it's even going to tell us if we're going to get a job or not. And there's all types of different discriminatory and oppressive elements of measurement within these algorithms, again, because they're founded on a specific type of politics and power. But I'm going to save this because I want to actually spend some time on this clip here because it's a good one. But again, this is just more representation and evidence of this new digital thing. Now, let's see. All right, now I want to get back here. Okay, now let's go back to immigration. Okay, let's go back to that topic, because now I'm going to wrap some of this stuff up and try to make more sense. Okay, so constructing the fourth industrial revolution through fifth generation warfare. Now, quickly, I believe we talked about acceleration, because that's what we're going to cover now. We're going to cover acceleration. Where? Oh, here it is. Okay, accelerationism. So Adderall cast, right? It's funny. Yeah, we up all night, man. Trust me, I'm serious about this stuff. I ain't playing no games. I'll do an 8-hour shift like it's nothing. That's dedication. That's focus. That's passion. Let's go. All right, accelerationism. Via low trust society. All right. So what I see here is the development of a low trust society that has a nuance, right? There's clearly organic and authentic long-term historical development of a low trust society in America. I mean, we can consider just the mere fact of crony capitalism, industrialization by way of Taylorism, creating the instrumentation of human bodies, and all the horrible things that occur socially speaking as a response to a type of hyper-capitalist society. Of course, we're going to have these problems, especially considering progressive politics, where we have all of these considerations of other peoples and forced integration and all of these social programs that end up hurting people in the long run. So there's a whole lot of reasons why we got to where we got. But it seems like we are transitioning into, or at least this is all being accelerated to pick up the pace, so these new fourth industrial revolution technologies can actually come into the fore and create the new society, the new normal, the great reset, all of these terms, the fourth industrial revolution, the singularity, all these terms that these futurists use. Okay, so I think what we're seeing here, if we think about entropy, low trust society being high in social entropy, chaos, too many people, too many differences, too much diversity, low trust, especially considering the inadequacy of the government. A high trust society would be somewhere like Japan. No real diversity, homogeneous, right? shared view, shared lineages, more of a structured, trusted government, high trust society. It's easy to bring these types of technologies to cultures like that, especially when they're already highly technological, and the Japanese have been, especially since the 20th century. Now, we're dealing with the opposite of that. We're dealing with a low trust society. And I think this low trust society is being accelerated to create fear, anxiety, insecurity, infrastructural destruction and deconstruction to build back better, as it were. And I've used in the past this concept of negative entropy. So if entropy is the disperse or the diffusion, the chaotic release and growth and development of say disorder, negative entropy as a type of antonym is the ordering of things, right? And negative entropy also could be related to extropy, which is from extropianism, which is just it's a philosophy within transhumanism, extropianism. We've covered this in the past. So negative entropy is this idea of extropianism, in that they seek to create chaos to ring it in and create a type of entropy, or create a type of extropy through, or negative entropy. Okay, so my point is, as an aspect of acceleration through, or to seek a type of negative entropy, a type of ordering, you accelerate the chaos. Perfect example is what we saw post-civil rights movement in America. You want to talk about an accelerating process. I mean, right when LBJ came in and with all of these social programs, I mean, that's how you accelerate urban renewal, all of that stuff. That's how you accelerate social and economic chaos. Shocks, there we go, good one. Yes, shocks, shock the system. Force people to integrate, force people to be around each other, the longhouse, all of these concepts are aspects of this negative entropy. And I feel like this kind of forced immigration, though we have these technologies, not to say I agree with them, but they have these technologies to quell this type of development. But at the same time, they fight against that, and they even create sanctioned cities, or sanctuary cities, where they allow these people to come in and violate American citizens. I think this is a perfect example of this type of acceleration, in my view, amongst other things. I'm not saying this is all that there is. I'm sure there's more involved, but I just want to share some of these perspectives with you guys. So let's see. Negative entropy, or extropianism, a measure of a system's intelligence, functional order, vitality, and capacity for improvement. The extent of life's expansion through the universe as a result of human intelligence and technology. So this is definitely the transhumanist angle, and this is more of a general view. It's a measure of a system's intelligence, its functional order, its vitality, its capacity for improvement. Guess how you get that information? A measure, right? Data. In my view, this describes the algorithmic kind of process of ordering an environment, right? Measuring the intelligence, the functional order, the vitality, and the capacity for improvement, right? And creating order out of the chaos, and the extent of life expansion through the universe as a result of human intelligence and technology. So this is expanding the human being through intelligence and technology and creating the transhuman. All right. Now, a measure of increased order or organization in a system is another way to look at it. The opposite of entropy, which represents disorder or randomness. So what we're dealing with now is disorder more than anything. Not necessarily randomness. I guess crime could be perceived as such. But the goal is to create a measure of increased order or organization in a system. They seek to organize the chaos through algorithm. What better way to do that than create chaos by forcing different types of people into places that they don't belong, and letting natural, organic, interpersonal conflict occur, and then bring in the solutions. Well, guess what, guys? We got the solutions. That's not it, though. There's more to it, because that's kind of the simple, basic part of it. Negative entropy indicates that a system is becoming more organized or structured. So I believe the goal is this. I believe the goal basic order out of chaos, right? Creating chaos, creating entropy such that we can reach negative entropy, and through systems organized, making the system more organized and more structured. How are they going to do that? They're going to do that through big data. They're going to do that through surveillance technologies. And they're going to like, I guess solidify this by incorporating into the human biosphere. Right? This is how it's solidified. It becomes part of the body, such that, like we saw with the crowd and all the lights, everyone becomes the light. We all become the algorithm. We all become the data kind of Borg thing, right? That's the importance of getting in the body. It's full spectrum dominance, land, air, body, population, everything. Leveraging social political entropy en route to solidifying centralized digital entropy. Okay, now let's be real, guys. It's both sides, okay? Both sides. I look at it this way. It's a type of synthesis. It's a dialectic. So you have the Democrat left and the Republican right work together dialectically. Okay, so the progressive policy wokeism as a social accelerant towards entropy. It pushes us towards entropy through the policies, the wokeism, the conflict that results. Look at the progressive era, which they started. Where do you think eugenics came from? The Tuskegee experiment. All of these things are progressive projects. Nothing has changed. Now, the conservative creates the reactionaryism, which is logical. People are going to react to this. People are going to say, hey, we're being replaced. People are going to say, hey, I don't want you in my community. You don't know how to act. People are going to say, hey, I'm seeing all types of crazy stuff on my screen about you. I want to stay the hell away from you. Right? So the conservative creates a reactionaryism conservative reactionaryism and militarism, which is definitive regarding kind of the political conservative wing. We understand out of the military comes the internet. All of these ICT technologies that become social technologies are children of the military. So the reactionaryism of conservatism and the militarism accelerates technological solutions towards entropy. So as you see it, or negative entropy, same thing basically. I'm using it interchangeably. So we got the progressive left creating the chaos, and we have the conservative right ringing it in with the technological order by way of digital convergence through military technologies. That's the big part of the rightist conservative angle, because it's coming from the military. None of this technology would exist if it weren't for warfare. This is where it all is designed. Okay, so this is how I'm trying to like break down the left-right paradigm with regard to this direction. Now, okay, so now I got some notes here I want to cover quickly. Okay, so accelerationism via low trust society. And what we get in a low trust society is generalized indigence or poverty, right? So people just look at this right now. Inflation, it's impossible to buy a home. Rent's crazy. Everything is increased. People are pinching pennies. It's hard to survive, especially if you're young. I mean, everyone's feeling it. It doesn't matter what color you are. And certain communities are feeling it more than others. There's always going to be the class aspect, but this whole idea, this whole Americana idea of the middle class has been gone. Okay, so now it's this massive divide between those with money and just everybody else who's barely getting by, for the most part, right? This is an aspect of low trust society too that causes people to be on edge. It causes people to be distrustful and aggravated and righteously indignant. Standard of life decreases, quality of life. Well, standards, or should I say, standard of living decreases, quality of life decreases. This causes people to be on edge and want to fight. And in many cases, when people are angry, for instance, hurt people hurt people. So when people are angry, especially at something that they can't reach, something that they can't fathom, something that they have no power over, they get this sense of helplessness. Of course, they lash out against their neighbor. I think this whole dynamic is being exploited, being leveraged for this transition, these solutions, this security and safety, guys. See, don't worry about it. We got these new apps. We got these cameras everywhere. We're going to watch your home. We're going to make sure no one touches your belongings. AI is extropy. And if AI is extropy, order, negative entropy, if AI is the ordering factor, and if we want to have everything controlled by AI through reason, right? Not forced, not manipulated, but through reason. If we want people to ask for it, if we want people to think it's reasonable to go this direction, we have to increase social entropy. And that's what we're seeing. And again, this isn't all that's happening. This isn't the whole picture. I'm just going over some of these key factors I think are elements of what we're seeing. So immigration, we have immigration as an accelerant. We have degeneracy as an accelerant. I showed you ishowspeed, Premiere, Career, Degenerate, and a lot of these streamers, all of them. I mean, I'm gonna be real, man. I'm sorry. I know they're young. They're just trying to make their money. They don't know. They're ignorant. But the point is, they are normalizing and standardizing degeneracy. Whatever podcast, all of this red pill stuff, it's all normalizing degeneracy, and it's creating division between sexes and between generations. It's all part of the accelerant. No one's happy. None of these people are happy. None of these people are content with their lives. Why do you think they're raging against each other on the internet? Either that or they're just in it for money, which usually is the case. And then poverty, right? So we have degeneracy, poverty, and then excessive and forced diversity, which creates extreme problems, right? Inauthentic, forced, induced integration or diversity is extremely problematic at a socio-political level. These are all accelerants. Yeah, neo-feudalism, that's a good way to look at it. I call it digital feudalism, techno-feudalism. There's a lot of different terms for it. But yeah, spot on. It's all being leveraged. That's the thing. It's all being leveraged. It's like it's the perfect recipe for what they want. And what it does is, and think about this, what would be the biggest problem to this? What would be the biggest obstruction or defense, especially when we talked about biometrics and baseball? You know, what would be a problem for these systems if everybody got together in unison, collectively, under a culture or a nation, and said, we don't want this. We, legitimately, authentically, sincerely, we don't want this. And I'm talking about we, not based on any type of race, but all of us together as humans. We don't want this. And maybe we could all do it under a nationality or however. I'm just giving you a hypothetical situation. That would be problematic, wouldn't it? How do you keep that from never happening? How do you make that an impossible potentiality? Accelerate social entropy. Enforce and induce diversity. Manipulate markets. Produce products and services that degenerate people's minds and their bodies. Manipulate markets such that people can't survive. Such that everybody is generally indigent. Scraping to get by, living check by check. Everyone with a chip on their shoulder. Not everyone, you get the point. Flood the country with immigrants that have no respect. No respect for the culture, for the environment, for the history. That's how you keep any type of unity, any type of shared ontological understanding of what the hell is going on. That's how you stop it. What does it quell? What do these things quell? National identity. Even if everyone just came together as Americans, listen, I know it's ideal, but we gotta address these things. Put down your left, your right, your Democrat, your Muslim, you're a Christian, which is another psyop, this whole Christian versus Muslim thing. That's by design as well. Put all that down. We're Americans in this political, because this is a political thing we're talking about here with this stuff. Now there's a spiritual element, sure, but as far as people getting together on these things, this is political. Imagine people getting together under American nationalism and freedom and individualism, and say, you know what, this infringes upon everything that makes us Americans. I mean, if we could go back to some like 1980s Americana, bro, people would not go for this. Well, maybe not. Let me not speak on that. We was programming them too, but you get the point. Right? They can't allow that. So what it does is it quells national identity, shared culture, right? When you have everything crazy diverse, all these kind of people coming in, trying to change things, all this crazy madness. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a shared culture of belief. It's just a type of assimilation, American assimilation, right? That's important. I'm about assimilation, you know. Like I've said this in the past, I love Japan. It's one of my favorite places to visit. I'd live there if I could, just based on the lifestyle. I don't like necessarily aspects of their technocracy. I don't like their biosecurity. That's why I never would actually live there. But I really enjoy the environment, the safety, you know, the honesty, the honor culture they have there. So I always would say when I go there, I'm Japanese when I go there as far as my cultural behavior. I respect it. And I change my behaviors to fit their world that I'm visiting, that I'm experiencing. And I wish things were like that here too. You know, people, okay, you come here, learn the language. If you're going to live here, if I moved to Japan, I would literally learn the language. I would force myself to, just out of the right thing to do. Learn the language, assimilate to the culture, respect the culture. All right, these types of things. Systems of unity and machine resistance. All of these things are far away and removed when we consider this acceleration of entropy, social entropy. It creates and it induces systems of disorganization, conflict, insecurity, and destabilization. It publicly exposing failed industries. What did I mean by that? Oh, yeah, they're publicly exposing failed industries because they have solutions, right? Now they want to talk about big food. Now they want to talk about big pharma. Now they want to talk about the screwed up, the manipulative, corrupt, demonic government. Now they want to talk about all that. Now y'all want to talk about history. Now y'all want to bring up World War II. Now you want to talk about the truth of 9/11. Nah, man. They got solutions. See, we're going to fix the system, guys. Trust us. We're going to fix the system now. We have the tools. We have the technology. Damn. Okay. So what we get with this type of social entropy is proximity saturation, the longhouse, stack and pack apartments, saturated city-urban developments, overpopulated schools and education systems. Proximity saturation, which is good for technology. The closer we are together, the easier we can be controlled. The further and more spread out and distant we are, the harder. There's a reason they want to keep us in, and pigs are easier to control when they're in pens. Population density. Potential for all types of illness of different sorts. Discomforts, conflict, crisis. It's interesting how they want to move us all to metropolitan or metropolises, future massive metropolitan smart cities. Of course, you want people dense, highly populated, but technologically connected so you can keep safety and security. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Left, right, working together. I've showed you that. and this is really, at the end of the day, it's paternalism and moralization, right? Where it's a paternal situation, because now the government, they're going to come fix things. They're going to fix health. They're going to make you healthy again, right? They're like, mommy and daddy, we got new toys, Bobby and Jillian, and we're going to make you happy again. We know we hurt your feelings in the past and we weren't there for you, but guess what? Mommy and daddy loves you now. And we want to say we're sorry for being so mean. But now we have new toys and all types of new things for you that's going to change everything and make it all better. We're going to kiss your boo-boos. The paternal aspect of this. And then there's the moralization. Well, it's the right thing to do. Look at the climate. Look at the poverty. Look at the unbanked. Look at the warfare and conflict. Look at the crime. This is the right thing to do. Crazy when you think about it. It's so manipulative. But at the end of the day, rational, reasonable, altruistic, yet inhuman, and also violating every aspect of individuality, bodily autonomy, personal autonomy, personhood, dignity, human nature, God created image. It's interesting when you think about it. It's the trade-off, safety and security for freedom and personhood. And quickly here, I'll read my notes on refuting AI-powered healthcare, referring to Shanahan and this whole AI health crap. It is not a problem of data access, AI safety, security, or design, because that's what they'll say. We just need to make better algorithms. We just make the algorithms more safety, more reliable, which means more data. No, that's not the issue. It's not a problem of data access, AI safety, security, design, equality and accessibility, or compute power, because that's another argument. We need more compute. We need more energy or more data gathering, or compute power, or industry investment. So it's not even money, right? That pressures centralized. Okay, so what the AI does is it presumes centralized pseudo measurement systems of computational objectivity. It assumes these things can actually address the diversity of human biology, human health, right? That is very complex and very nuanced and very personal, right? Now, the only way they can kind of account for that is by gathering so much data, literally every cell function in your body, to really address you for who you are in that biological sense, which is invasive, which turns you into an object of measurement, not a human being with a personality and a mom and a dad and maybe a fun hobby you do every other day. No, you just become an object of measurement. As if it's fit, adequate, and necessary to manage human health. So I don't believe AI of any sort is fit, adequate, and necessary to manage human health. Emphasis on necessary, because the problem isn't properly being addressed. Just like the problem of free speech isn't properly being addressed. Right? It's actually about algorithmic dynamics and communication. Similar here. Right? We shouldn't be using measurement systems of quantification for qualitative experiences and qualitative phenomena, like health, like biology, like living and experiences, like people, not machines. In other words, this type of AI health turns us into mere machines under the guise of healthcare. 1,100 people here still. Thank you. I am humbled. We're wrapping up though. A subjective, qualitative, complex, and vastly misunderstood multiplex of biological and phenomenological processes, the human being. How can you measure that in any objective sense, without error, without damaging that entire thing, right? They're not considering the fallout of this. The problem is the illogic of adapting. I'm sorry. The problem is my handwriting's horrible. I can't even read my own writing sometimes. The problem is the illogic of adopting quantifying means to arrive at qualitative ends. The techno-optimist view seeks to avoid the elephant in the room of centralized informational power and politics within data-driven systems. These are inherently social technologies. I want to reiterate this over and over again. What we're dealing with are not bicycles. They're not hammers. They are social technologies that are dealing with qualitative beings that cannot be quantified, that cannot be measured in any objective sense. These are inherently social technologies, not industrial ones. We are being turned into industrial objects. We are being instrumentalized into massive data systems as measurements, not humans. If people really want to understand what AI health entails and all of these other things I've been showing you. Computers specializing in financial operation systems cannot be equated to computers employed to quantify highly personal and qualitative human biology and experiences. Right? Just more examples of this. It's the wrong tool for the problem. AI is the wrong tool for the problem. If the problem is health, if the problem is human scale, technologically scaled solutions are not the right tool. Not to say we can't use some type of technology. We use cameras to take pictures of your body so we can see what a rash looks like, sure. But AI is something completely different. Right tool for the industry, though. See, it's the wrong tool for the problem, but it's the right tool for the industry. If you're paying attention, it's the right tool for the industry, because this is all about industry for the most part, at least these types of technologies. Sure, there's a deeper element when we get into the more metaphysical stuff. I always have to remind myself of that. That creates and relies on, okay, so it's the right tool for the industry that creates and relies on problems to scale solutions. Let's never forget that. These technologies require problems so they can scale their solutions. They spend billions of dollars to do so. And just imagine if they completely revolutionize the system, as it were. Everything becomes just data transaction. And then we're powerless at that point. Nothing else has meaning. And then we talked about sovereignty of data, right? Another problem is the techno-optimist view justifies human instrumentalism whilst robbing the public of their dignity, their personhood, and their autonomy through an incremental stealth process of centralizing power being formed between tech companies, commercial industries, markets, municipal bodies, and military warfare projects. Commercial panopticism, big tech military contracts, global surveillance, and bodily surveillance. So global is this concept of global, quote unquote, international, highly sophisticated technologies being integrated into local regions. We see globalism in many third world or developing countries where they're using, say, Palantir software. We're seeing this happen right now with a lot of these apps and stuff I showed you earlier. Ooh, okay. I think, let me see. I did a lot of notes, like just spitting out ideas, and I just want to get to them. Okay, we'll save some of that. All right, conflict interests, data sovereignty. I think, did I forget that? Hold on. Stropianism, digital feudalism. Okay, I don't think I read this. Let me go back to this quickly here. Okay. Digital feudalism, okay? Subverting moral fabric of society, decreasing empathy, polarizing population via race, religion, nationality, identity, such that in every man for his digital self, or every tribe for their digital selves, become ripe recipients of digital identification and virtual civic residency. The Borg is complete. Crabs in a bucket. So what do I mean by that? I think it's very purposeful that Twitter is amplifying racial tension via algorithms such that all of these identitarian and identity politics groups are growing, and people are focusing more on their race, their ethnicities, their religious differences, such that we become different tribes that are easily controlled through these digital systems. Now, another thing here is and we don't have time for this research here, I'll go into it another time. When we look at the development of AI, especially its distribution with regard to these surveillance technologies, there is an intense and significant, through pattern recognition, discriminatory and oppressive element to its vision, right? So what it is going to do is it's going to be focusing more on the underclass, more on the impoverished and underdeveloped communities, which tend to usually be of certain racial makeups. Not to mention there is a massive, if we're going to be honest, a massive quote unquote white or Caucasian population that is living in these indigent scenarios the same, that will also be subject to these systems. Point is this, what we're seeing here is immigrants, though they're being used and doing horrible things in different areas, are going to be key aspects of this, because they are going to be significantly surveilled and turned into these types of objects, right? And everyone else. The problem is the lack of empathy, this inability to unify under what's right and see what's going on together. We're going to split off, as we're doing now, into these tribal groups where we hate each other, we're fighting over racism and all these like identity things. We're better than you because we're white, or all of this. It's just, to me, it's very obvious, because once these systems begin, the level of oppression is going to transcend all of those things. It's going to transcend race. It's going to transcend class. And I think the purpose of that is to keep people at odds and divided, such that they can never come together and realize, hey guys, we're all being screwed by this. What's going to happen, and it already is happening now, you see this on Twitter, people are going to cling to their ethnic, their racial group, or their class group, and they're going to point fingers and laugh at other people's suffering. And it's going to come a point to where people are going to, in this kind of digital feudalism, people are going to try to be as successful as they possibly can in this digital arrangement. And everyone's going to be blind to the fact that we're all being put under this type of pressure. But again, it's going to be, you're not like us, or this is our group, and all of that kind of stuff. It's just a very good way to divide people, to bring in a digital feudalist society where everyone's at odds, and it becomes this massive crab in a bucket. I don't care if you're upper class, or if you're white, or if you're Chinese. It doesn't matter. We're all in the bucket, man. And you got people talking about like gaining pride from these things and so focused on these things. And it's like, no, you're gonna be in that bucket too, bro. Yeah. You and all your little homies, you and all your little organizations, all y'all are gonna be in the bucket too. We're all gonna be there. It doesn't have to be that way, but see, the division is going to allow it to happen, because people are going to use it against each other, just like people are using AI against each other and all this. Everyone's just wait. It's all by design. They want you guys to be fighting over this stupid stuff. They want people to become racist, because it's the perfect way to divide. It's perfect. It's a very strong weapon. Let's continue. Identity economy. This is key. Only if you allow it. There we go, Liberated Collective. Only if we allow it. See, I love it. That's my optimism, man. It's not there yet. We're in trouble. We're so divided. I mean, it's hairy. And I know Twitter isn't reality. I understand it's the hyper real, but it still affects a lot of people. It's social engineering. I know a lot of people that are straight up racist now, and that even treat me funny. It's like, what is going on? And it's because of this kind of like social engineering on social media, man. It's like people I used to, now it's like this weird thing between like white and black. It's so weird to me, man. It's like, what is happening to us, and a lot of these influencers are really exacerbating this, man. I gotta be honest. It's just unfortunate to see, man. It really is, because people don't know what we're actually being set up for. So identity economy is this. Regarding immigration, as immigrants have been that damn train, man. Sorry, guys. As immigrants have been used to structure many aspects of industrial labor economies, so too shall they be used to structure the digital identity economy. This is key, man. This is key. At least this is something I'm seeing. I could be wrong, but I just can't help but seeing historically how useful immigration and immigrants have been for certain aspects of labor economy. And as I see the identity economy coming in to replace what we once knew as labor and work, hence the ridiculous use of Marxism today, I can't help but realize that the influx of immigrants are the perfect recipe for digital identity recipients, all types of digital, biodigital inclusion programs, because they're not going to say no. They have no reason to unify against it. And in fact, these types of digital systems give them this liberty they're seeking, this type of new chance at life in a new place. If anything, they're going to love these technologies. They're not going to care less about their privacy, about their personhood. It's this exploitation of the vulnerable. The trains have character, yeah. They do. This is true. I actually don't mind it in a general sense. It's just when I'm streaming, it's kind of distracting. I kind of like the feeling of the shaking building. It's kind of cool. It reminds me of Stand By Me, that movie. I really like that movie. Anyways, let's continue. Yeah. So identity economy. I don't know. I've been working with this idea. Could this whole immigration thing, aside from other elements, I'm not saying that's all this is. I do understand they're being used for many different reasons, and the globalist, quote unquote, the technocrat argument is it's going to help the replacement rate, right? We're not making babies, so we got to fix it with immigration. That's always been this kind of like thing. I know it's more than that, but I can't help but think that, wow, all of these immigrants are going to be perfect for this. I had something written here, yeah. Because immigrants are, in many cases, needy of support and programs. They're vulnerable and they're compliant. And I mean, they're mostly coming from collectivist culture, so they're not individualists like us Americans. And a lot of this stuff is happening in their countries already, especially the more developing countries. This is where they're starting the testing grounds. These are sandboxes for this technology. So just like they use their homeland for sandboxes to build and, I guess test the technology, of course, they'll use them to bring it here. Because most of us Americans, hopefully, I mean, after watching these facial recognition camera things, I'm not sure anymore, but I would think that most of us Americans are going to be like, hell nah, man, I don't want nothing to do with this weird crap. Yeah, we still going, Tony. We're doing an all-nighter over here, man. I spend too much time putting all this together, and I could break it up into another show, but man, I'm just going for it. You know, we do what we want over here. We're not beholden by any network, any of that crap. I'm just doing what I know to do, man. I appreciate you guys being here, man. 1,100 people still here. It's like, wow, this is awesome. Thank you. Okay, now they're needy, they're vulnerable, they're compliant, and immigrants. We need immigrants to build the digital identity economy, just like we use immigrants to build the labor economy. As far as a lot of these jobs, infrastructural jobs, labor jobs that people don't want to do. Just like we use them for that, we'll use them to diffuse and standardize and actually build the infrastructure through bodies and networks in our country. So think about this. Even if Americans don't want to be down with this stuff, what if it's used on all the immigrants? Then the system's here. Imagine if they could get those systems here even without our involvement, just to get the infrastructure built here. So then they could start offering incentives to Americans. Hey, we'll give you this UBI included with it. You'll have these stipends. You'll get these resources, you know, convenience, all of that. Extra security. We have these new AI systems that you'll be able to put in your home, you know, increase safety. We'll lower, maybe you get a tax benefit. Maybe they'll lower your energy bill. You know, maybe there will be some type of utility differential. Many ways. But it's about getting infrastructure here. I don't think a lot of Americans, at least yet, are going to really be down with this stuff. But immigrants will easily get that working and up and running here. It could be a way just to say, oh, there's another one I wrote here. Complexity necessitates computation. This is key. Yes. Complexity necessitates computation. Just like entropy necessitates negative entropy. Chaos necessitates order. Let's pile this place with so many damn bodies that we can't even keep track of them. Not only can we not keep track of them, they're causing violence, they're breaking infrastructure, they're robbing, stealing, raping. We got to do something about this. The numbers are too much for us to handle. We need computational measures. We need increased data surveillance. Complexity. Not just complexity in data. That's a whole other thing when we talk about metaphysics. I'm not speaking to that type of complexity. I mean complexity in social order by way of number, saturation, population, flooding places with these people. And I don't mean to say it disrespectfully, but could there be some reason, some purpose behind that? Creating this level of entropy and complexity such that they can really have a rational reason to bring in these computational systems. And shoot, we might even beg for them to do it. Get a hold of these damn people ruining my city. Think about it. Complexity necessitates computation. Leveraging socio-political entropy en route to solidifying a centralized digital entropy. Where is this going, guys? I know all the identitarians, you know, you guys, I get it, man. It's like, it's the same thing. You got the we was kings, liberationists that think black people made everything. I know. And then you got the identitarian whites that, you know, think they created civilization and they're the superior ones. I know the dialectic, but I'm trying to tell you guys there's purpose behind it. You all are going to be part of this digital system. Every single one of you. And your skin is not going to help you. Your ethnic group is not going to save you. Sorry. In fact, it's just going to leverage those aspects about you to create your digital identification. That's all it's going to do, in fact. It's going to work against you. You're going to be easier to detect. You're going to be easier to identify. Those are all biomarkers. Don't you understand? They need those things. Why do you think they're giving you algorithms to conjure those aspects of data to come out of you so it can... You'll see. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's just crazy to me. And these are supposed to be intelligent people. I don't know. I guess it ain't about intelligence at the end of the day. But where are we going? This is where we're going. I've been saying this. This is the new manifest destiny. But this ain't about the West. This ain't about the European, the Anglo-Saxon. This is digital colonialism. And everyone is subject. Your skin will not save you. Your class will not save you. Your culture definitely won't save you. It's coming. It's here. Yeah, we still going strong. Wrapping up though. So I sympathize. I try, but I can't help but see the stupidity in just so much going on online right now. It's, man, it's just crazy. But I do understand we're fallen. We're in the flesh. Right? This is how man does. Okay, let's see. I think I got through enough. Okay, we did all that. We did that. Okay, let me just read this quickly. Damn, 6 hours. Okay. Back to paternalism and moralization. 1, paternalism. Make the public childlike in their thinking and perspective of the world. Immature, ignorant, helpless, emotional, screen brain, codependent. Added with that is overworked, frustrated, right? General exhausted state. Right? This turns people to seek novelty and escape. This is what a lot of scrolling and social media stuff is about. This state is exploited. So our overworked, stressed out, exhausted, overstimulated selves are exploited. And we seek novelty and escape. And a lot of people rely on these different legacy resources and propaganda to understand the world. And this creates a childlike experience because you really don't understand the world. It's like a child thinking the sky is made of cotton candy and you know, blue Kool-Aid. That's not actually how it works. We're seeing a similar situation with the general population, seeing the world as if they were a child, completely misunderstanding how everything functions and where everything's going and why things are the way they are. Their perspective of the world is engineered for them, like parents engineer the world for their children to see. Their lowly, disaffected state will necessitate paternal intervention via technological solutions, command and control infrastructure. This decreases meaning and purpose in one's life when everything becomes algorithmically served to you conveniently without any real struggle, effort, or consideration of meaning and purpose. Everything becomes a hot plate set up for you in short order. That's another problem about this type of security and instantaneity of content and pleasure and all of these things. Data, knowledge, gnosis, you know, all of this instant understanding. Well, we won't say understanding, but instant information, right? People barely know what to do with all of the information. In fact, they don't do anything with it. They just consume it and they forget about everything they've consumed. This creates a decrease in meaning and purpose in life in general. Life becomes nothing but a long, endless, reoccurring meal. You're just sitting and eating. That's life, eating information. Autonomy, dignity, all of these things disappear. Meaning, purpose, autonomy, dignity, all of these things go away because we're losing our humanness through this process. This technique of automation, of inhuman interactivity. It exacerbates the problem. Because if the problem is human scale, and if these are the results of technological solution, the solution only exacerbates the problem. But it makes people a lot of money, gives them a lot of control, and turns them into gods. Those in control of the technology, that is. And it's a reinforcing loop of subjugation. That's paternalism. Mommy and daddy fixing everything for us. It's like mommy and daddy giving the crying child everything they want, to the degree that they spoil them rotten and create a monster that doesn't know what value even means, has never tried to create something, has never been put in the position of utter boredom such that they become creative, such that they figure out who they are through trial and error. No, they're given everything, such that they grow up to really not be connected to themselves or the world, have no connection to how things come about and came to be, how things even exist. Everything is automatic, given to them. They are no longer connected to their humanness that is connected to meaning and purpose, and personhood. All of these things vanish. That's the paternalism of this technology. 2, moralization. Make the public hyper-reactionary. Demoralize them. This destabilizes any form of shared human ontological experience. It instills sentiment of social instability and fatalism, depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, escapism, boredom, pathologies, hypersexuality, abject hedonism, all these things. Creating external conflict within tribalism, ideological in-groups, and political factions, i.e. collective behavior. Degeneracy and extreme moralism create an endless game of zero sum. So it's not just the degenerates, it's the hyper-moralists that think they know better than everyone else, that are on their high horse, that are just as flawed as everyone else, right? We get this. You know, we're superior. We're the superior race. We're perfect. We're perfectly moral. The whole tradcon kind of, I guess, aesthetic. So you get both sides. They're all flawed, but they're all used. It creates a zero-sum kind of social dynamic, but ultimately they all become fodder for these solutions. Essentially they all just become useful data as far as the social media is concerned, because this is where it's happening, guys. It's not happening out in the real world. You know, it really isn't for the most part. A lot of this stuff is just online. The problem is it's affecting the way people see the world, themselves, and each other, such that when they go out into the real world, they're different. They see things a little different. They may not act on it. Most people are cowards. They're not going to act on these things, but they feel them. And this changes the phenomenological experience of living in the world, being in the world. And in aggregate, this changes the way the social dynamics actually function. This changes the expression of culture itself. So there's an important aspect to the hyperreal and the screen world and the virtual communities that people tend to live in. Even though they may not necessarily be objectively real, they have objectively real results. The culture war narrative is the perfect example, right? So we have the gynocracy or the patriarchy. Just dialectics. It gives rootless, aimless, emotionally disturbed people a battle to join and fight, which gives them meaning and purpose, which is what they're missing, which is what they're lacking, what they're actually looking for. It's kind of like people fighting to get to some type of purpose or truth. It's kind of like back in the day when a little girl would be really mean to you. It really meant she liked you. She would always be messing with you, poking at you, talking crap about you, trying to embarrass you in front of people, but really she liked you a lot, actually. Similar. Everyone's searching for something through their conflicts. This is all being exploited. Also, they're looking for a release of the tension, of the frustration. Also, interaction. They're looking for interaction through conflict. Sounds crazy, because it is. But it's an aspect of the flesh. So then we get egoism, narcissism. Every faction has their own flesh-based sense of I'm special. Trans, gay, black, white, Dems, MAGA. They're all in the same boat. Demoralization process. Break society up into groups of people fighting for objective, fighting for what they want, ego, not what is right, what is moral, what is objective and universal. Everyone's fighting for what they want. They want some type of superiority. They want some type of recognition. It's all coming from a very deep place of frustration and helplessness. They don't want what's right. They don't want what's true. Long show, man. I'm sorry, y'all. But we had to do it. We had to do it, man. I'm just glad I got all this stuff out. Man, I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to do it. But we did. I think we covered it all. Now, we didn't get to read a few articles, but we'll be returning to those. Better believe it. I appreciate the patience. Everyone in the member groups, the locals, the Patreons, I appreciate you guys. Fall sessions are coming. Everything is about to change, as it always does. Whole lot of new content coming. I've just been really deep in my studies and my writing and my research, trying to put together these good shows. But aside from just putting together a good show for you guys, I hope you understand this. I'm legitimately trying to understand what's happening. I mean, I truly am. And what I appreciate is you guys allow me to do this through your support. But at the same time, I'm able to operate in a way that others aren't. I have nothing to do with anybody. I've always been a lone wolf, and I'll remain that way. I have a few homies out there. Shout out to Hogue, Brother Theo, and the rest, everybody else. You know, I love you guys. But it's about the truth, man. That's it. And nothing else is important. And I'm willing to, you know, we don't got to get into that. I'm not concerned with what everybody else is doing, man. And a lot of people come at me, I need to do this, I should do that. Listen, man, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to impress anybody. I'm not here to contend or compete with anybody. There are serious things happening right now. And that's all I'm concerned with. And I appreciate you guys being here with me, rocking with me, supporting me, and continuing to show up at these long, exhausting shows. Okay. But I believe those that are here, you want to learn something. You actually have a real concern with what's happening. And I appreciate that, man. Now, we will eventually get back to some more fun as we tend to do around here. I know the last few shows been a bit heavy, but I had to bring out some of my heavier research with regard to the direction of things politically. They came out with the Unity Party, the Libertarian Conservatives synthesis. Shanahan played or showed her cards. I had to come in here with this research, man. So we'll be getting back to some more of the fun, getting back to some more of that stuff soon here. But the truth is what matters. And I'm not saying I have the whole truth as far as what's going on, but I'm just, this is it, man. This is it. All right, so I'm just glad to be here, man. You know, able to say what I want to say and do what I want to do. And I see a lot of people falling victim to the machine. I see a lot of people falling victim to the clout chasing and the virality and all of that. And listen, it's gonna eat you alive. And you ain't built for that type of lifestyle. I don't care how narcissistic you are. You will die inside. Matter of time. Be true to yourself. Figure out what you're supposed to be doing here. And don't worry about what other people are saying and doing. Because this is all part of the distraction. This is all part of it, man. And I'm seeing it happen all around me, man. Stay in scripture, right? Get your house in order. Unify with people who feel the same way you feel. And listen, we have some influence here. Quickly, look at this. We have influence here, guys. This was Oakland, California. Back in 2015, there was a surveillance system called DAC that they they came together and they were able to at least eliminate it. Now I do understand there are new versions of this, but it worked, man. And it's called the Domain Awareness Center. It's like some Palantir stuff. And then here in Connecticut, city rejects 5G citing evidence of health risks. Right? I mean, these are all like different examples of people coming together as a community and saying, no, we don't want this type of technology around us, man. We don't want this stuff in our home. We don't want this stuff in our communities. Another one in San Diego. Protesters rally against 5G in San Diego. I mean, this kind of stuff we're going to have to start doing at a local level, because that's the only way things are going to change in your local communities. At least that's a sure way things can change. I don't know. There's always the potential and the possibility of other things, but it isn't to say, you know, oh, we're all done. I'm not in this like inevitability stuff, this technological deterministic view. No, that's not the case, man. California community mounts a fight against 5G infrastructure. Residents in San Rafael have launched a preemptive effort to prevent telecoms from installing small cell antennas throughout the city. I mean, these are just different examples of this. I think I have another one here in Portland, Oregon. I think I might have showed you this video before. Yeah, man, like Portland considers strictest ban on facial recognition technology in the US. I mean, this is heavy. This is excellent, regardless of all the crazy crap that's happening in Portland. I mean, this is good, man. This is good stuff. So we can't be defeatist, fatalistic. We can't be black-pilled about it. Now, is it coming? Is it happening? Yes. No change in that. But the degree to which it's successful, it's diffused in the world, we have a say in this. Shout out to Neftali in 1981. Wow, man, good to see you. I mean, Neftali is one of the biggest Christian Truther OG channels. I remember I was watching Neftali. It might have been 2014. Man, you were just doing such good work. Peace and blessings to you, brother. It's really cool to see you here. A lot of respect for what you've done over the years. Definitely one of the first Christian Truther channels I used to watch pretty much regularly. Neftali, Brother Theo, KJ, you know, amongst some others. Honestly, what are my like real go-tos, man? I used to always watch Neftali, man. Yeah, and yeah, that was like when I was really shortly after I was saved, you know, really getting into the faith and understanding. So yeah, guys, let's not be too negativistic about this stuff. Let's just be honest about what it is, and let's always relate it to its purpose, and that is to deface the creation of God, his image and his creation, right? That's what this is at the end of the day, regardless of the technology and the politics and the culture and the industries. I mean, this is Satan's work on the earth. And I know all of you don't believe, but you might want to start thinking about what you believe and test the spirits by the Spirit. So I'm gonna say peace and blessings to you all. I'm gonna get myself out of here, man. It's like bedtime for me. I'm old. And I know that's probably offensive to some of you that are much older than me. But yeah, man, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I'm ready to sleep, man. But that's because I get up so damn early. So I guess that's why. Anyhow. Yeah, Nicholson 1968 as well, man. All those guys. Love all those guys, man. Yeah, I'm getting ready to drop some new stuff here, so I'm just excited, man. I'm excited to be here and be in this battle with you guys, because we're here together. We're all battling this one way or another, in different ways, from different vantage points, different geographical locations, but we're all in this battle together, man. And someone had asked, well, what are you going to do? Look at what we've done. Thousands of people joining in truth and understanding of what's happening all over the world, all over the earth. That's power, at least to some degree. It may not be anything, compared to the powers of this earth, but it's definitely meaningful. And it definitely has taken a lot of effort, dedication, time, and energy, and patience. And I thank you all. And I'll end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name. Amen and shalom.